Accidentally in Love with My Best Friend's Brother. Book 1 of Accidentally in Sports by Abby Greyson. Narrated by R.L. Hem and J. Parker.
Chapter 1. Josh. Leaning against a tree with her head buried in a book is Brienne, my sister's best friend and our next-door neighbor. I feel a smile creep up on my lips as I think of how often she's in this same position. That girl studies like no one I've ever met before. It's also the reason she's top in her class and will probably graduate as valedictorian. "Hey, Brain Ann," I tease, and feel laughter getting ready to break through as I see her shoulders tense at my nickname for her. But I hold it in. The fact that she hates that nickname makes using it that much more fun. I admire how smart she is, but I would never tell her that. Plus, it's way too enjoyable getting a rise out of her.
"Hey, jerk."
She scowls at me. The laughter I've been holding back falls from my lips, making her scowl deepen, which just makes me laugh harder. Not trying to scare the world today? I think about the face masks her and my sister Susie were wearing at their usual Friday night sleepover. They're always doing these girly things, and although I would never admit it to anyone, I've never seen anyone look more adorable with a green face. I laugh even harder as she sticks her tongue out at me. "Witty comeback, Brain Ann," I throw over my shoulder as I walk past her. "Dude, she's so cute," Scott says. Scott has been one of my teammates and friends since freshman year. No. The word is out of my mouth before I can stop myself. That single word by itself is more of a tell than I would like, especially since there is nothing to tell. Brie is just my sister's friend. She's serious girlfriend material, and not the fling type. Plus, she's like a sister to me, and if you ever hurt her, I'd have to do something about it. I was just saying. Scott gives me a questioning look that I ignore. I've given away too much already. He shrugs and drops the subject, shaking his head. Brienne, Brie, is 2 years younger than me, and has been friends with my sister since the first time they met when she came to visit her aunt and uncle with her parents. I was 5 and Susie and Brie were both 3. Anytime Brie would come to visit, they would follow me around like puppies and do whatever I was doing. I would complain to Mom constantly.
"Be nice to your sister and Brie."
I can still hear her words ringing in my head. It used to annoy me to no end. Finally, they got their own hobbies and would go off to do those things instead of being my constant shadows. Remembering Brie and her braids and Susie and her pigtails makes me smile. Okay, there were 2 of the cutest, most annoying girls in the world. It's not that I don't love my sister or Brie, who's like a second sister. It's just that having 2 girls follow you everywhere when all you want to do is play with your friends is a bit of a drag. Plus, all my friends would tease me about them or tease them, which was the worst. Even though they annoyed me, I wouldn't hesitate to beat up anyone who would pick on them. It's caused me to get into a few scuffles here and there. I remember Johnny Smith picking on Brie because she was an orphan and making her cry. She was only 8 at the time. I heard Susie yelling at Johnny, telling him he was mean, and Johnny just laughing and pointing at Brie. He looked like an idiot. I couldn't believe that someone would dare pick on Brie. Before I knew it, red-hot anger had me rushing over to him on the playground. The teachers had to pull us apart, and we were both sent home for fighting. That was the last time he, or anyone else, ever picked on Brie about the fact that her parents died in a car accident, or that she was living with her aunt and uncle. Brie was mad at me for drawing attention to her. My sister was proud, and my mom lectured me about how fighting wasn't the answer.
"What Johnny did was wrong, Josh, and I know you were only trying to help. But using your fists is never the answer,"
She chided me. "But Mom," I complained, "he made Brie cry."
"Josh, honey, your intentions were good, but not your actions. Using your fists to solve a problem is rarely the answer."
She would always say stuff like this to me. Unfortunately, I was never as level-headed as she would have liked me to be. "I heard you got into a fight at school with someone picking on Brie," my dad said that night when he got home, giving me a pat on the back and a proud smile. At my mom's stern look, he tried to look disappointed, failing miserably. You're still grounded with no video games for a week, he said firmly. That wasn't the last time I would be grounded for fighting, but that particular incident was completely worth it. Even now, I am still overly protective of both Brie and Susie, and everyone knows it. It annoyed Susie a little, but at the same time, she took advantage of knowing that she could flirt with anyone and just have fun. It only truly bothered her if she had a crush on someone. Brie, on the other hand, completely hated it.
He's your brother, not mine. And yet he acts like he has to protect me from the world. It's annoying.
I overheard Brie as I walked by Susie's partially open door. I had just come home after a night out celebrating a win that got us a place in the playoffs.
He just loves you.
Susie responded. Her words made my heart stop and my mouth go dry. Love? I don't love Brie.
No, he doesn't. He hates me. Why else would he tease me? That's what big brothers do.
Susie laughed.
You're just being sensitive.
Brie let out that little huff she does when she's still annoyed but doesn't have a comeback. Ah, yes. Brotherly love. I definitely loved Brie like a sister. As we got older, Susie leaned more towards sports like me, but Brie was still seen with a book in her hand anywhere she went. If I didn't know both of them personally, I would never understand why two seemingly opposite people were friends. But Susie and Brie, minus their enjoyment and slightly opposite things, were identical. It was weird, but endearing.
Hey, big bro.
Susie taps my arm, bringing me back to the present moment as she walks by with a smile at Jake and Scott. Brienne, who is walking next to her, gives me a glare, and the smirk that was on my face turns into a full-blown smile. I love getting her all riled up and mad at me. I swear, pushing her buttons throughout the day is something I wake up looking forward to. I hear Jake and Scott laugh, and I remember they're standing across from me. We walk toward the building with everyone else. Dude, let's head in. The bell's gonna ring soon and I need to stop at my locker, Jake says. He's the very conscientious student of our trio. That perfect blend of academics and athletics. Teachers love him. Friday night's game is going to be a tough one, Scott says. He's all about sports. If our D can't stop that offense, there's no way we'll be able to win. Well, considering we are the defense and the offense, we better find a way, Jake says, smacking Scott in the back of the head. Right, Josh? I'm gonna trust Coach to have a game plan, I say distractedly just as I see Brie open her locker. I grin, and just as I get closer to her, I step over to the right and gently push her locker door closed. The initial surprise on her face as the locker doors swing shut immediately turns to annoyance as she realizes it's me, and I chuckle.
Seriously, Josh, you have the maturity level of a flea.
Fleas have maturity levels? You have to tell me about this one day, I say as I walk backward and smile at her. She grabs her book and slams her locker door. She's so easy to poke fun at. I turn around and walk forward, still smiling. Scott and Jake join me as we go to our first period. They exchange a look and Jake takes a deep breath. Hey, Josh, Jake says slightly hesitantly. I'm thinking of asking Brie to homecoming. You are? A smile falls from my face and I feel my chest tighten. I pick up my hand and rub circles in the general vicinity of my heart to loosen up the area. I'm ignoring that his words mean anything to me. That's probably not a good idea. My tone is harsher than I mean it to be, so I try to soften it. I mean, her uncle is really strict about things like that. Sure, that's what you meant. Scott glances at me with a sarcastic glint in his eye, and I push him into a locker. Stop. Brie's like a sister, and you know how I am about Susie. It's the same thing. I'd rather not have to hurt one of my friends for breaking their hearts. They both give me a side eye. I shrug and roll my eyes. Seriously. Okay, they chorus, but I can tell they don't really believe me. It was just a thought, Jake says as we head into homeroom. Brienne Woodbury is nothing more to me than my little sister's best friend. I pick on both of them equally, and I am just as protective over Susie as I am Brie. There is no way that I would let anyone take advantage or hurt them. It's not my fault people think something differently. There is no way that I have anything more than platonic feelings for her. Period. End of story. As the bell rings, The last thought in my head before I sit at my desk is of Brie's scowling face when I shut her locker door. A smirk crawls on my face. Okay, so maybe I like teasing her just a tiny bit more than I do my sister. But it still doesn't mean anything.
Chapter 2. Brie. 9 years later. The crowd roars as the Mavericks get the winning field goal in the last few seconds of the game. And that exact scenario is why I wear the kicker's jersey. The kicker is one of the least respected players on the team, and yet they're called upon during clutch moments to win a game with just seconds on the clock. Johnson, thankfully, is an amazing kicker, and the Mavs are lucky to have him.
Yes!
Brian, Susie's flavor of the week, cheers with the rest of the 60,000 fans in the stadium as we all high-five.
That was awesome! This was an amazing game. Susie, you're the best.
Susie is constantly dating someone new. Poor guy doesn't realize it yet. But this is a test. Most of the guys Susie brings to home games fail. Bringing them to the games and sitting at the best seats in the house is how she can see who they are more enamored of. Her or Josh. Usually they pick Josh. Or one of his teammates. Poor Brian is going down in a blaze of glory. He has all the telltale signs of "this is Mavericks wide receiver Josh Owens' sister" superfan going on. I know, because he has the same look of every other guy she's brought to a game. That look of a kid who's so excited about opening his presents, he can't sleep on Christmas Eve. I take a sip of my Dr. Pepper as we sit waiting for the crowd to empty out before even bothering to get up. We're not going home right away. We'll meet Josh at the locker room and head home with him. It will take at least an hour before he's ready to leave. So we're not in any rush. Plus, the crowds are brutal.
Do you do this every time you come to a game?
Brian asks, breathlessly, and I roll my eyes. Really, dude? They are just men playing a sport. They aren't anyone changing the world. Plus, it's just Josh, the most annoying big boy in the world. I will never understand why people get this excited over athletes. I mean, yeah, they're fun to watch compete, and their coordination is amazing. But they're just big boys playing a game. Okay, so Josh is one of the top players in the NFL. And for good reason. It's only halfway through the season, and he already has 58 receptions, an average of 15 yards after the catch, 7 touchdowns, and almost 900 receiving yards. He's pretty impressive, and a fantasy manager's dream #1 receiver. I would die first before letting him know that I follow his stats that closely. Although I've known Josh forever, he's a thorn in my side, and I swear he's on a mission to annoy the living daylights out of me. There isn't a time I don't remember us not bickering. At some point in time, it went from being really annoying to a battle of wits that I look forward to. Let's head down, Susie says as the stadium crew starts to clean up. She stands up from her seat, tapping Brian on the shoulder while looking at me. They should be out in about 30 minutes. I get up and start to head up the stairs out of the seats into the concession area. Josh looked off his game today. Usually he's their go-to guy, but today he was on and off the field, and in the blue tent a few times. That is not normal. I know that a few weeks ago he took a hard hit to his shoulder, and that it's been bothering him. Even though he says he's fine, it doesn't look fine. But hopefully it's nothing too serious. We make our way down toward the locker room, leaning against the wall opposite it. The guys should be coming out shortly after finishing with their press interviews, and whatever talk Coach wants to give. At just that moment, Darius comes out and gives both Susie and I a smile and a wave.
Wow.
Brian says in a stage whisper, with eyes wide.
Is that Darius Brown? He's seriously the best safety on the field right now. His stats are incredible. I can't believe I'm here. This is a dream come true.
He gleefully rubs his hands together, and I swear he's going to bounce on his toes. I roll my eyes and feel Susie glaring at me. "Stop it," she hisses. "What?" I snicker. "I can feel you judging him," she whispers in my ear. "Me?" I point to myself with eyes wide, and then look away from her, unable to contain the smile that spreads across my face. We both know that this is the last time I will see Brian.
Hey, Susie. How are you?
Adam, one of Josh's offensive linemen, comes out of the locker room with a grin. He's a new member of the team, freshly traded from the Jags this offseason. His twin brother, Steve, is still playing for them. I've met their mom, and she's got the split jersey look going on. It's adorable. So far, Adam Daniels has been a great addition to the offensive line of the Mavericks, and has really added that extra something that the O-line has been missing for the last few years. Barring any injuries, they have a real chance at a Super Bowl run.
Brie?
He nods, acknowledging me. But he's only got eyes for Susie. I give him a smile, not taking it personally. My best friend is a stunning woman, with her green eyes and long, wavy brown hair. "Hi, Adam. Great game today." Susie's smile lights up, and her eyes sparkle as she looks at him. I can feel the sparks between these two. Heck, anyone who's paying attention can. Anyone, that is. Except Brian, who's only got stars in his eyes for the players, and oddly enough, Josh. Josh is usually right on top of any teammates who might be interested in his sister. He makes it very clear that she's off limits. Maybe he already had a talk with him. He's done it with me a time or two as well. And I always tell him I can take care of myself. The way he treats me like I'm his little sister is something that has always driven me crazy. That protective, big brother attitude is condescending. What he doesn't realize is that I love football. But I would never date a professional football player.
Can I get an autograph?
Brian interrupts, looking starstruck at Adam. Susie scowls at me and hits my arm as I turn my head away to hide my smile. Of course, it just makes me laugh out loud. Brian is enjoying this moment so much that he probably won't even remember who Susie is after they break up.
Sure thing.
Adam takes it in stride and does a good job of keeping his laughter at my reaction in check. It's not the first time this situation has happened.
Do you have a pen and paper?
The look on Brian's face is one of pure panic when he realizes he doesn't have either.
I'll be right back,
he says, just as he runs off to see where he could possibly get a pen and paper for Adam's autograph. Don't you carry those around for just this occasion? I nudge Susie's arm, teasing. She rolls her eyes, not even bothering with a response. At that question, Adam does let out the laugh he's been holding in.
Where do you find these guys? A sports bar?
Susie's smile drops, and her eyes widen like a kid caught with their hand in the cookie jar.
You do!
Adam's laughter rings out loud and echoes down the empty stadium halls.
Still wearing the Kicker's jersey, I see.
Josh's teasing voice breaks into the conversation as he heads over to our group. Yep. I narrow my eyes at him while feeling a smile tug at my lips. I do believe that Johnson won the game for you guys today. He snorts.
I don't think 3 points would have made a difference if not for the other points on the board.
3? Don't forget about the extra points, those perfect punts, and that other field goal. I wouldn't say it was just 3 points. My pulse rises at the usual banter that Josh and I engage in. It's probably my favorite part of any home game. Josh's eyes get a mischievous glint as he walks closer to me. He puts his hands on the wall behind my shoulder and leans in to whisper in my ear.
Oh, Brie, you know you want a different name and number on that jersey.
His deep voice sends little shivers down my spine, and I feel my knees buckle slightly. Thank goodness I'm leaning against the wall. Otherwise, I might have stumbled. Shut up, I laugh and shove his shoulder to push him away. His rich laughter at my reaction is annoying, but not as annoying as the heat I feel creeping up my face. You're the worst, Joshua Owens. Come on, Susie, let's head home. Okay, she responds as she says goodbye to Adam.
Bye, Brie.
Adam says as I wave to him. He slaps Josh on the shoulder.
I'll see you tomorrow, man. See you then.
Josh responds as he turns to start walking to his car in the team lot. Oh, shoot, Susie exclaims. We have to find Brian. Josh and I both hoot in laughter as Susie starts to text Brian. I hear Josh under his breath humming Queen's Another One Bites the Dust, just as Susie slaps him and glares at both of us. I swear I hate the two of you so much, she says, and shakes her head, laughing with us.
Chapter 3. Josh. Susie's flavor of the week, as Brie likes to call them, is definitely not getting another date. It took us 20 minutes to find him before we could leave. He talked about the game the entire ride home, asked for my autograph, which luckily I do keep a pen in the car for just that type of occasion, and then forgot to acknowledge Susie when he got out of the car.
I think that was a first?
I laugh at Susie's shocked expression.
I can't believe that just happened. I mean, seriously, you all. That was bad. You think?
Brie is laughing so hard she's crying. You need to stop going to sports bars to meet people. It's not working for you, I scold her. Most of them don't understand the game. They've never played, and most of them think that because they manage a fantasy team, they know how to coach. It drives me crazy.
Like you should talk. How many women have you dated in the last year, Mr. Josh, the ladies' man, Owens?
She retorts. I've only dated one woman in the last year, and it was literally just a few dates. However, that reputation was fully earned my first 2 years in the league. I partied and dated like it was going out of style. But now I find myself wanting to find someone to build a relationship with.
I just want to meet someone who will enjoy football with me, but doesn't like my brother more.
She drops her hands in her head and lets out a big sigh.
Ugh. Is that too hard of an ask?
When you're as great as I am, both Susie and Brie groan. Why, yes it is. But really, Susie, most of these guys are not nearly good enough for you. You deserve someone who'll appreciate you, not just the fact that you get them great seats at a game.
Ugh, I know.
She mumbles into her hand.
Why does dating have to be so hard?
Do you want me to set you up with someone? I ask, completely serious. I know some people that you might like.
No.
Susie and Brie yell together. Come on, Nick wasn't that bad. He's good looking, funny, and has a successful career. All the things mom and dad would want for you.
Funny? You think telling jokes about accounting is funny?
Susie exclaims, her eyebrows arched.
I spent 2 whole hours with him while he talked about his work, which just happened to be a whole different view of football players that I'm really not interested in. Brie, however, was entertained when I told her his math joke. Oh yeah, that was great. Why do plants hate math? Because it gives them square roots.
Brie laughs, while Susie and I roll our eyes.
It got a huge laugh out of the kids. I was definitely their favorite teacher that day.
Okay, Brain Ann. We all know you're a total dork.
Seriously, Brain Ann? Can't you come up with anything better than that? I think my 8-year-old students would be able to think of something more creative than Brain Ann.
She draws out the ends. Why fix something that's not broken? I waggle my eyebrows at her through the rearview mirror. Brie tries to hide a smile while rolling her eyes. Teasing her will never get old. I love how she gets all flustered, and when she's really annoyed, her nostrils flare. It's hilarious. My goal during every conversation is to make sure that I rile her up.
Can we focus here? I need help. What am I going to do? Maybe I could pretend you're not my brother, Josh.
Susie is dead serious. Sure, I shrug. Couldn't hurt. But they may get mad once they realize I am.
Why don't you go out with Adam?
Brie says from the back seat.
What?
Susie asks. At the same time, I say, no!
Why?
Brie asks seriously.
He seems like a genuinely nice guy, and he's hot.
My pulse starts to pound and I squeeze the steering wheel. Brie just said Adam was hot. I feel my jaw clench. Sure, he's a good-looking guy. I'll give him that. But I don't like hearing those words fall from her lips. First, she wears someone else's jersey. Now she's calling my teammates hot? Whoa, what is this? Am I jealous? Ha! I'm not jealous. She's so not my type. She's a bookworm. I'm a jock. Total opposites in every way. Ha! Ha! I scoff out loud, asserting the ridiculousness of me having a thing for Brienne Woodbury to the world.
No, listen to me. It's actually not a bad idea.
Brie continues to defend the notion of Susie dating Adam.
She would be able to enjoy football without having to worry about them being completely enamored by the players.
When neither of us says anything, she takes that as a cue to continue.
I'm pretty sure he's into you, Susie.
He is? We both say together, and immediately look at each other and scream, Jinx!
Come on, you two.
Brie whines.
Can you just listen to my reasons why I think this could work?
Oh, look, Brie, we're at your house. I pull up to the curb and put the car in park. Do you want my autograph? I reach over to the glove box and grab a napkin. She laughs and slaps me on the back of the head.
No, dweeb. But thanks for the ride home.
She gets out of the car and closes the back door, then moves to the driver's side and leans on the door's open window. A breeze picks that moment to blow into my car, and I'm surrounded by Brie's scent. She smells like vanilla and cinnamon with a hint of jasmine. It's all I can do not to close my eyes and inhale deeply.
Susie, give me a call later. We need to chat.
She pokes my shoulder and I wince.
Without this guy.
I gingerly rub where Brie poked me and she catches my grimace.
Ooh, I'm sorry. I forgot about that hit you took in the third quarter. Are you okay?
I'm fine. I brush off the hit with a toss of my hand. The trainer said everything looked okay.
You're sure?
Is that concern in her voice? Yep, totally.
Good. Susie, call me.
She shouts, as she pushes away from the car and heads to her porch.
I'll call you as soon as I get home.
Susie calls out. I watch her open her door, then head inside. She turns to give one last wave before closing the door behind her. What's all this talk about Adam? I ask as I pull away from the curb and turn right at the next corner toward Susie's house. She shrugs.
I have no idea what she's talking about.
Do you think Adam is hot too? I can't keep the mocking tone out of my voice. She stares at me for a moment before starting to laugh. What? I thought it was a pretty straightforward question. I'm asking you if you're interested in Adam. Her mouth drops open, and her eyes widen as she looks at me.
No, you're not. You're asking me if Brie is interested in Adam.
I keep my eyes on the road and let out a snort. No, really. I'm asking if you like him. Her laugh starts off soft and then gets louder and louder. The next thing I know, she's laughing so hard she's wiping tears from her eyes. Thankfully, I pull up to Susie's house. Get out, Brett, and stop laughing. Now she's doubled over and having a hard time opening the door. I put the car in park, lean over, and open the door for her. Go, I yell. And you can forget about me finding out if Adam's dating anyone. Susie throws her head back and howls. She almost falls out of the car. It takes what feels like forever for her to get onto the sidewalk. She's laughing that hard. She stops, wipes her eyes, takes a deep breath, glances at me, and starts laughing all over again. I shake my head and start to drive off. I look in the side mirror to see her laughing and slapping her leg. I feel a chuckle rise up at how silly she looks. She can't seriously think I'm interested in Brie. Can she? Nah, I say out loud, brushing off the idea completely. There's no way anyone would think that.
Tea time. Hello, tea lovers. Do I have some tea for you today? Are Maverick's bad boy wide receiver Joshua Owens and Pleasant Hollow Elementary's schoolteacher Breanne Woodbury finally a couple? Has the ladies' man finally realized it was the hometown girl after all? Is hashtag brioche officially a thing? That's right, folks. I think everyone who's anyone saw the video of those two getting very cozy after yesterday's game. Were they or weren't they kissing? The verdict is still out on that tidbit. The video was too fuzzy to say, but it sure looked like it. The only concern? She's wearing Tim Johnson's jersey. Not sure if that's a girl enamored by a boy. But what do I know? I just spill the tea. Till next time, Cammy. Chapter 4. Brie. I can feel myself waking up as the smell of roasting coffee beans hits me. Stopping at Thanks a Latte is a must if I'm going to make it through the day. I need my caffeine fix to be able to handle my adorable, albeit endlessly energetic 8-year-olds. If I'm not functioning at full brain power, those kids will eat me alive. I smile as I think about all the questions I'll be asked today. I have no clue where their curiosity comes from, but it's an endless pit when you have 20 students in your class. It's like rapid-fire trivia. I love teaching. It's always been one of my favorite things to do. I can't wait to see my students after a weekend away. As usual, the coffee shop is filled with the sound of the milk frother, the bell on the door, and muffled conversations. I really can't understand most of what they say, but I do hear a few people say Josh's name. I smirk and roll my eyes. Really, people? Don't we have anything else to talk about? I mean, yeah, Josh had a great game yesterday. Another record breaker for him. And he also had that bad hit. I feel my forehead scrunch as I wonder how he's really doing. It took him a while to get back onto the field. The talking abruptly stops, and I look around to find everyone staring. I look behind me to see what they are staring at, but there isn't anyone else. I make eye contact with Mrs. Baker, the town librarian, and she immediately looks away. What is going on? I mumble. Hi, what can I get? Rachel, one of the Thanks a Latte employees, suddenly stops when she realizes who I am. Hey, Rachel. Can I get a large latte with extra foam? And why is everyone looking at me? Her eyes widen and her mouth forms an O. "Did you not see?" she asks, shock erupting in her voice. "See what?" Just then, my text alert goes off. It's Susie. I open it up to find a link to a video with the caption, #brioche. "I'll get your order ready," Rachel says and quickly walks away. I head over to the side of the counter to wait for my order when I open up the video. Right before I hit play, I see another message pop up from her. The preview says, "Read this next." What the heck is going on? I hit play to see a video of Susie talking to Adam and me talking to Josh. I immediately focus on Adam and Susie. I knew I was right. They are totally into each other. A chuckle escapes as I go to Susie's next text and click on the other link. I see that it's from Tea Time and groan. Tea Time is a fairly local, though we don't know how local, gossip column. It's been around for decades, but we still don't know who is behind it. They've done a great job of keeping their identity secret. Susie lives for this stuff. I, personally, am not a fan. I read through today's column expecting news confirming Susie and Adam. When I get to the hashtag brioche, I say out loud, only to have the person putting my latte in front of me pipe up. "Is it true?" Her eyes are wide, and she has a huge smile on her face. At my obvious confusion, she continues, "Are you and Josh a thing?" At that, I laugh out loud, then abruptly stop. Oh, you're serious? No, Josh Owens and I are definitely not a thing. I punctuate thing with air quotes. I grab my latte and turn toward the exit, only to find all eyes still on me. They immediately look away, and I groan. I purposely head to the door without looking at anyone. As soon as I hit the pavement, I call Susie. "What is happening right now?" I ask immediately after she says hello. "Brianne and Josh sitting in a tree, Kissing," she sings, laughter tinging her voice. "What?" I shriek. "Did you watch the video? It looked like you and Josh were kissing yesterday. That's not what happened. He was teasing me about wearing Johnson's jersey." I protest. Susie bursts out laughing again, and I pull the phone away to look at it. What is wrong with her today? I slide into my car and place my coffee in the cup holder. I need free hands for this. "He was he?" she says as she tries to catch her breath. "What are you not telling me?" I ask, narrowing my eyes. "Oh, I think Cammie summarized the video and the question on everyone's mind very clearly." She chuckles. "Susie, you were there. Nothing happened." "I didn't see anything. I was talking to Adam." "Ha!" I yell and point my finger at no one, trying to take the focus off of whatever is going on right now. Josh and I are so not a thing. I knew you were interested in him. "Oh, no, you don't. This is about you and Josh, not me and Adam." "There is no me and Josh," I snap. "He's the most annoying human in my world." After Mom and Dad died in a drunk driving accident, Aunt Marie and Uncle Rich, my dad's brother, took me in. The Owens were their next-door neighbors and best friends. I had spent many a vacation with my aunt and uncle, so I knew them all well. Mom and Dad both grew up in Pleasant Hollow, so we would visit often throughout the year. Holidays, birthdays, and a quick weekend here and there. Susie and Josh were my first introduction to Pleasant Hollow. And during the most difficult time of my life, the Owens helped me to settle into my new home. They helped me to learn how to enjoy life and laugh again, while always letting me have my sad moments. They were both kind and considerate. Uncle Rich and Aunt Marie did everything to make sure I knew they loved me and were happy to have me with them. But in the beginning, it was hard, because I felt like something was wrong with me. I had just lost my mom and dad. I was sad all the time, and I knew that not having parents wasn't a good thing. Susie and Josh made jokes out of everything and came up with these silly games to make being an orphan sound cool. In the game, whoever was the orphan had a special set of superpowers that no one else did. They were amazing. As time went on, Susie and I became the best of friends, and Josh became the bane of my existence. He would tease me incessantly and pull on my ponytails. I even remember him making Susie cry. He was awful. And yet, there were times that he was one of the most considerate people I knew. He can still be. Yeah, he gets a ton of bad press about being a ladies' man. But I've seen the good he does with the children's hospital. That is the side of him that the press and fans don't talk about often enough. Sure, there isn't, Susie says, bringing me back to the present and tea time. Look, I have to get to work. I'll call you later. Okay, #brioche. Brioche, seriously? That's the worst hashtag ever. It sounds like bread. I have to pull the phone away from my ear at Susie's cackles. She's going to make me deaf. I mean, really, if I had to be the subject of a gossip column, couldn't I at least get a cool hashtag? Bye, Brie. Susie giggles one last time before she hangs up. I open up Cammie's column and read through it. This is insane, I mumble. I rewatch the video, determined to focus on the interaction with Josh and me. The video is a bit fuzzy, like someone was zooming in, but you can definitely make out who everyone is without question. Once again, my focus falls on Susie and Adam. Their chemistry is obvious. Then I see Josh walk over to me. My mouth falls to the floor and my stomach feels like there are dozens of butterflies flapping their wings. My mind goes completely blank at what I'm watching. Even though I know what happened yesterday, what I'm seeing is completely contradictory to that. It totally looks like Josh and I are kissing. My stomach swirls and I take a deep breath. Based on what I'm watching, I can't deny anything said in that column, except for the fact that I was there, and what they are saying happened didn't happen. When it stops, I hit replay and watch Josh and I closely. The teasing expression as he walks over to me, the small smile on my lips, him putting his hand over my shoulder and leaning in. I think about my body's reaction when he whispered in my ear and realize that every emotion I felt yesterday was caught clear as day on video for everyone to see. My heart rate picks up and my mouth goes dry as I realize that if I weren't the subject of the video, I would totally think Josh and I were a thing. I drop my head on the steering wheel, then put my keys in the ignition. This gossip is going to spread like wildfire in Pleasant Hollow and all over the state. Heck, probably the country. Josh is gossip news fodder. They love talking about him and his love life. He's clickbait. I groan. Now I am too. It's going to be a very long day.
Chapter 5. Josh. I walk into the locker room dreading the guys teasing about this whole Brie thing. It's not the first time that a woman and I have been the subject of gossip. Normally, the back and forth with the guys is fun, but this is Brie, and I'm not sure how I'm going to handle them ribbing me about her. It's not that I'm into her. It's that I've always been protective of her from the moment she moved in with Marie and Rich after her parents died. She was so sad, and I just remember wanting more than anything to make her smile. Making her smile and laugh was something I lived for when she came to visit with her parents before the accident. She was always so happy. But after her parents died, her eyes were red-rimmed, filled with sadness, and haunted. It took months before she could smile again, even just a little. When school started, Susie and I made a pact to protect Brie. We warned everyone that if anyone was mean to her, they'd have to answer to me. It worked, except for that one time with Johnny Smith. But after that incident, everyone thought twice. Now she's being gossiped about, and all I want to do is fix it. I know better than anyone how this type of thing can affect you. Knowing Brie, she'll be able to handle it. But I still hate that I put her in this position. Sometimes my family and friends pay the price for my career choice. I'm used to the press. It comes with being a professional football player. Brie isn't. Hey, hashtag Brioche. Want to tell us what's going on with this hot new girl of yours? Derek Michaels, my quarterback, starts off with the jabs. I noticed she was wearing my jersey, Johnson throws in. Maybe it's me she really wants and you're just a replacement. The laugh that comes out of me is short, and I feel my shoulders tighten. I know Johnson is joking, but he doesn't know that Brie wearing his jersey is a sore spot. Get over it, Owens. You don't have feelings for Brie. Keep telling yourself that, Johnson. Brie has a soft spot for kickers. She feels like you don't get enough recognition. Think of her wearing your jersey as pity, not desire. Whoa, comes a collective taunt from the team. Owens throwing down fighting words. Darius pitches in. Sorry, Johnson, but I watched the video. I would say that the first part of hashtag Brioche only has eyes for the second part. Whoever recorded that video caught the heat coming off the two of them. I was waiting for the video to burst into flames. He blows on his fingers. I've known Brie forever. There isn't any Owens. Coach McGee interrupts before I can finish. In my office. Sure, Coach. I put my duffel bag in my locker and head over to Coach's office. For some reason, I can't get this smirk off my face. Owens, how's the shoulder? A bit sore, but okay. It hurts, but I'm not telling Coach that. This is the final year of my contract. Getting a new one with the Mavericks is what I want. I grew up in Pleasant Hollow, Colorado. I want to finish my career with the team I rooted for as a kid. That means that this season will determine if that happens or if I end up somewhere else. An injury right now is not helping that scenario. I want you to head down to physical therapy and have Sean work with you. I'm also having them schedule a CT scan, MRI, and possibly an ultrasound. That's not necessary, Coach. I'm fine. You're not fine, Owens. You forget that I know you. Yesterday, after that hit, you struggled to get back on the field. And when you were on the field, you lost your temper. You only do that when you're frustrated or in pain. And it wasn't frustration. I sigh as I think how an injury could waylay my season. Playing for another team isn't a horrible thing. It's just that I love being able to spend time with my family in the Woodburys. Weekly dinners, grilling, having them come to the games. That would all change if I had to play somewhere else. Look, Owens, I know you're worried about how this will affect your contract. Heck, I'm worried about what having to sideline my number one receiver will mean. He intentionally comes over and grips my injured shoulder to prove that I'm hurting, and I wince. But hurting yourself even more is worse for everyone. Understand? Yes, Coach. Good. Now head down to PT and let them do some work on you. They will let you know when the test will happen. And Josh? Yeah, Coach? Congratulations on becoming a bread. I scrunch my forehead as I try to figure out what he's talking about. Then the laughter falls from my lips. Her name is Brie too, right? Yeah, hashtag brioche is not a thing. You know how those gossip rags are. I wave a hand dismissively. If you say so, he says as he looks down at the papers on his desk. I stare at him. Coach rarely brings up what gossip columns say, and now I'm curious. Anything else, Josh? No, I'm good. And then I hear myself asking, Coach? Yeah? I hesitate. Nothing. I change my mind. There is nothing to talk about. You sure? He arches a brow. Yeah, sorry. The injury is just playing with my mind. Gotcha, he says, looking back down at the papers on his desk. Head down to PT and let's see what they have to say. Will do. Thanks, Coach. By the time I get back to the locker room, everyone is in the weight room doing their easy Monday workout. I head over to PT worrying about what might be wrong with my shoulder. When it comes to injuries as a receiver, a shoulder injury is not good. Being able to extend your arms and catch is essential. As fear of the unknown overwhelms me, thoughts of hashtag brioche get pushed aside. Physical therapy didn't go like I had hoped. Sean is concerned about my injury and scheduled the CT scan and MRI for first thing tomorrow morning. He's worried that the injury itself is more than a sprain based on some of the instability he felt. I'm definitely in more pain than I was when I injured my other shoulder. He has me doing strengthening exercises for now, and we'll know more after the scans tomorrow. My head is spinning. It's not like me to panic, but I'm truly worried about what this means for my future with the Mavericks. Being traded or playing for other teams is part of the career I've chosen. I know that, and I'm not sure why the idea of having to play somewhere else bothers me so much. Yeah, I wouldn't get to see my family as much, but I could fly in pretty frequently. My feelings around this aren't making sense. I change into some shorts and a t-shirt. I need to work some of this nervous energy off. I pop in my earbuds, start my 80s workout playlist, and head out of the house for a run. I pass through Main Street and head out to the road that leads toward the interstate. It's the perfect fall day for a run. Cool breeze, leaves just starting to change colors, and blue skies. Burning Heart by Survivor starts playing just as I turn onto Route 512. The only thing in front of me is road and cornfields. The wind rushes past me, and I feel the tension ebb from my body as the endorphins kick in. Up ahead, I see a blue Volkswagen Jetta on the side of the road with the hood up. A woman with long chestnut hair and glints of red walks from in front of the car. I feel a smile creep across my face. Just then, Brie turns and looks down the street. I know the moment she realizes it's me. She crosses her arms over her chest and leans back against her car.
Go ahead, Owens. Make fun of me. I know you're dying to.
It's your lucky day. I'm not in a teasing mood. Her eyes widen in surprise. Do you need any help? She reaches out and touches my forehead.
Are you feeling okay?
I swat her hand away as my heart races at her touch. The heat from her hand still lingers. I'm fine. Jeez. Can't I just be nice? Did you run out of gas again?
Ladies and gentlemen, he's back.
She rolls her eyes.
No, I didn't run out of gas.
I stare at her with wide eyes, and she laughs. She's notorious for running out of gas. I don't know how many times she's been stuck on the side of the road swearing that it's something else.
I swear, my gauge says I have a half tank.
I open my phone and look up Bill's, our local mechanic, contact.
Who are you calling?
Brie asks. Bill, so he can bring you gas? She laughs and swats at me.
I'm not out of gas.
She yells. Sure you're not. I smirk as she sticks her tongue out at me.
Chapter 6. Brie. As grateful as I am that Josh is here, he's the last person I want to find me. It's not the first time I've run out of gas, but if that is why my car stopped, he's going to badger me about it forever.
What happened?
He asks, heading over to look under the hood. He makes sure that none of the wires are loose. It just started sputtering and then died. He looks at me with a smirk on his face.
Sputtering. Sounds like you ran out of gas.
He says. Laughter bubbles up as he gets a teasing glint in his eyes. Owens, I just told you that the gas gauge says there's a half tank. Look at it for yourself. He walks over to the driver's side, opens the door, and sits down. He looks ridiculous, all scrunched up in the seat. He's a good foot taller than me and needs to pull the lever to move the seat all the way back to accommodate his size.
It appears that you do indeed have a half tank of gas left.
I cross my arms over my chest and raise my eyebrow at him, as if to say, "Told you so." He then turns the key in the ignition. It makes the clicking noise like it wants to start, but the engine doesn't turn over. Josh gets out of the car, closes the door, and leans against the side. He looks at me with a smirk I want to smack right off his face. The glint in his eyes tells me he thinks I'm out of gas, and he's holding back the desire to laugh at me. As I gaze back at him, my mouth goes dry, and my heart starts to beat faster. The video posted on Tea Time pops into my head and replays in my mind. Josh leaning toward me, the look on my face as he does. My stomach flutters. I take a deep breath and look away. I'm not out of gas, Owens, I say, trying to diffuse the tension that I feel standing here with him. Josh, with his 6'3" frame, broad shoulders, and smile with a dimple, is no doubt an attractive guy. Some would even say gorgeous. It's not that I haven't ever noticed. It's just that he's always annoying me so much that I overlook it. Today, however, I am fully aware of how attractive he is in a way I haven't been before. And it's making me uncomfortable.
So you've said.
He retorts, that dimple on his left cheek making a full appearance. How's your shoulder? I ask. His smirk falls from his face, and I see worry replace the carefree glint. Ooh, that bad?
We don't know yet, but everyone is afraid it's more than a strain or sprain.
He runs his hand through his hair and sighs.
I'm a bit worried about it, actually.
I'm sorry, Josh. That's a bummer. He shrugs.
Injury's a part of the game.
He says flippantly, as he unconsciously puts his hand on his left shoulder and gently massages it. I know he's not telling me everything, and I can tell that he's more worried than he's letting on. What I don't understand is the sense of dread he seems to have. Shoulder injuries can be bad for a receiver, yes, but are not usually career-ending. Why are you so worried about this? Shoulder injuries don't usually end careers. I ask out loud what I was thinking.
No, but it could potentially mean that the Mavs won't extend my contract and I end up playing somewhere else next year.
My stomach swirls and my heart sinks. I've never even considered Josh not being around. I completely forgot that this was a contract year for him. You think the Mavs won't renew your contract?
I'm not sure. I could completely be overreacting, but the fact that they haven't contacted my agent yet to talk numbers is disconcerting. And now this.
He places his hand on his shoulder before dropping it to his side. I'm sure it will all work out. You're too good of a player. Your stats for this year are already better than last. The glint in his eye is back.
You pay attention to my stats, Woodbury?
A smile spreads across his face, and I feel heat creeping up mine. I try not to let Josh know exactly how closely I follow his career. But the cat's out of the bag now. All because I felt bad for him. Don't get too excited, Owens. You know me and my numbers. I can tell you the stats of every player on the team. Did I just imagine the light in his eyes dim?
Oh, I know.
He says with a grin.
You and your math skills. They always have been impressive. I just didn't know that you focused them on me.
And that mischievous glint is back in full force. I smack him on his shoulder, and when he winces, I cringe. Oh, I'm so sorry, Josh. Are you okay? I move closer to him as I gingerly touch his shoulder, trying to take back the smack. I mentally chastise myself for hurting him.
I'm fine, Brie. Your little girl's strength can't hurt me.
I know that he's teasing and trying to make me feel better after hurting him. It's something he's done ever since I've known him. I meet his eyes, and there is an intensity that has my stomach swooping. Suddenly, I realize my hand is still resting on his shoulder, and his hand is placed on top of mine. I abruptly pull mine back. I'm glad to hear that, Owens. For a second, I thought you had gone soft. He chuckles at me, but it's not the usual teasing. Something is different. So, did you see Tea Time today? I want to slap my palm to my forehead. My goal was to change the topic to something that would get rid of this tension. Instead, I bring up the one thing that could possibly cause more tension.
Are you joking? Susie sent that to me first thing this morning. My team is already on my case about it. Don't worry, I'm going to make sure that everyone knows it's nothing.
He says, his brown eyes soft as they hold mine.
I'm so sorry that you got dragged into the media circus of my life. I never meant for that to happen.
It's been an experience, that's for sure. Is being stared at wherever you go and people whispering about you normal? I ask, thinking about everyone in Thanks a Latte and at school. A few of my fellow teachers asked me about it outright, but others just got quiet whenever I walked by. It was funny, and yet annoying. Josh is about to say something when Bill's truck pulls up.
And so we meet again, Brie?
Bill jokes.
Did you run out of gas?
Bill is an older guy, with white hair and a beard. He's wearing his usual jean overalls, with a rag hanging out of his back pocket, and a Carhartt hat on his head. No, I protest while Josh laughs. My gas gauge says I have half a tank left. Bill's smile stretches from ear to ear. I hate that they all have a reason to look at me like that. It's not the first time I've been in this situation.
Let's see if we can figure out what's going on, shall we? Can you pop the gas cover?
Josh, who is still leaning on the driver's door, takes it upon himself to do it. We both watch as Bill puts gas in the tank. I hold my breath, praying that this doesn't work. If it does, #brioche isn't the only thing people will be teasing me about.
Okay.
Bill says.
Want to try starting it?
Josh looks at me with a smirk, steps away from the driver's door, and gestures his hand in a sweeping motion. I glare at him as I get in the seat and pull the lever to bring the seat forward, then turn the key. The engine turns over and Josh bursts out laughing.
Okay, Brie. Can you get out of the car for a second?
Bill instructs me. I get out and he gets in. I look at Josh. He doesn't look at me, but I can see him pressing his lips together to hold back the smile that is trying to split his face.
Yep, it definitely says that you have a half tank of gas.
Bill confirms.
You need to replace your gas gauge.
Do you have an idea of how much that will cost? Hoping it doesn't put a dent in my savings.
I'd have to double check, but it could be anywhere from $1,100 to $1,300.
What? I exclaim. Not a dent, but my entire savings.
Volkswagen parts are pretty costly, but I'll check around with some of the local junkyards to see if I can find a used part.
Bill puts out there. That would be great, Bill. Thank you. When do you think you'll be able to fix it? I'm getting this fixed as soon as possible, if only to avoid Josh being able to make fun of me again.
I can do it any time over the next few days. Just bring it down first thing in the morning.
He picks up the gas container and screws the top back on. That would be great. I will see you first thing tomorrow morning.
You got it.
Bill tips his baseball cap in my direction.
Well, looks like you're all set, Woodbury. I'm gonna get back to my run. See you later, Bill. Bye. Second part of #brioche.
Bill says as he walks back to his truck. Both Josh and I watch him walk away with our mouths agape. When he looks at us from his truck, he has an amused grin on his face. He waves at us as he drives off and heads back to his shop. Josh chuckles, shakes his head, then gives me a salute as he takes off again on his run. I watch him for a second as I try to get control of all the emotions filling me. What is happening right now? Why am I having these reactions to Josh? I inhale deeply and slowly exhale. I get in my car and drive down the street and make a left back toward town. As I look once more at Josh running down the street, I can't help but wonder why him making sure everyone knows #brioche isn't a thing has me feeling more disappointed than relieved. Tea time. Hello, tea lovers. I know how you like your tea piping hot, so here you go. Looks like #brioche is at it again. Apparently, Brie's car broke down, and her very own knight in shining armor showed up. One of our very own Pleasant Hollow residents caught this tender moment of the couple as they waited for Bill to arrive. Just look at this picture of her hand on him. Doesn't look like he minds one bit as he rests his hand on hers. Turns out Brie was only out of gas. Again. When will that girl learn? But #brioche seems to be heating up before our very own eyes. Till next time. Cammy.
Chapter 7. Josh. Josh? I hear the team doctor calling my name through the haze of my thoughts. The team's facility is top of the line. We have all the tests we need on site. The team doctors just show up to examine us and review the results once the tests have been completed. I've been here since 7 this morning, and I'm mentally drained. Hey, Doc, what's the verdict? I ask as my heart starts to race. I stand up and reach my hand out. I feel like my whole life depends on his words. Sit, sit. I do as he says, and he takes the chair across from me. I put my ankle on my knee and take a deep breath. I have good news and bad news. I inwardly groan. Those are dangerous words. Okay, I respond, trying to keep my expression neutral. Bad news, you'll definitely need to take time off. Good news, it will only be for a month or so, depending on how diligently you are with taking it easy. I drop my head and sigh heavily as he continues. Based on what Sean said, I was worried that it would be much worse. You got lucky, son. This is a good injury to have. No injury is a good injury. I look up and force a smile on my face, trying to conceal my worry. But thanks for the encouragement. I have already talked to Sean, and he has your PT exercises worked out for the next few weeks. Let's get that shoulder strengthened, then reevaluate. Talk to you soon, Josh. He smiles and slaps me on the back. The good side. See you in a few weeks. I walk toward the door and head on over to the training facility when my text notification goes off. It's from Susie. The only time my lovely sister has been texting me in the last few days is to send me gossip about Brie and I. She's enjoying this a bit too much.
Susie. Hey, big brother. I see you were helping Brie with her car the other day.
I click the link she sent and read through Tea Time's post. I glance at the image. I'm immediately brought back to yesterday when Brie's hand was on my shoulder. Even now I can feel the heat of her hand under mine. How my heart beat faster and time seemed to stand still. I shake my head. I don't understand what is happening with Brie, but more importantly, how are they getting these pictures? I'm used to the people taking my photos, but not in my hometown. Pleasant Hollow is usually my safe space when it comes to the press, and I've never been interesting enough for local gossip. Until now, I guess. Bad boy and good girl, I say to no one as I rub my hand down my face. That will get people talking every time. My phone starts to ring, and I see my agent calling. Hey, Finn, I have some news. I've been watching your news, he interrupts me in an amused tone. Tell me about the other half of hashtag brioche. There's nothing to tell. I hear him snort on the other end of the phone. No, really. She's my sister's best friend, and I've known her since we were kids. That's even better than I could have hoped for. He sounds way too excited about this. I groan and run my hand through my hair. Everyone, and I mean everyone, loves pining for and being secretly in love with someone off limits. I have an image of him with a grin stretched from ear to ear as he throws a ball through a hoop, only to repeat the process all over again. Finn, I already said it's nothing, and I meant it. Brie and I are just friends. Kind of. Now I grin as I think of how Brie and I are more like oil and vinegar. I can hear him clap his hands together through the phone. Enemies to lovers. Even better. I look at my phone and narrow my eyes. Where is he getting all this stuff? Can you fill me in on what the heck you're talking about? I mumble as I rub my temple. This is all too much, and Finn is going to throw me over the edge. Look, Josh. He switches over to his means business tone. You need help. The Mavericks still haven't reached out about your contract, which isn't that big of a deal since most of it's usually done in the off-season, but I'm still worried about it. I stop walking and lean up against the wall, frowning. You haven't been yourself on the field. Granted, your play has been amazing, but you've been hot-headed. More penalties than usual, and now you're injured. These are all things that can affect the team renewing your contract. And you have a plan, right? I say through clenched teeth. I'm pretty sure I know what his plan is. Of course! I can't see him, but I want to smack the glee that I'm sure is on his face at the moment. This brioche thing is a perfect way to show a different side of you. You shine at your charity events, and we know that you go above and beyond. But you're only as good as your last story. And right now, people are being reminded of the hot-headed Josh Owens from his first season. We need to get them to focus on something entirely different. Brie and me, I grumble. Yes! I'm telling you, people eat this kind of stuff up. I shake my head at the possibility of even considering this. I've seen the pictures, Josh. It's a bit hard to believe there isn't something between the two of you. I told you, I blurt out. I know. You're just old friends. Got it. Either way, I want you to seriously consider what I'm saying. I let out a heavy sigh as I contemplate his words. If you are just friends, then I'm sure Brie will be okay helping you considering the current circumstances. You can even let her end things with you after everything is ironed out. I stand in the hallway, phone to my ear as I stare off. I know that everything he's saying is true, and I see how this could help, but it's so much more than just pretending to be in a relationship with someone. It's pretending to be in a relationship with Brie. We'd have to tell our families what was going on, lie to our friends. This is too much for me to absorb on top of everything I just learned today. Let me think about it and get back to you, I murmur. Okay, but make sure you give it some serious thought. And Josh? Yes, I reply. Regardless of what happens with the Mavs, it will all work out. My goal as your agent is to get you what you want. I really think this can help, or I wouldn't have suggested it. I can hear the sincerity in his voice, and I know he believes that. I'm just not so sure. Thanks, Finn. I appreciate it. I'll get back to you and let you know. Great! The excitement is back. But don't take too long. We need to strike while the iron is hot, and right now, it's steaming. Bye, Finn. I shake my head at his enthusiasm. He's a really good guy and has been in my corner since day one. But this just may be the craziest thing he's ever suggested. I push myself from the wall and head to the locker room. I'm limited in what I can do, but I'll still be at the facility for PT and film. My workouts will be different while injured, but training won't stop completely. I pause at the locker room door and take a deep breath as I get ready for the next round of ribbing that is about to follow. I push the door open and walk in. Hey everyone, it's the second half of Brioche, Darius teases. You look good for a knight in shining armor. I look down, a smirk on my face, and head to my locker. When are you going to buy your girl a new car? That Jetta looks like it's seen better days. Johnson chimes in. Brie loves that car. I'm not sure she'd let me replace it even if I wanted to. Ooh. Everyone in the locker room jeers. Is that a confirmation that hashtag brioche is a thing? Adam teases. I look at him with wide eyes and mouth open. An unspoken, you too? No comment, I say, and the entire room bursts out laughing. I'm saved by Coach. All right, everyone. Head to your respective film rooms. Leave Josh alone. For now. Even I laugh at Coach's comment. You can take shots at him later. Thanks for nothing, Coach. I mumble. Guess I won't be letting everyone know that Brie and I aren't a thing today. In fact, I'm not sure that I'll be telling anyone that Brie and I aren't a thing in the near future. A smile slips across my face as I think of actually going out with Brie. Maybe this fake dating thing could be fun. For the first time this morning, I feel the tension ebb from my shoulders. There is a tinge of excitement fluttering in my stomach as I think about her. Of course, it wouldn't really mean anything. It would just be for show. But I won't deny that I find the idea of getting to spend time with her, without Susie, more enticing than I probably should. The rest of the day, I have a hard time wiping the smile from my face. I haven't been this excited about something since I don't remember.
Chapter 8. Brie. Suze, this whole brioche thing is killing me. I whine over the phone to my best friend as I sit on my couch, my legs tucked up under me. Being the center of focus is something I really hate. It reminds me of what it was like my first few months in Pleasant Hollow, after my parents died. If not for Susie and Josh, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have made it. Oh, come on. It's all just good fun. Susie laughs at me. This is the most exciting thing to happen in town since Mr. Smith accidentally dyed his hair purple. That was pretty hilarious. A laugh escapes as I remember the incident. If not for Delia, he would have had to wait for it to fade. Just have fun with this, Susie soothes. It's you and Josh. Everyone's been talking about the two of you for years. The only difference now is that you're on Tea Time's radar. What? I yelp. What? She returns, false innocence dripping from her voice. What do you mean people have been talking for years? Come on, Brie. You and Josh are always at each other's throats. Everyone has wondered if there was something more going on than it seemed. She says it like she didn't just drop an atomic bomb on my world. I immediately stand up and start pacing around my living room. You know that's not true. All we ever do is argue. He's the most annoying person I know. I protest. So you both keep telling me. She sighs. What are you going to do about your car? Are you getting it fixed? I see what you did there. She laughs as I chide her for changing the subject. But can't deny the sense of relief I feel that she did. Why would everyone be talking about Josh and me? I mean, seriously, all we ever do is bicker. His smirking face with his dimple on full display pops into my head, and I feel a tinge of butterflies in my stomach. I quickly shoo them away. Yeah, I have to. I do not want my nickname to come back. I forgot about that. She chuckles on the other end of the line. I haven't. I groan. Got gas Brie became Brie's got gas. I could have murdered your brother for that one. He started it. But did you know that he also got everyone to stop? What? Surprise evident in my voice. Really? Yep, Susie says seriously. He didn't realize how everyone would take it and run with it. You ran out of gas 4 more times after that. Didn't you ever wonder why the nickname never resurfaced? No. I was just relieved that it didn't, I whisper, as I think about what she just said. I was so mortified by everyone teasing me that I never paid attention to how short-lived it was, or that it never happened again. Yep, all Josh. My heart skips a beat, and a small smile creeps across my face as I think of Josh being all protective. The thought does funny things to my heart. Just then, my phone vibrates, and I look to see a text from Bill. Susie, hold on a sec. Bill is texting.
Bill. Hey, Brie. I wasn't able to find a used part for you, unfortunately. I can have the new part in tomorrow and have it done by the end of the day. Bill. Cost will be $1,200.
I groan. That bad, huh? Yeah. It's going to cost $1,200 to fix. Oof, ouch, she exclaims. Yeah, but he can have it done tomorrow. Well, that's good news. Yes, but not for my savings account, I whimper. Maybe you should consider getting a new car, Susie suggests. The Jetta is getting old. I am driving my beautiful car until I can't drive it anymore. I start texting Bill back. Me. Great, Bill, and thank you. I'll drop the car off first thing tomorrow before school.
Bill. Sounds good. See you tomorrow. Bill. #brioche.
Ugh. I groan and smack my hand to my forehead. What now? I can hear Susie's grin through the phone. I rub my hand down my face and take a deep breath. Is this brioche thing ever going to go away? Not until something more exciting happens, she laughs. Right now, people are very excited about you and Josh. Susie, there is no me and Josh. I use my fingers for air quotes. If you say so. She sing-songs and I groan. Seriously. Keep telling yourself that. Gotta run. I hear 3 beeps as she hangs up. Keep telling myself what? I swear I'm living in an alternate universe where everything I knew to be true is now turned upside down. I look around my living room to see if Dr. Strange is lurking around somewhere. I'm just finishing up my workout when I hear my phone buzz. I pick it up, head to the kitchen to grab a glass of water, when I look at who's texting me. My eyes widen as I see Josh's name.
Josh. Hey, Brie. What are you doing?
Me. Do you mean right now?
Josh. Yes? Was that really such a hard question, Brain Ann?
I shake my head and roll my eyes. Me. Cute. Nothing. I just finished working out. Why? What's up?
Josh. Can you meet me at the park in about 30 minutes?
I reread that text again. Not sure that what I read was what I read. Josh wants to meet up? With me? Okay, so it's not that crazy, but it's definitely strange. I start to worry and wonder if he's got bad news about his shoulder. Me. Is everything okay?
Josh. Yeah, everything is good. I just want to talk to you about something, but don't want to do it over the phone.
Okay. Now I'm really confused. Stop it, Brie. You're looking for something that isn't there. This whole brioche thing and Susie has you paranoid. Me. Okay. Where do you want to meet?
Josh. How is the bench by the tall maple tree?
Me. Okay. See you in 30. I put my phone down and head upstairs for a quick shower. I don't question why I feel the need to make sure I am not sweaty when I see Josh. I just don't like to be sweaty. It definitely has nothing to do with him. 20 minutes later, in jeans and a long-sleeved navy t-shirt with my hair falling down my back, I hop into my car and head over to the bench by the maple tree. My heart is racing, my palms are sweaty, and the butterflies are back, flitting around in my stomach. Seriously, Brie, relax. It's just Josh. A long time ago, before Josh was the biggest pain in my rear end, I used to think about spending time with him. In the park. At that bench. I park the car and see Josh sitting on the bench waiting. He has his head in his hands and looks like he has the weight of the world on his shoulders. I get out of the car and close the door. At the sound, he lifts his head and looks in my direction. A smile that stretches from ear to ear spreads across his face, and I feel my knees turn to jelly. My body stops moving, and I swear I could melt into a puddle right here and now. Move, Brie. I mentally chastise myself and start walking toward Josh again.
Thanks for meeting up with me.
He says, the smile reaching his eyes, and my breath catches. Sure, no problem. Get a hold of yourself, girl. This is Josh, remember? The guy who vexes you above all others. What's up?
Well, that's a bit of an interesting story.
I cross my arms and narrow my eyes at him. Oh? Pray tell, Mr. Owens. What is this interesting story? I notice him look down at the ground, kick an invisible rock with his foot, and I burst out laughing. The great Josh Owens is nervous? A mischievous grin slides across my face. This is going to be fun.
Chapter 9. Josh. I can't believe I'm even considering this idea. I mean, seriously. Pretending that Brie and I are dating is insanity. No one is ever going to believe it. The two of us are constantly at each other's throats. I shake my head and drop my face into my hands. Brie is going to laugh in my face. But Finn is right, though. If this can help with my overall image, my contract, and keep me in Pleasant Hollow, then I have to at least try. Whether Brie agrees to a fake relationship is another question entirely. I know how she hates to be the focus of any attention, and with tea time, she has been the focus of a ton of it. This is only going to amplify that by 10,000. I can't believe how nervous I am. Why am I so nervous? It's Brie. Susie laughing hysterically while claiming that I have secret feelings for Brie pops up. Do I have feelings for Brie? I don't have any time to investigate that thought further as I hear a car door close. I lift my head from my hands and look to see Brie walking toward me. My mouth goes dry and a smile slices my face. She looks amazing. Her hair is loose, and the blue she's wearing makes her skin look radiant. Wow, she's beautiful. Thanks for meeting up with me, I say, feeling like I just sprinted a mile.
Sure, no problem. What's up?
She smiles easily at me. Well, that's a bit of an interesting story, I say sheepishly. I look down at the ground and fidget, suddenly feeling shy. What the heck is going on? My confidence seems to have left the building once this gorgeous woman walked into my presence. Pull yourself together, man.
Oh? Pray tell, Mr. Owens. What is this interesting story?
At her mocking tone, something inside me relaxes. This is the banter I'm used to with Brie. You know how I've been losing my temper on the field recently? I ask, trying to find the words to set this up.
Yeah?
She says hesitantly. Well, now with my injury and not playing for at least a month, my agent is concerned that my actions on the field could affect my upcoming contract.
Oh, no. What did they say about your shoulder?
Her eyebrows draw together and she leans toward me. Doc said it was a good injury to have, no surgery or anything, just rest and strengthening.
Oh, well, that's definitely good news.
Relief evident in her voice. Yes. I swallow against the lump stuck in my throat as I work to get the rest of the words out. I rub my hands against my shorts. My agent, however, is worried about what this could do to my contract negotiations, especially since the last few games I've been a problem on the field.
Okay.
She draws out.
So, what does this have to do with me?
My heart starts to pound like it's trying to break through my ribcage, and my mind empties of all thoughts. This is crazy. I can't do this.
Josh?
Brie's voice interrupts my thoughts.
Are you okay? You look like you're going to be sick.
My agent thinks that I should take advantage of this whole tea time thing about you and me. I spit out and gesture with my hand between the two of us. He's got this idea in his head that me dating you could help me with my image off the field, which in turn will help with my contract. The sense of relief I feel at getting that out is washed away by the expression on her face. Her eyes are wide and her eyebrows are up to her hairline. She looks like she's trying to form words, but nothing is coming out.
What?
She finally manages to push out. Oh, wait, that came out wrong. I sputter. He wants us to fake date, not for real. He thinks me dating a good girl will help my bad boy image.
Fake date.
If this were different circumstances, I would burst out laughing at her face all scrunched up like that. But I just feel kind of stupid. Yeah, fake date, I say hesitantly, then rush out. Look, I told my agent it was a silly idea and that we are just friends. But when he said it to me, it kind of made sense. If it's not something you'd want to do, I completely understand. I mean, the idea of us dating is completely...
Can you be quiet for a second?
She glares at me and then turns toward the bench and plops down. I stop talking and sit down next to her. I rub the back of my neck as I wait for her to say something. Anything.
So, let me make sure I am understanding all of this correctly.
She says, her blank stare pointed in the direction of the natural art displayed by the trees in front of us.
Your agent is worried that your injury and recent disruptive behavior on the field will affect your chances of re-signing with the Mavericks?
Yes? I managed to squeak past the lump in my throat.
He thinks you and I pretending to date can help you?
She murmurs as if talking to herself. Then louder and turning toward me, she continues.
You know that's crazy, right? No one is ever going to believe that.
I look at her, and we both start to laugh. Softly at first, and then, before I know it, both of us are laughing so hard we're crying. I grab my stomach and try to catch my breath. That is exactly what I keep saying. I look at the flash of humor in her eyes, but it's gone as quickly as it came.
Could doing this actually help you, though?
She bites her lip, her go-to whenever she's trying to find the answer to a problem she's trying to solve. I catch myself staring a bit too long at her lips and whip my eyes back to hers. Honestly, I don't know. I take a deep inhale and let it out in a burst. I do know that Finn has never steered me wrong when it comes to my career, and he's always put my interests first. She looks off to the side and draws her eyebrows together.
What would we need to do?
My mouth falls open, rendered speechless by the fact she's possibly considering this.
Josh? What would we need to do?
She asks again. My mouth snaps shut at the sound of my name on her lips. I don't know. Honestly, I haven't thought that far ahead. I feel a smirk on my face. I only thought as far as asking you if you'd be willing. Plus, I've never fake dated someone before. I guess we would need to talk about guidelines and such.
It's just like you to jump into the deep end without floaties.
She looks at me with a teasing glint in her eyes. Are you saying yes? My voice squeaks in surprise and she laughs at me.
I remember when your voice started doing that back in middle school.
She presses her lips together and I burst out laughing. Forgive me for being surprised, Miss Woodbury. I needle, and then ask with a more serious tone. What are you saying?
I'm not saying yes or no yet.
She glances in my direction shyly.
I need to think about it.
Wow. Thanks, Brie.
But
She says sternly.
if I say yes, we need to have some clear rules as to how this will work.
Yes, ma'am. I mockingly salute her. Then in a somber voice, I add, I will take your lead in how we go about this.
I can't believe I'm even considering this.
She shakes her head. The feeling is mutual. We both chuckle. I really appreciate it, though. Our gazes meet, and I feel a zing through my entire body, and Bree suddenly looks away as a blush tinges her cheeks. Her parked car catches my eye. Did Bill ever get back to you with the price on the gas gauge for your Jetta? I nod my head in the direction of her car.
Yes. I'm getting it fixed tomorrow.
She says, evading my question, and I let her. Well, that's good. Will he be able to get it done in a day? I'd hate for you to be stuck somewhere on the side of the road again, Woodbury. I nudge her with my elbow and she lets out a little laugh.
He'll have it done by the end of the day. No more running out of gas for me.
She jokes. Good, because it's not a good image for someone as smart as you. She turns her wide-eyed expression and tight smirk toward me before sticking her tongue out. I completely lose it and laugh at her. She smacks my arm, and we both get up and walk toward her car.
Do you need a ride home?
She asks. Nah, I'm gonna run. She nods and opens her car door. Brie?
Yeah?
Her expression is open and soft. Thank you so much for considering this. I really appreciate it. A small smile creeps on her face that suddenly turns mischievous, and I know I'm in trouble.
You're welcome. But you know you're going to owe me big time if I say yes, right?
I chuckle. Wouldn't have it any other way, Brain Ann. She rolls her eyes at me, then gets into her car. I wave as she backs up and drives off. I start to run home and mentally remind myself to call Bill tomorrow to give him my credit card. Paying for the gas gauge is the least I can do. Bree's gonna kill me, but I don't care. Having the career I do allows me to take care of the people I care about. I feel a smirk cross my face as I imagine Bree's nostrils flaring when she figures out it was me. I feel a warmth fill my chest that I immediately push away and dismiss, while bringing my focus back to my breathing.
Chapter 10. Brie. I head out of school and over to Bill's to pick up my car. It's a beautiful autumn day, and the leaves are falling to the ground in vibrant hues of red, yellow, and orange. I smile to myself and take a deep breath. I love this time of year. The sense of peace I have knowing I won't be stranded on the side of the road somewhere is wonderful. The amount it's costing for this peace is another form of stress that I somehow just can't seem to balance out yet. The wind blows, and I lift up my head toward the sky, eyes closed, and take a deep breath. I feel the cool breeze caress my skin. When I open my eyes, I see Bill's shop just ahead of me. "Hey, Bill." I smile at him. "How are you?"
I'm doing pretty well, Brie. Beautiful day out, huh?
"Yes, my absolute favorite time of year." He nods and returns my smile.
I prefer spring, as it tends to get warmer rather than colder. But I agree it is pretty. Let's talk business now, shall we?
That would be wonderful. So, how is my beautiful blue baby?
Getting up there in years, but a solid car.
That's what I keep telling everyone.
However,
He starts, and I frown at the warning tone.
it's getting to the point where the upkeep of your blue baby may be more expensive than getting a new one.
Which is another thing everyone keeps telling me. I chuckle. Let's deal with one problem at a time, if you don't mind,
You got it.
he says cheerfully.
It's people like you who keep me in business, and I'll never tell you to get a new car more than once.
A full laugh escapes, and I point at him. Now, that's what I'm going to start telling everyone from now on. I keep Bill in business.
And I appreciate it.
He smiles back at me.
Let's take a look under the hood.
I walk over to him and take a look at the engine with him. I have a general idea of what everything is, but I am by no means an expert. Uncle Rich made sure that I knew the basics. If my battery dies, I know how to use jumper cables. Flat tire, I can change it. Oil, I can do that too, but it's pretty messy. Wiper fluid, I'm good. Anything else? I let the experts handle it. Bill is pointing and talking, showing me where the work was done. But to be honest, I've tuned him out. As long as it's fixed, and I don't need to worry, then I'm good. Thanks, Bill. I am so relieved to have this all done, and I'm grateful you were able to fit me in so quickly. He waves his hand at me like it's no big deal.
I can't have you stuck somewhere out of town, can I?
Then he puts his hand next to his mouth and leans in, like he's telling me a big secret.
This doesn't take all that long to fix, really. The part is the most expensive part.
I smile at him. Regardless, I appreciate you. I reach into my purse and pull out my wallet. How much do I owe you?
Not a thing. It's already been taken care of.
My eyebrows dip together and I tilt my head. But I didn't pay you yet.
Nope. But someone else did.
He slyly smiles at me as he wipes the grease from the engine off his hands. Seriously, Bill, how much do I owe you? I push.
Nothing.
He smiles, closes the hood, and hands me my keys.
You're free to drive away.
I purse my lips, tilt my head, and narrow my eyes at him. Who paid?
Just someone.
He smirks. Just someone? I repeat.
Yep.
He chuckles and starts to walk away from me. Are you not going to tell me? I yell after him.
Nope. Have a good day, Brie. See you around.
I hear his laugh as he walks into his shop and closes the door. I walk to my car and put my hand on the handle and freeze. Josh. It was Josh. I find myself annoyed and grateful at the same time. Josh is many things, and that includes considerate and generous. He's always gone out of his way to help people. It's one of those things that I admire about him. If you happen to be someone he cares about, he takes you under his wing and protects you. Just like a mama bird. It can still be annoying at times, but in moments like this, it's a gift. What's that saying? Never look a gift horse in the mouth? Not sure that really applies here, but I'm not going to be stubborn about this. Josh paying helps me out more than I care to admit. Next time I see him, I'm just going to say thank you. I get in my car, start the engine and smile at the purr it makes. I pull away from Bill's and head over to my aunt and uncle's for our weekly dinner. Friday night is meatloaf and mashed potatoes, my favorite meal of the week. Don't mock it until you've tried it. Aunt Marie's meatloaf is seriously the best thing I've ever eaten. Total comfort food that makes me all warm and fuzzy inside. Suddenly, my conversation with Josh at the park yesterday pops into my head. The thought of dating Josh makes my heart skip a few beats and my stomach flutter. What would it be like to hold his hand? To have his arm around my shoulder? Or to kiss his lips? Brienne, what on earth is going on with these thoughts? First off, this would be fake dating. And fake dating doesn't include those things. Does it? I shrug. I've never fake dated anyone, so I don't really know what it entails. No one I've known has fake dated someone, so I haven't seen it in real life. I've heard of it in novels, but never really thought twice about it because it sounds silly. I mean, really, why fake date someone? I see Josh get out of his car just as I pull up to my aunt and uncle's house. He looks at me and gives me one of my favorite Josh Owens smiles. The one where his eyes are bright and warm, but every tooth isn't fully showing. Every time I see this smile, I feel like the Wicked Witch of the West as she gets hit by water. But in a good way. My door opens, and it snaps me back to reality.
Hey.
His gruff voice washes over me like a warm shower. I hear a slight hesitation in his voice. Is he nervous? I wonder as I get out of the car. Thank you for getting my door and for paying Bill. He waves me off like it's nothing. I turn, touch his arm, and stop him on the sidewalk. It's not nothing. Seriously, Josh. Thank you. His eyes light up, and he gives me a small grin. In that moment, I know. I'm going to help him. I'm going to fake date Josh Owens. Okay, I say, and his eyebrows dip as he tilts his head. I'll do it. His brows furrow even more before they shoot up and a huge smile creeps across his face.
You'll do it?
I'll do it. I squeal as he picks me up and twirls me around. Put me down! Put me down! Your shoulder! His smile is still spread across his face as he gently places me back on the ground. But I notice a slight wince. You need to be careful. I don't want to help you only to have you hurt your shoulder more.
Okay, Mom. I'll be careful.
The smirk on his face makes my knees turn to jelly.
We have to talk about details. Are you around tomorrow morning to meet up?
Aren't you traveling to Baltimore tomorrow? I ask, confused.
Yes, but we aren't leaving until tomorrow night.
Oh, sure then.
I'll text you in the morning and we'll iron out the details.
Sounds good. Tell your parents I said hi, I say as I start to head up the walkway to my aunt and uncle's.
Do the same with your aunt and uncle.
I wave to him over my shoulder. I look over at him and see a grin from ear to ear on his face as he bounces up the steps to his parents. The smile that I've been trying to rein in breaks free and stretches across my face. I am going to be dating Josh Owens. I shake my head and let out a small chuckle, and then I hear a tiny voice correct me. You are going to be fake dating Josh Owens. I laugh at my silly self and open the door, just as the smell of meatloaf hits me. My stomach growls, and I focus on the next adventure in front of me. Dinner. Tea time. Hello, tea lovers. Do you like your tea spicy? I know I do. Hashtag brioche was spotted again. 2 days in a row, actually. Once walking in the park, and then again in front of the Woodburys and Owens houses. Don't they just look adorable in this photo? According to our secret tea connoisseur, that lift was a spin hug, not just a hug. And it was very enthusiastic. I know we've been waiting forever for the two of them, but could they be talking marriage already? Are they heading into their families' homes to start wedding planning? All utter speculation on my part, as this spill is not one I can fully confirm. But things are looking toasty for hashtag brioche. Till next time, Cammy.
Chapter 11. Josh. I walk into my parents' house with a smile that won't quit. Brie said yes. I have no clue if Finn's plans will work, but Brie said yes. Hey, Mom. I walk up behind Lynn Owens in the kitchen and give her a kiss on the cheek.
Hey, Josh. What's the reason for that smile? I need to find my sunglasses. You're blinding me.
She has her hand over her eyes as if blocking out a bright light. Can't a boy just be happy to be having dinner with his favorite parents? I chuckle and head into the living room to see Dad.
Sure.
My mom says, but there's something behind it. I look back at her and see her face scrunched up like I'm a problem she's trying to solve. Really? I protest, letting out a laugh, then continue toward the living room. When I walk in, my dad, Dennis Owens, is sitting in front of the TV in his favorite chair, watching the highlights from last week's game. How is the team feeling about playing Baltimore on Sunday? Their defense is in the top 5 so far this year. The coaches and coordinators have put together a pretty good game plan that we just have to execute. If we do that, we should be able to squeak out a win. That's what I like to hear. My dad turns his gaze on me and looks me square in the eyes. Now let's talk about you. What was all that nonsense on the field last Sunday? I narrow my eyes at him. Don't act all innocent with me, Joshua. I saw you lose your temper more than once. How many penalties did you get? 5, I say sheepishly. That temper of yours flares at the most inopportune moments. The season isn't the time for whatever is going on to get the better of you, he says gently. I know that my dad is only trying to help, but it never feels good to be called out, especially not by the man you admire most in the world. Were you hurt? My eyes widen. How did you know? Well, the blue tent was a huge giveaway, he chuckles. But you also tend to be more short-tempered when you're in pain. What's going on? I hurt my shoulder. His brow wrinkles, and I hurriedly continue. It's okay, though. I had some tests done, and it's most likely a bad sprain or strain. Either way, it means a month of rest and some physical therapy. Well, that's good news. He lets out a shaky laugh. My parents love watching me play, but the sport itself is dangerous. There is always the fear that I'll get seriously injured.
What's good news?
My mom asks as she comes into the living room. That Josh's shoulder injury is minor.
What?
She yelps. I go to her immediately and put my arms around her, pulling her close. Mom, it's just a bad strain. I feel her arms wrap around me and squeeze. I'm taking a month to rest and strengthen it.
Well, that is good news.
She gives me one last squeeze before letting go.
Dinner's ready. Are you two boys going to set the table?
Yes, dear. My dad jokes as he heads over to my mom and kisses her on the cheek. She rolls up her dish towel and smacks him on the butt. He glances over his shoulder with a look that I can only decipher as, just you wait, and my mom giggles. There was a time I found all of this very annoying and somehow inappropriate. I mean, they're my parents. But now I think it's adorable that they still love each other this much and are the best of friends. It's the relationship I want with my wife. The way Brie and I push each other's buttons pops into my head. The smile that seems to find my face anytime I think of her appears. I glance up at my mom to see her looking at me with a smirk and narrowed eyes. "What?" I ask.
Nothing.
She smiles and looks away. I shake my head and continue to lay the plates onto the table just as my dad starts bringing in dinner. Mom made our normal Friday night pizza. She makes everything from scratch. My mouth is starting to water at the smell of it all. Just as we get ready to sit down, I feel my phone vibrate in my pocket. I pull it out and see a text from Susie.
Susie, you two want to tell me what this is all about?
The text is to both me and Brie. I see a link to tea time and groan. What now? Everything okay? My dad asks, and my mom's eyebrows dip. It's just tea time again.
Oh.
They both say in slightly high-pitched tones, and I stare at them. They each have these grins on their faces as if they're holding back laughter. I sit down just as my phone vibrates again.
Brie. Nothing, Susie. Brie. Can you stop enjoying this so much?
I smile at her response. It's so Brie. Taking a sip of iced tea, I almost spit it out as I read Susie's response. I look up to find my parents both giving me curious glances. I put my phone down. What? I ask with my brows and hands raised.
Nothing.
They say at the same time, glance at each other, and then go back to eating. I finally look at the tea time post and shake my head. Finn is going to love this. I'm actually surprised that he hasn't sent me a text yet to check on the status of #Brioche's dating status. Just then my phone vibrates. Do we have any idea who does tea time? I look at my parents who shake their heads without looking at me. My phone vibrates again, and I pick it up to see a text from Finn. Finn. So what's the verdict? #Brioche is hot, hot, hot. I chuckle and shake my head, then put my phone in my pocket. I'll get back to him later. Right now I want to enjoy my time with my parents. How do you think this injury will affect your contract negotiations? My mom stops eating and turns in my direction at my father's question. I'm not really sure. Finn hasn't heard from the Mavericks at all yet. I'm trying not to worry, but it's been nagging me a bit.
You know, it's not the end of the world if you end up with another team. Right, Josh?
My mom says softly. I know. I just always hoped that I would be drafted by them and then retire with them. I push my salad around my plate. I guess I should be happy that the first half happened. There's still time, my dad says encouragingly. He's a glass half full kind of guy. You know most negotiations happen during the off-season. I know. I shrug. I'll be fine with whatever happens. I would just miss being able to spend time with you all as often as I do now. Both my parents' eyes glisten a bit as they look at me. They get it. My dad recovers first. Get through this month, get your act together on the field, and keep playing like you have been. If you do that, the Mavs will be begging you to sign at the end of the season. You're right. Finn also has a few ideas up his sleeve. I hint at what's to come without giving any details yet.
Oh?
My mom asks, eyebrow arched. Yup. My dad says. I look over and see them give each other one of their looks, like they're having an entire conversation without saying a word. Seriously, what?
Nothing.
My mom says softly.
So, do you want to tell us about this whole #brioche thing?
My dad spits out his iced tea and my mom glares at him.
Dennis, what have I told you about spitting on the food?
Lynn, I thought we agreed we were going to let him bring it up. He spits out in between laughs.
Yeah, well, I couldn't wait. Plus, Susie keeps asking me what I think.
What you think about what? I look at her, my eyes wide and mouth slightly ajar. Are Brie and I the only ones surprised by Tea Time's antics?
About you and Brie?
She looks at me with a teasing glint in her eye.
Or should I say #brioche?
Mom! I yell, holding back a laugh. Dad is at the end of the table in tears. He takes a deep breath, looks at me, and then starts laughing all over again. Brioche, really? He cries. That is the stupidest nickname. At that, the laughter I've been holding back erupts. I look at both of my parents, and my heart swells with an overwhelming sense of gratitude for the man and woman who have raised me and loved me. And I wonder how they will feel about Finn's idea of me fake dating Brie. If this conversation is any indication, they're already wondering if something is going on between the two of us. I chuckle and shake my head as I take a bite of my mom's homemade margarita pizza.
Chapter 12. Brie. It's a beautiful, crisp day. The sky's blue hue brightens everything. I park my car on Main Street and get out. I'm heading to Thanks a Latte for a coffee before meeting up with Josh to discuss the guidelines of our fake relationship. I open the door and my senses are immediately assaulted with the smell of ground espresso beans and the whir of the milk frother. I hear muffled conversations or barks of laughter standing out amongst the chatter. I look ahead of me and see Josh. He's head and shoulders above the other people standing in line. Owens, I call out. The room becomes eerily silent as everyone, including Josh, looks at me. The smile that does funny things to my heart immediately makes an appearance on his face as his eyes meet mine. He lets two people behind him go in front as he comes to stand next to me. All of a sudden, his smile becomes a bit mischievous, and he gets a humorous glint in his eye.
Do you want to give them a bit of a show?
He whispers in my ear. Aren't we already? I ask as I glance around. Everyone is staring at us. Without turning around, he raises an eyebrow, and I find myself laughing at him. His face is so close. My heart starts to beat faster, and my body feels flush at the look in his eyes. I'm surrounded by the scent of Josh, and everyone else in the shop fades. His woodsy scent overwhelms me and makes me slightly off balance. His smile falters a bit as his gaze falls to my lips, and I find myself doing the same to him just as he leans in. At the very last second, he slides his mouth over to my cheek and gives me a hug. The disappointment that overcomes me as his lips touch my cheek, and not my mouth, catches me by surprise. I try to hide it with an awkward smile as the sounds of coffee shop come back to life. Everyone suddenly starts to whisper, if you can call that volume a whisper, about what just happened in front of them. When he looks back at me, I'm blinded by the smile on his face.
Looks like hashtag brioche is official.
He winks at me before turning to face the counter, still flustered at what just happened. I vaguely hear him talking to the person behind the register. I hear him say,
Large latte with extra foam.
And my mouth drops open. Josh looks at me and smiles.
Did you think I don't pay attention to how you like your coffee?
He puts his hand on my lower back and leads me over to the side of the counter. The heat from his hand is sending shockwaves of electricity throughout my entire body, and my heart is racing. I'm going to melt. I'm going to melt right here in front of all these people. I feel heat creep up my neck and pray it doesn't make its way to my face. Rachel puts our coffees in front of us. Her look tells me she thinks I was holding out on her the last time I was in.
Thanks, Rach.
Josh says. Then to me, he asks,
Ready to head out?
The room becomes silent as everyone stops to try and overhear our conversation. A smile creeps upon my lips. I take a deep breath and slowly let it out and nod my head. Josh grabs my hand and entwines his fingers with mine. I look down at our joined hands, just as he whispers in my ear.
Is this okay?
Suddenly, I feel like I'm doing something that I shouldn't be doing. And I like it. Is this what Josh feels like all the time? I never do anything that could be considered bad. I am the consummate good girl, always doing and saying the right thing. Not for any other reason except that's just who I am. I consider myself boring, but Josh rarely does what people expect of him. With my hand in his, I feel something I've never felt before. I look up at him, and the twinkle in his eyes gets brighter at the expression on my face. Let the fun begin. I snicker and he laughs. We head toward the exit, hand in hand. Just before the door closes behind us, we hear the shop burst into a flurry of conversation. Here we go. Wow, that was crazy. My hand is still entwined with Josh's, and my heart is beating in irregular patterns.
That was just the beginning.
He says with a laugh.
Just wait until Cammy gets a hold of this.
I shake my head as we stop in front of my car. Did you drive here? Josh lets my hand go, and I immediately feel the loss of its warmth.
No, I walked. I knew you'd stop by Thanks a Latte and figured I would just go with you.
I scrunch my face and he laughs at me. Go where? I ask, confused, and he laughs harder as he pushes some loose hair behind my ear. His fingers leave a path of tingles along every inch of skin that he touches.
I don't know. Where do you want to go talk?
That's right. After the events of what just happened, I am feeling completely scattered and a bit out of sorts. We need to iron out Brioche's fake dating rules. Want to go for a walk in the park by the pond? He nods just as I start to walk around the front of my car. I unlock my door and reach over to unlock his. Yes, my Jetta is that old, and I don't care. It's called a classic for a reason. As Josh pushes his seat back, I see a smirk on his face. I know he wants to talk about my manual locks, but he's restraining himself. Don't say anything. I glare at him, and he raises his hands up.
Not a word.
He pretends to zip his lips, but can't contain the smile that breaks free. A smile spreads across my face, and just then he looks at me. My stomach swoops, and I quickly look away. I pull away from the curb and head to the park.
Hand-holding and kisses on the cheek.
I hear Josh say, and it snaps me back to the present moment. Huh? My stomach flutters.
So far, I know that holding your hand and kissing you on the cheek in public are acceptable fake dating behaviors.
He says as matter-of-factly as if he's saying his name is Josh. I shake my head and chuckle. Fake date often? I tease, and I feel his eyes heavy on my face.
Not even a little.
By the seriousness of his tone, I glance at him. His face is solemn. I was joking, Josh. And I feel more than I see the tension leave his shoulders.
This isn't normal for me at all, Brie. I know that I've had a reputation, but the truth is I only date women that I like, not just because I can have them.
I didn't mean anything by it. I'm sorry if I insulted you. I turn into the parking lot and pull into the first spot I find. We both get out of the car in silence and amble over to the walking path. So, I say, trying to cut through the awkwardness that seems to have enveloped both of us. I nudge him with my body and smile at him. It's the smile that I use whenever someone is unhappy with me. He looks down, shakes his head, and laughs, then nudges me with his body.
So,
So, I don't know about you, but I don't feel comfortable lying to my aunt and uncle, Susie, or your parents.
I definitely don't.
He agrees.
Have you noticed them acting like this whole brioche thing is funny?
Yes! My eyes widen, and I look at him with my mouth in an O. They keep giving me these weird looks and laughing.
It's so strange.
He agrees. Let's go over what we've got so far. I take a step to get in front of him, and then turn to face him as I walk backwards. We tell our families, hand-holding, and kisses on the cheek. I glance over his shoulder as I say the last one.
You wear my jersey at home games.
I whip my gaze back to him and laugh at the teasing glint in his eyes. Oh, you've been waiting for that one, I quip, feeling a warm sensitization in my stomach at the thought of having his name spread across my back.
Yup. And I'm going to love every moment of you hating it.
His smile is so big, I swear I can see every tooth. Fine. I pretend to grudgingly accept his requirement, but the thought of wearing his jersey has my stomach flutter. I turn back around and move to his side. What about dates?
Well, of course we have to go on dates. Is it even fake dating if there are no dates?
He asks, like I just told him Christmas wasn't coming this year. True, I concede. But you have to make all the plans for them.
Deal.
He gleefully accepts.
So what about PDA?
PDA? My eyebrows knit together.
You know, public displays of affection. Kissing, touching, those type of things.
Oh, yeah. My voice comes out a bit weakly, as the thought of kissing Josh Owens makes me stumble.
Whoa.
Josh grabs my elbow to steady me. Concern lines his face.
Are you okay?
Yeah. Must have tripped on a rock. I hear him chuckle at me, but thankfully he doesn't say anything else.
We'll keep the PDA to a minimum and only when necessary. As for the breakup,
My stomach drops at the thought of breaking up with him. Girl, this is fake. You need to plan the breakup. He continues.
all we need to do is a little damage control, and hopefully once that's done, we can end things. I was thinking you could dump me and leave me broken-hearted.
He nudges me playfully. Huh. I like that. I stop to turn toward him. Anything else you can think of?
Nope. I think we got the basics covered, and we can adjust as we go.
He turns to me and gazes into my eyes. Suddenly, I start to giggle.
What?
I laugh harder, and he gently pushes my shoulder as he demands.
What?
I can't believe I'm actually doing this. It's...
So unlike you?
He finishes my sentence and I nod.
But it's fun too, right?
I cover my smile and nod as I giggle again.
Come on.
He grabs my elbow and turns me back to the car.
We have to go home and talk to everyone before they can get the latest issue of Tea Time.
You don't think we're too late already? I joke, and he shrugs in response.
We're gonna find out.
When we get to the car, I unlock his door first, and he gives me a smirk. A classic Josh Owens, I say. She's a classic.
That she is.
I think I hear him whisper, but when I look back at him, he's getting into the car. I get in, start the engine, and then back out. We head over to the Owens and my aunt and uncle's. Josh sends Susie a text, so she'll be there too. I have a swarm of butterflies in my stomach trying to break free, and a smile that won't quit. I don't know who this new Brienne Woodbury is, but I think I'm going to enjoy her for as long as she's here. Chapter 13. Brie. It's Tuesday morning, and Finn, Josh's agent, has arranged for him to talk at today's Meet the Professional presentation. Tea time has been on double duty with the news of hashtag brioche for the last week and a half. Surprisingly, I've gotten used to the stares and people turning to talk behind their hands as I go places. I walk into Thanks a Latte for my usual order and get in line. How does it feel to be the literal talk of the town? Susie whispers behind me, and I smile at the sound of her voice in my ear. Strange. I grin at her. You know, I've spent my entire life trying to blend in. The way everyone is acting, you'd think I won $1 billion in the lottery. People have been talking about you and Josh as a couple since high school. I turn to her with wide eyes. You can't tell me that you've never heard it. My mouth forms an O at the shock in her voice. Apparently, people did a much better job of whispering then. I think you were just completely oblivious to the talk. She laughs. Both you and Josh apparently were. Hey, Brie. Your usual today? Rachel asks. Morning, Rachel. Yes, please. I pull out my wallet and pay, then move over to the side and wait as Susie places her order. It really blows my mind that you didn't have any clue. I would have filled you in much sooner had I known that. Susie continues as soon as she finished paying. Thank you, I say as Rachel slides my coffee in front of me. I grab my cup, take a sip, and let out a low moan. This is one of the best parts of my day. I look at Susie as I turn. Gotta run. I'll talk to you later. I look forward to reading all about the school event in tea time later. She sings as I walk toward the exit. Ugh, that's right. I keep forgetting. Guess I won't have any reason to call you later. I throw her a look over my shoulder and smirk. Hey, she yells. I'm your best friend. You have to call me with the details. I can't be like everyone else and get them from Cammy. I wave and walk out the door. My stomach is starting to feel a bit queasy at the thought of seeing Josh and his teammates at school today. This is the first time that Josh and I are presenting ourselves as a couple. And I have to admit, my nerves are fried. It would be hard if we were just in front of my coworkers and students. But for some reason, knowing Josh's teammates will be there too is adding a little fuel to the fire.
Just be prepared for lots of ribbing.
Josh prepped me last night when we were on the phone.
The guys are going to act like big children.
Great. So I don't just have to worry about elementary students acting childish? His laugh rippled through my entire body, leaving me with flutters in my stomach.
Not even close. You'll see. I just wanted to give you a heads up.
There is a part of me that's thankful for the heads up. But in the same breath, it's all I've been thinking about. I pull into the teacher's parking lot, grab my coffee and bag, and head into school. When I walk into the teacher's lounge, everyone is talking excitedly about players from the Mavericks coming to school. It's not the first time it's happened, but it is the first time when one of the teachers and players are dating. I put my stuff in my assigned box, take a deep breath to settle my nerves, then slowly let it out.
Hey, Brie.
Principal Monroe greets me.
What time are Josh and the others getting here?
The presentation starts at 11, right? He nods with an overly bright smile. Then he'll probably be here around 10:45 or as we are walking into the auditorium. At least, I think that will be the case. He rubs his hands together like one of my third graders, and I bite my lip to keep the smile that wants to escape in check.
Do you think they'll be okay with signing my jersey?
I let my smile break free. I'm sure that every one of them will be more than happy to sign your jersey. Josh had mentioned that they were bringing some things to give to the kids, like signed pictures and balls.
That's great.
I noticed his shoulders bob, and I'm pretty sure he just hopped in excitement. Yeah, they're pretty great guys, I respond. I'm gonna head to my classroom to set up for class. I'll see you at 10:45. I wave and head toward my room when I hear my name being called. I turn around to look and see Marcy, the second grade teacher, running to catch up with me in the hallway. Isn't this exciting? She squeals. My son is going to die when he finds out some of the players from the Mavericks were here today. He's their biggest fan. Marcy's son graduated from Pleasant Hollow High School last year and went to college in South Carolina. Like most people in town, he's a diehard Mavs fan. And a diehard Josh Owens fan. I'm going to see if I can get the players to sign this hat for him. She holds out a Mavericks cap with a tag on it. Do you think they will? Pretty sure, I say, knowing Josh said he expected the school staff to ask them to sign things. Apparently, that happens all the time. Josh mentioned last night that it wouldn't be a problem. OMG. She squeals and claps her hands together like a teenager. I can't believe that you are dating Josh Owens. It's like working with a celebrity. You know I'm still the same old boring Brie, right? I roll my eyes at her as I stop in front of my classroom door. My dear, you were never boring. But now you're famous, which makes work that much more exciting. I don't remember the last time I've been waiting for daily updates about something. My eyes widen as I look at her. I can't believe she just said that to me. And yet, that's exactly why I adore Marcy. She never holds back what she's thinking. Enjoy it while you can. She smiles as she starts to walk away. Once it becomes old, it loses just a little bit of its luster, and you can never reclaim the newness of it all. I wave to her and walk through my door. I put my coffee on my desk and think about the sageness in what Marcy just said. She's right. This may not be a real relationship, but my experience of it is. I'm going to relax and enjoy the ride. Besides, it's Josh. I've known him my entire life, and there isn't anything he doesn't know about me. Heck, he's seen me in so many beauty masks over the years that I've stopped feeling embarrassed. He's probably the safest person for me to be doing this with. I smile at the thought of how well Josh and I know each other. This is going to be a piece of cake. The bell rings and I head over to the door to collect all my students and walk them to class. The kids are full of chatter as they all talk about the presentation today. All I can see are teeth. Only 2 hours before I get to see Josh and the guys. Everyone is right. This is exciting. I don't bother trying to hide the smile that splits my face, too. Everyone is in the auditorium, and the kids' voices are muffled with the different conversations and anticipation. The door opens, and I hear everyone as they turn around to look at the door. Then, a huge cheer and clapping of hands erupts as 4 players from the Mavericks appear through the door. The smiles on all of the players' faces make them look like gigantic teddy bears. The only thing that combats that is the broad shoulders and muscles that are rippling from their team's t-shirts. They are anything but cuddly. Everyone, that is, except the kicker. Tim Johnson looks like he doesn't belong with this group of big, burly men. I know exactly when Josh finds me in the crowd because I can feel the heat from his gaze hit me. It's like someone shone a heat lamp on my body. I meet his gaze across the room, and my heart starts to beat faster. A smile that stretches from ear to ear takes hold of my face, and I feel my feet start to move toward him. I can hear the muffled whispers of both students and teachers talking, but don't seem to care that Josh and I are putting on a show for them. I don't think I could stop myself from moving toward him if I wanted to. There is an invisible pull making my feet work on their own. Josh's smile sends heat through my belly, and I feel my entire body flush. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice Tim, Adam, and Derek take a small step back, giving us the appearance of privacy.
You look great.
Josh says as he gives me a kiss on the cheek. I rest my hand on his chest and smile up at him. The kids' oohs and ahs are so loud, it covers the drum of my heartbeat, and I can't help but giggle at them. Thanks, I say a bit breathlessly. So do you. His laugh makes my already big smile bigger. How are my cheeks not collapsing from all this work?
Brie, this is Tim, Derek, and Adam. Guys, this is the first half of Brioche.
I can feel his eyes return to my face as I say hello to all of them.
We've heard a lot about you.
Derek says with a mischievous smile.
That we have. Thanks for wearing my jersey.
Tim chimes in.
Us kickers rarely get the love we deserve.
The guys all laugh, and Adam goes to slap him on the back of the head, but Tim ducks at the last minute. I feel Josh's arm snake around my waist and pull me into him. The possessiveness of the action has my stomach swooping, making my knees weak. The look in his eyes as his gaze meets mine is pure male ownership.
She won't be doing that anymore, will you, Brie?
He narrows his eyes at me, as if in silent warning, but the smirk on his face takes away the serious nature. Sorry, Tim. Josh made it very clear that wearing anyone but his jersey at home games was a no-go. Then I put my hand to the side of my mouth, away from Josh, and pretend to whisper. He did not, however, say anything about away games. The guys hoot and holler, as Josh laughs at my sassiness.
I guess I need to make sure I'm more clear in the future.
He teases. His eyes are full of mirth. His gaze slides toward my lips, and everyone in the room fades. We are no longer in a room full of 100 students, his team, or my coworkers. It's just him and me. And I desperately want Josh Owens to kiss me. The squeal from the microphone and Principal Monroe's voice snaps me out of the moment, and I pat Josh on the chest as I head back to my seat. Looks like it's showtime. I smile and wave at all of them. Talk to you later. I can feel the heat of Josh's gaze on my back as I walk away. I feel myself burning from the inside out as an entire body blush creeps all the way from my toes to my face. When I reach my seat, I look back over my shoulder and find that he's indeed watching me. The lopsided grin on his face and warm admiration in his eyes has me falling into my seat. My legs shake a bit, and my heart beats double time. I look forward as Principal Monroe calls the guys up to the front of the room. From the kids and teachers, roars erupt as Tim, Adam, Derek, and Josh walk up to the front of the auditorium. I am lost in a haze of emotions, and I barely hear one word that is said the entire time. The only thing I can focus on is Josh, and I realize that I am in danger of falling for him. For real. Tea time. Hey, tea lovers. I am on complete overload with the absolute cuteness of #brioche. Will you just look at the two of them in this picture as Josh shows Brie off to his teammates? Swoon. We all knew this couple would be perfect, but I'm not sure that I actually realized how much. I wait with bated breath, like the rest of Pleasant Hollow, for the next encounter. Till next time, Cammy.
Chapter 14. Josh. Pulling into the parking lot at the team training facility, I'm getting ready for practice and some physical therapy. Though things are going well and I've been cleared for practice, I'm still relegated to wearing a red shirt. I'm only doing basic drills and practicing routes with the goal of keeping my muscle memory fresh. Have you seen the coverage from the presentation yesterday? Finn's excitement is palpable through the phone. This is exactly the type of press we want. Then you and Brie in tea time again is beyond perfect. You two look great together. I'm so glad she agreed to do this. I did see the pictures. Susie made sure of that. Her teasing has gone overboard, and honestly, I'd expect nothing less. It's something we've done since we were little, and both of us live for the opportunity to hold something over the other's head. My mouth lifts into a smile as I think about yesterday. It was everything Finn was hoping it would be. The local media coverage of it has been positive, and seeing the smiles on the kids' faces is always something I live for. But the best part for me was seeing Brie. Most of the time I've spent with Brie throughout my life has been with Susie, and it's always been a bit of a competition between the two of us of who could press the other's buttons more. But with this, it's like we're on the same team, and I have to admit that I'm enjoying it more than I thought I would. I'm glad it meets the Finn standard, I joke. Principal Monroe also mentioned having us participate in a track and field event they do for the kids. It's apparently a day filled with games and competitions. He thought it could be good exposure for the school. I said that you would talk to the team to see if it's possible and then get back to him. Ooh, I love that idea, Finn says enthusiastically. I can see him rubbing his hands from here, and I shake my head. His enthusiasm about his clients' careers is one of the main reasons I decided to hire him, but it still makes me laugh. Let me get on that now. Bye, Josh. I chuckle at Finn's abrupt disconnect. My phone vibrates and I see a text from Susie. My little sister has been driving me absolutely bonkers with all the ribbing about Brie and I. I thought my teammates were bad, but they have nothing on Susie. Not only has she continued sending me tea time updates, but now she's starting to ask when I'm going to stop denying that Brie and I are actually a thing. I'm going to have to reach out to Brie and schedule talking to our families, if only to shut Susie up. Truth is, though, Susie's teasing will probably intensify once she knows. I know if the situation were reversed, I would never let her live this down. Even I can see how crazy fake dating is. But with Brie, it really doesn't feel ridiculous. Must be because we've known each other our entire lives. I push open the door to the locker room and head to my locker to drop off my duffel bag. The room is empty since I'm here pretty early. I wanted to get a head start on my PT with Sean before heading into the film room with the rest of the team. This weekend we have a home game against the Cardinals. I smirk as I imagine Brie wearing my jersey. I can't help but get a bit of pleasure knowing it's something she's going to hate a little. Okay, probably a lot. She's avoided wearing my jersey from the first day I signed with the Mavericks. I recall her making a promise that she'd never wear the jersey of one Joshua Owens, and that she didn't want to support my ego getting any bigger than it already was. Knowing that never will be this week has a warmth spreading through my chest, and I can feel a sense of pride in knowing that everyone will see she's mine. The sense of possessiveness I feel surprises me. Owens, you're here early. Coach's voice breaks through my thoughts. I'm meeting up with Sean for PT in about 10 minutes. I wanted to settle in before heading over. How's the shoulder feeling? Sean tells me that everything looks really good. Good, I respond, thinking about how I can feel my shoulder improving. It's getting stronger every day. Glad to hear that. Coach turns into his office, hits the light, and then closes the door. I grab my water bottle, and just as I'm heading out the door, a few of the guys walk in and start ribbing me about the newest pictures. I hear smooching noises and awes from a few of them, while others are making hearts with their hands. We love you, #brioche, Darius yells in a high-pitched voice. I chuckle at their antics and feel a slight blush creep up my neck. Shaking my head, I keep walking out the door, not wanting to look further into how for the first time in a long time, I'm actually excited about something other than football. Brie. Getting through the ribbing today was harder than I thought it would be. Not because the guys were cruel, but because it was non-stop with the pranks. I'm not sure if it was my teammates who set it all up or if some of the staff were in on it. When I went to the cafeteria for lunch, one of the cooks handed me a plate with some actual brioche and a huge cheese wheel of brie. Training facilities are all about making sure that we get the right amount of food to help our bodies perform at optimal potential. So bread and cheese are rarely on the menu, or at least not as a full meal. After a good laugh, he gave me my actual lunch plate. Next, when I got back to the locker room to shower and change, I walked into a life-size cardboard cutout of Brie and I. She has her hand on my chest and my hand is on her shoulder. It's the picture from tea time of us at the elementary school. Who the heck did this? I asked while laughing. I hear snickers from around the locker room. Johnson then walked up holding a jersey with his number, but the name was customized with #brioche. Through laughter, I let him know flat out that there was no way Brie was wearing that. He proceeded to tell me that it was completely acceptable for away games. Still laughing, I ripped the jersey out of his hand and shoved it in my bag. There is no way Brie is wearing that. None. But she needs to see it. Now in my car heading home, I smile. Even I can appreciate the creativity that everyone put into the events of today. Leave it to a bunch of big burly men to act like teenage boys. It's one of the things I love about my job, if you can call it that, and my teammates. My phone rings, and Susie is announced as the caller. Hey, Suze, what's up?
I've been texting you all day. Are you coming over to dinner tonight? The Woodburys invited us over.
I realize that I haven't checked my phone today. When I give it a quick look, I see a ton of text messages from Brie, Susie, my parents, and Marie. I haven't checked any of my messages. What time is everyone meeting up for dinner?
Last text from Brie's aunt was for 6:30.
She sounds a little too excited about this, and I get an empty pit in my stomach. Brie and I haven't talked yet about what we're going to say to our families. If I'm honest, this part of the arrangement is not something I'm looking forward to. But I guess it's time to tell them what's going on. I'll be there.
Yay!
I can hear her gleefully clapping her hands and I shake my head. I can truthfully say that I never thought my sister would be this happy about me and her best friend dating. Bye, Suze. I hang up and immediately call Brie.
Hello?
The sound of her voice has warmth spreading through my chest and a grin splitting my face. So apparently I missed the ambush of our families arranging dinner tonight.
Yes, you did. I take it you haven't read the text yet?
She groans.
They want to talk.
I laugh at the obvious dread in her voice and find myself wanting to take care of her. Don't worry, I'll do most of the talking.
Really?
I can imagine her eyebrows shooting toward the sky. You're doing this for me. Least I can do is handle telling our families. I'll pick you up at 6 and we can talk about it a bit before we get to Marie's. I assure her.
Thanks, Josh. See you a little later.
When she hangs up, I can't help but feel disappointed at admitting to others that the dating scenario between Brie and I is all for show. I didn't realize until this very moment how much I actually like thinking of Brie as mine. A memory of a 6-year-old Brie bringing me a picture she drew pops into my mind. It was of the two of us holding hands with little hearts. I was 8, so of course I ripped it up and yelled, "Gross!" Girls were not cool, especially not my sister's friends, and I couldn't let any of my friends know that I secretly looked forward to pictures from Brie. Every time Brie would come to visit Marie and Rich with her parents, there would be another drawing. Before ripping them up, I would look at them. She was an awful artist, and I would make fun of them. Brie would always smile at me like her little self knew I wasn't serious. The drawings stopped after her parents died. The idea of telling everyone the truth felt a bit like ripping up those pictures, a ruse to cover up how I really felt, which left me feeling extremely confused. I don't really have feelings for Brie. Do I? Do I care about her? Yes. Would I help her if she was in trouble? Absolutely. But did any of that mean that I actually had romantic feelings about her? Without answering, I shake off the thoughts of how I may feel about Brie and turn on some music to distract myself from thoughts and feelings I'm not ready to look at yet.
Chapter 15. Brie. I walk out of the house and find Josh leaning against his truck with his arms and feet crossed, and my breath catches. He truly is a sight to behold, with his 6'3" frame and broad shoulders. From this distance, it's easy for me to look him over from head to toe, without him knowing. I feel a blush creep up my face, as my thoughts are not quite friend-like. Even though I know everything about the situation is fake, it's bringing back memories of my crush on him. I remember how he would pretend to hate the drawings I did of the two of us, and a smirk slowly creeps across my face. Then again, in high school, Josh was liked by everyone. He was kind, smart, funny, and seriously, the hottest guy in school. When he saw me in the green face mask that Susie insisted we try, I wanted to die of humiliation. To this day, he still brings it up. All of these past feelings are starting to intermingle with the present, leaving me utterly confused. Hey, I smile at him as I subtly wipe my palms down my jeans. My heart is beating 1,000,000 miles a minute.
Hey,
He pushes himself off the truck, and his green eyes sparkle, while his lopsided grin has my stomach join my already racing heart in flip-flops.
are you ready for this?
He asks as he opens the door for me. I guess. As ready as I'll ever be. I blow out a big breath as he closes the door behind me. My eyes track him as he walks around the front of the truck. How do you think everyone is going to react? I ask as he climbs in.
I'm not sure.
He turns the ignition and pulls away from the curb.
They've been acting strange, like they don't believe what I'm telling them.
Aunt Marie and Uncle Rich, too. I feel like there is some inside joke that I'm not in on. I shrug. It's almost like right before Christmas, or the surprise party they threw for me for my 16th birthday.
I remember that. You almost didn't go, and Susie had to tell you what was going on because you were so mad at them.
We laughed together at me having one of my many teenage meltdowns at his house. I was so angry. They were all acting weird, and I was missing my parents. It was a rough time. Josh gives my hand a quick squeeze as I look out the window, feeling tears sting the back of my eyes. I wished my parents could have been there to celebrate that milestone with me. Knowing all the things they will still miss saddens me a bit. You and Susie were amazing, and the party was perfect. As the tightness in my heart releases, I smile at how lucky I am to have my aunt and uncle. They made a really difficult time easier, and never made me feel unwanted or like a burden. I didn't make it easy on them. They handled my anger at the death of my parents, and my overall horrible teens with humor and grace.
So, what's the game plan?
Josh looks at me as we stop at one of the few red lights in Pleasant Hollow. His face is so serious, I burst out laughing. I don't know. This was your agent's idea. Didn't he give you any suggestions on how to talk to our families?
No,
Now Josh is laughing as the light turns green.
he told me not to tell them.
Ah. Why is he your agent again? I narrow my eyes at him.
'Cause he's really good at his job.
Josh shrugs as my mouth drops open.
Usually, anyway.
He adds a bit sheepishly.
Okay, this is the plan. We're just going to tell them everything. About my contract, my shoulder, and Finn's suggestion because of tea time.
I drop my head in my hands.
What?
It all sounds so stupid when you put it like that. I groan. I feel Josh's hand on my shoulder, gently massaging. At the simple touch, I feel goosebumps form on my entire body.
It will be fine.
He says.
Just be prepared for the jokes. It may be something they never let us live down.
Ugh. I bury my face further into my hands. I feel the loss of heat as Josh pulls his hand away, and the truck stops. I look up to see we've reached our destination.
Brie?
Josh says my name quietly, and my stomach swoops when I meet his gaze. The solemn look in his eyes and the soft smile on his lips instantly helps my stomach settle.
It's all going to be fine. Let's go get this over with.
I nod and then get out of the truck. I wait for Josh to walk around before I start walking toward the steps. He gives my hand a gentle squeeze.
It will be fine. I promise.
The confidence in his voice and the look in his eyes has me feeling like there is nothing that Josh Owens can't do. It soothes my nerves and a sense of peace comes over me. Let's do this. The feeling that Josh and I are on the same team is something I never thought I'd see. And yet, it's comfortable.
That's my girl.
He high-fives me, and I chuckle at his childlike attitude. Feeling ready to take on the world, we start up the stairs to his parents' house. When he gives me one last look, I feel my resolve wobble. I blow out a big breath as he holds the door open for me. Here goes nothing. My body is tense as I walk into the scene in front of me. Susie, Dennis, Lynn, my aunt, and my uncle are all sitting in the dining room table talking up a storm. But the storm is more like a whisper.
Hey!
Josh yells to interrupt the conversation. Josh! Lynn rushes up and gives her son a hug. At the same time, Aunt Marie comes over and embraces me. Brie? Lynn focuses her attention on me, and I see a mischievous glint in her eye that has my stomach dropping. How are you, honey? The last time I saw you was over the summer before school started. Yeah, sorry about that. Life's been a bit crazy. Aunt Marie and Josh's mom give each other a look, a smile, and a nod. I widen my eyes and look at Josh. He silently shrugs. Sorry, but we sat down to start without the two of you, Lynn says as she walks back to the table. Grab a seat. I notice that they have Josh and I sitting next to each other. The room has turned heavy with silence, as 5 sets of eyes are intently focused on the two of us. Josh pulls out my chair for me, and then sits down next to me. I am so nervous about our conversation that I haven't been aware of the little things that he's doing, like opening my door or pulling my chair out, until I notice everyone throwing looks at each other while smirking. My heart feels like it's trying to escape my ribcage. I take a sip of the water in front of me, swallow past the lump in my throat, and wipe my hands on my jeans. Have my hands ever been this sweaty in my entire life? My pounding heart is all I hear. I see mouths moving, but can't register what's being said. What? Everyone seems to yell at once, snapping me from my emotional fog. Fake? Susie says incredulously. I obviously missed Josh breaking the news, and their reaction to it is one of obvious disappointment. Wait a second. I jump in, as I realize that they were all excited at the prospect of Josh and I together. Am I correct in assuming that all of you would support Josh and I being in a relationship? Yes, Aunt Marie, Lynn, and Susie say together, while Dennis and Uncle Rich just continue to eat.
We would be happy if it made you happy, honey.
Uncle Rich adds. I smile at him and Dennis, who, at the moment, seem to be the only voices of reason. I look at Josh, and his eyebrows are raised to the sky, and his mouth is hitting the table. I burst out laughing, and then so does he. Can you imagine us? I move my finger between the two of us. Actually, a couple. I struggle to get the words out between breaths. He just shakes his head as he continues to laugh. I wipe a tear from my eye and then look back at Susie, Aunt Marie, and Lynn. Their arms are crossed. Their lips are tight. And they are definitely not finding this as funny as Josh and I. Their looks shake me out of my laughing fit, and I clear my throat. I take another drink of water to wash away the cotton that has filled my mouth.
Hey,
Josh says with his hands up.
I'm sorry if you're all disappointed, but this isn't what it looks like. Tea time made something out of nothing, and Finn decided that the positive attention could help me.
They all look at Josh, and their expressions soften as annoyance is replaced by worry. What are you talking about? Susie asks with an arched eyebrow and a cocked head. She looks to me and then back to Josh. I cast my eyes downward.
I hurt my shoulder and have been benched while it heals.
Josh starts to explain. We've all seen you haven't been playing, Josh. She narrows her eyes and crosses her arms. But what does that have to do with fake dating my best friend? Josh picks up his fork and starts moving the food on his plate around, looking rightly chastised.
You all know it's a contract year.
He glances up and sees them all give a slight nod before continuing.
So far, I haven't heard anything from management, and I've been playing hot-headed. Finn thought that maybe this had something to do with the team not reaching out to him.
Josh, that's ridiculous. Susie rolls her eyes. Before you got hurt, you were the top wide receiver in the league.
Susie?
Dennis says to his daughter.
Let him finish. Thanks, Dad.
Josh gives him a grateful look. Everyone is now focused on Josh with confused looks on their faces.
This is true, but with the injury and the recent penalties, I started to get worried. It's not a big deal if the Mavs don't sign me. Someone else will. But I'd hate not to be able to see everyone.
Dennis and Lynn look at each other, and I see them give each other's hand a squeeze. Susie's expression softens, as if she realizes for the first time what Josh is saying. And then tea time came along with brioche, and Finn hopped on it, Susie says, nodding. It makes sense, actually. You do have a bit of a bad boy reputation on and off the field, and Brie is the consummate good girl. Squeaky clean. Susie. I glare at her. I know she didn't say I was boring, but that's what I heard. What? She retorts. If anyone can make someone look good, it's you, Brie. And I don't mean that in a bad way. You're kind, considerate, and everyone loves you. On top of that, you're an elementary school teacher. Wait, did Finn set up the whole school thing?
Yes.
Josh answers. Brilliant, she chuckles. Okay, now I can see his vision. The tension in the room eases, and I feel my stomach settle a bit, as they all seem to get on board with the current situation. For how long? Susie glances from me to Josh. I look at Josh and shrug.
Haven't thought that far ahead yet.
Josh says, still looking at me. Oh, Susie says. So, you don't have a plan for the breakup yet? Lynn says a bit too enthusiastically. Not yet, I respond. We're kind of just taking it moment by moment. I notice the exchange between Lynn and my aunt, and I feel my stomach start to swirl again. What about kissing? Susie blurts out with a grin, so big I swear her face is going to split. Everyone turns their eyes toward me, and I feel heat creep up my entire body and reach my face. I lift my hands to my cheeks, trying to cool the heat. I mutter.
We decided that only the bare minimum would be necessary.
Josh rushes out. The bare minimum? Aunt Marie asked Josh coyly. Can you explain to us exactly what the bare minimum is? Inquiring minds would like to know before tea time. Everyone starts to chuckle. I start praying that the floor will open up and swallow me whole. I look over at Josh, and for the first time in my entire life, I see him blushing. My mouth drops to the floor, and a laugh bursts out of me.
What?
He glares at me. You're blushing, I say, pointing to his cheek. I've never seen you blush before.
I'm sorry, but I never thought I would be having a conversation with both of our families about us kissing and them wanting details.
My laugh becomes slightly hysterical at the ridiculousness of it all, and Josh just stares at me. Everyone else starts laughing too. Josh is staring at everyone with his eyes wide, and I just laugh harder.
Hey, this isn't that funny.
He mumbles, which only makes me laugh more. I catch his eye, and before long, he's laughing with us. After a few minutes, I look at everyone and smile. So, yeah, Josh and I are temporarily in a fake relationship until we aren't. There will be kissing in public. How much hasn't been discussed yet, but it will happen at some point. I feel the heat creeping back up my face again and hold a finger out to everyone. But we won't be talking about those details with all of you. Mouths all over the table open to speak, but I cut them off. No, I say firmly and put a hand up. We just wanted you to know the truth, because lying didn't feel right. Please don't make anything more out of this situation than it is. I look at each of them individually, then I glance at Josh. If I wasn't already sitting down, I would have fallen from the expression in his eyes. The intensity has me feeling zings all through my body, and I feel the heat start to creep up my face for a third time before taking my eyes away from him. When I look back toward everyone, they are all hyper-focused with the food on their plates. The small grins on all of their faces has my stomach flipping this time, but I brush it off. Well, that didn't go too bad, and our families are on board. For the first time since sitting at the table, I begin to eat the food in front of me. Dennis and Uncle Rich start to talk about Dennis's new yard project, and everyone else falls into easy conversation. I feel Josh squeeze my knee. I glance in his direction with a small smile. Everything is going to be fine. I look up and see Susie is looking at the two of us, and I mouth, "What?" "Nothing," she mouths with a shake of her head and a chuckle. Well, everything will be fine. Except for Susie, who I am sure will be grilling me until this whole thing is over. Susie has never been one to keep her opinions to herself. I smile at how disappointed she's going to ultimately be. Chapter 16. Brie. Dinner the other night went about as well as could be expected. As of today, no one has called asking for more details, including Susie. Seeing that my family likes to ask lots of questions, it's slightly odd, but also comforting. I'm not ready to have someone make me look deeper into the situation. Yeah, it's strange, especially for me. But I'm just being a good friend by helping Josh out. Right? I'm filled with nervous energy. So I grab my jacket and head out for a walk to see if I can calm myself down. The sun is starting to set, and the light is hitting the leaves in a way that makes everything look like a pastel painting. There's a bit of a chill in the air, and the smell of burning wood is lingering in the breeze. I inhale and smile, feeling my nerves starting to calm. I love this time of year. I look down the street and realize that my unplanned walk has led me to Josh's house. His truck is parked in the driveway. I've always found it impressive that even though Josh could pretty much afford any house he wanted, he bought a house in Pleasant Hollow. I smile as I walk up his stairs and knock on the door without thinking. This is actually the first time I've ever come to his house without Susie, and I suddenly feel shy at coming over unannounced. I think about walking away, but that would be silly after I already knocked. My heart starts to race just as the door opens.
Brie?
Josh says as he answers the door. His smile is quizzical as he looks at me.
Is everything okay?
Hey, everything's fine. The smile on my face wobbles. I was out for a walk and somehow found myself here. Do you want to join me? I feel like we have some stuff to iron out a bit more.
You know you could have just called, right?
The teasing look in his face is one that I've wanted to smack off so many times in the past. And tonight is no different. But he's right. I could have just called. I shrug. Me being here is a surprise to me, too. No worries. I'll give you a call later. I smile and wave, then turn back toward the stairs when his voice stops me.
Wait 1 sec. Let me grab a sweatshirt.
I feel the corners of my lips curve up. Okay. I lean against the banister to wait. A few seconds later, he reappears, putting on a sweatshirt and closes the door behind him. I push off the banister and start down the steps with Josh beside me. Even though my entire body is aware of the man next to me, we walk in a comfortable silence. I don't think I remember my senses being this heightened, while at the same time relaxed. It's a strange feeling.
So,
Josh breaks the silence.
dinner didn't go too bad last night.
That depends on your definition of too bad. I mean, being grilled in front of our entire families about us kissing was a bit embarrassing. We both chuckle, and I notice him lift his hand to the back of his neck. His red face pops into my mind and a bigger laugh escapes.
What?
He turns his body and walks backward, facing me. Nothing, I say as I laugh again.
Okay, Miss Brienne Woodbury. Tell me what you're laughing about.
I meet his gaze and all thoughts flee my head. His eyes are the perfect shade of green. Before I can stop myself, my eyes drop to his lips.
Come on, tell me.
I shift my gaze back to his and notice the teasing glint is replaced by something else that makes my stomach swoop. You're blushing. I giggle again. I've never seen you blush like that before. It was adorable. The words are out of my mouth before I can stop them. Josh abruptly stops walking, and I nearly run into his chest. I feel his hands on my upper arms as he steadies me.
Adorable, huh?
He says, with a lopsided grin. How could I have never noticed how sexy that grin is before? He drops his arms and shifts himself back to my side to start moving forward again, thankfully interrupting thoughts I shouldn't be thinking. This situation is weird, isn't it? I try to change the topic. I see him shrug from the corner of my eye.
Fake dating is very weird.
He nods in agreement.
Our family's reactions were even weirder.
I know. I think back to what felt like disappointment when they found out it was all a ruse. I'm still a bit taken back by it,
They made some valid points, though.
he says sheepishly. The corner of my lips lift again. I like this side of Josh Owens. I like getting to see part of the big, confident football player that no one sees. It makes me feel special. Which part? I ask, thinking about all the different things they said.
The kissing.
He clears his throat.
We need to iron out the details on the kissing. You know, the when, where, how much, how little.
I can't help it. I laugh,
I'm serious.
he says. I know, and you're right. The way you said all of that was just so technical. This time he laughs with me.
Well, then how about you go ahead and tell me how much you'd like to kiss me?
His tone is joking, yet serious. No, I think I'll let you decide that. I mean, after all, it was your agent's idea. He suddenly stops, and I turn around to look at him. One eyebrow is arched, and his head is cocked. What?
Who are you, and what have you done with the girl who has to make sure she knows exactly what's happening and when?
That girl left the building when she said yes to your crazy plan. I laugh and reach my arm back toward him. Come on. He walks up to meet me and grabs my hand. It's my turn to stop and look at him. That lopsided grin is back, and my heart flips.
If I'm the one making all the decisions about this, then I think hand-holding on a walk is something a real couple would do.
I stare at him and he laughs. He entwines my fingers with his and gives me a slight tug.
Come on. It's not a walk if you're not moving.
As my feet seem to move on their own, I can't help but laugh at that.
Okay, so let's talk about our first official date.
I look at him with an eyebrow raised.
Fake date. I meant to say first official fake date.
You had me worried there for a second, Owens. I tease. So, what are you thinking for our first official fake date?
A full display at Rocco's.
He says.
Plan for me to pick you up next Friday at 6. Make sure that you wear something date appropriate. We want people to believe that you actually care what I think.
I slap him on the arm and laugh. It's not like I've never been on a date before.
I know, but I've never seen how you dress for them, and I'm just making sure you dress a bit more, nicer.
I gasp and he drops my hand and runs in front of me before I can hit him. I'm still laughing when I notice that we made it full circle back to his house. He's standing by his truck with the door open.
It's getting dark. I'll drive you home.
I smile at him as I climb into the passenger seat. Before he closes the door, he leans in and gives me a kiss on the cheek. My eyes widen, and every nerve ending in my body fires to life. I feel heat creeping up my face.
In case anyone's watching.
He whispers in my ear, and then closes the door. My stomach swoops, and I can still feel the heat from his lips on my cheek as I watch him walk around the truck. When he climbs in, he has a roguish smile on his face, and he wiggles his eyebrows at me. I laugh as we pull out of the driveway. I am having way too much fun with my best friend's brother. And if I'm not careful, I won't want it to stop. Tea time. Aww. Sorry for my lack of greeting, but I just can't with these new pictures. If you're not having the same reaction to #brioche out for an evening stroll, then you're not as romantic as you thought you were. The teasing, the smiles, it's all the makings of a whirlwind romance, and we get to watch it unfold. I wonder when hashtag brioche will make their next appearance. Hopefully they don't make us wait too long. I don't know about you, but I can't think about anything else. Till next time, tea drinkers. Cammy.
Chapter 17. Josh. I pull up to Brie's house and grab the peonies I picked up at the florist on the way here. I was waiting for Brenda to tease me with the smirk she was wearing. Thankfully, she didn't. She did, however, tell me to let Brie know she said hello. I could feel the heat creeping up my face as I headed out with a wave. When I go to grab the flowers sitting on the seat, I notice my hand shaking a little. I hold it steady and will my heart to slow its sprint. I'm a professional football player. If I know how to do anything on a moment's notice, it's focus. This is just Brie and I going out to dinner. It's nothing we haven't done before in the past, even if there were other people with us. We've eaten out in public together. It's just two friends, someone I've known almost my entire life, going out to eat. No big deal. Yeah, that's not working. I can't deny the fact that I've been enjoying the time I spend with Brie more every second. I find myself thinking about her often, and not just because the guys keep teasing me. I've always enjoyed being around Brie. She's funny, kind, and keeps me on my toes with her wit. On top of that, I have always liked Brie. Susie wasn't wrong that day when she called me out about being anxious that Brie might be interested in Adam. At least our fake dating means that she'll be permanently off limits to all the boys. I was asking both questions. Was Susie interested, and did she think Brie was interested? I just wasn't admitting it to her or myself. Now, the more this fake dating goes on, I can't help but wonder if my feelings are just because of the ruse or because there's something more. I shake off my thoughts and knock on Brie's door. I have to do everything I can to keep my mouth from falling to the ground when the door opens. She looks absolutely stunning. Her hair is left down with loose curls and she's wearing a navy blue dress. The color brightens her skin and she glows. I can't stop myself from running my eyes over her from head to toe.
Did I pass the Josh Owens date outfit test?
Her eyes dance as she teases me. I clear my throat and pray I don't blush again at having been caught admiring her. More than passed. I stand there like an idiot without saying anything else. I'm left rendered utterly speechless by the woman standing in front of me.
Are those for me, or did you bring yourself flowers?
Oh, yeah. I stiffly shove the flowers at her. For you. Peonies aren't my thing. Brenna says hi. Smooth, Josh. Smooth.
Peonies?
She smiles and looks at the flowers.
The dark pink are my favorite. How did you know?
Her aunt has a slew of peony bushes in front of her house. Brie would always go and pick a couple for her room. I caught her more times than I can count throughout the years. I used to see you pick them whenever the bushes were in bloom. Her look of surprise and pleasure sucker punched me and has my heart trying to break free from the confines of my chest.
You're going all out for this date, I see.
Her smile is like the sun, and it takes my breath away.
Let me put them in water.
I shove my hands in my pockets, not sure how to handle the emotions that are rising up, that have been rising up. I push them down. Ready? I ask as she walks out and closes her door behind her.
Yep. You?
You know me, Brie. I'm ready for whatever comes my way. She laughs as I open the car door for her. Unless it's falling for Brie. I'm not sure I'm ready for that. When we get to Rocco's, it's a full house, and as the bell rings in our entry, all eyes are on us. I chuckle under my breath as stunned silence suddenly becomes a murmur of conversation with stolen glances in our direction. How are you? Are you okay being in the spotlight? I whisper in Brie's ear and rest my hand on her back. To everyone watching, it probably looks like an intimate lover's moment. When Brie doesn't respond, I look at her face and see a wobbly smile. Brie, look at me. I put my thumb on her chin and turn her face toward me. Look at me, I say again when she doesn't meet my gaze. Finally, she looks up at me, and I see the fear in her eyes start to fade. It's just me and you. Nobody else. We're just going to have dinner. I say for her ears only, and watch one of her bright Brienne Woodbury smiles break across her face as she relaxes. I'm stunned for a moment at the beauty in front of me. All I want to do is lean in and kiss her.
You're right.
She takes a step forward to the hostess stand.
Hey, Maria. How are you?
Maria is one of the local high school students who works here on the weekends. Her mouth is to the floor as she looks at Brie.
A table for two?
She asks, and snaps her mouth shut as if just realizing she was gaping. That would be great, I respond with a smile, while still watching Brie out the corner of my eye. Thank you. Maria grabs 2 menus and leads us over to a table that is in the center of the room.
Here you go.
She says, placing the menus on the plate settings.
Thanks, Maria.
Brie says as I pull out her chair for her. Nothing like feeling like a fish in a fishbowl, I whisper to her as she sits. She lets out a chuckle.
Looks like we are on full display for everyone here.
Her eyes are bright and the color on her face makes her look breathtaking. Once again, I am caught off guard by the way she's affecting me. Shall we give them a show? I ask quietly as I pick up the menu and pretend to look at it, trying to distract myself from the beautiful woman sitting across the table from me. I look up at her and for a moment see the panic again. I grab her hand and give it a gentle squeeze. We're just having fun. This is nothing that you and I haven't done before. People are just assuming something about us. The look in her eyes changes and she gets serious.
Is this what your life is like? People staring at you wherever you go?
Not usually at Rocco's, no. I laugh and lean in, trying to keep our conversation private. But when I'm out of town or more by the stadium, yes. She squeezes my hand back, and I realize I never want to let hers go.
I never really thought about what being a professional football player would be like.
Eyes on you and whispers behind hands is pretty typical. You get used to it. I let go of her hand and pick up my menu again, with an attempt to change the topic. Living in the spotlight isn't always easy, and I find myself worried about what Brie's thinking and feeling. I remind myself the situation is only temporary, and not to worry about how Brie would handle this long term. My stomach dips at the thought. Do you know what you want to eat?
I see what you did there.
I look up to find Brie grinning at me.
Of course I know what I want. It's Rocco's. I'll get my usual.
Ah, yes, the chicken franchise. Her eyes widen and I laugh. Will you please stop acting like we've never eaten dinner together? You rave when your aunt makes that for us.
It's not that.
She murmurs, glancing down at her menu, a pleased smile on her face.
It's that you pay attention and remember the things I like. That surprises me.
Her words catch me off guard. Doesn't everyone pay attention to things their friends like? I mean, yeah, I know she likes peonies and chicken franchise. Is that really such a big deal?
Can I get you something to drink?
Our waitress asks. It's Maria again.
Wearing 2 hats tonight?
Brie asks with a chuckle.
Yeah. Seems like we're a little extra busy tonight.
She waggles her eyebrows and both of us laugh. Sorry about that. I smile at her.
Oh, no.
She waves her hand.
Rocco's is over the moon for the publicity he's going to get from you two choosing to have dinner here.
Awesome. As for our drinks, can I get water with lemon and Brie will have a glass of white wine with water on the side? Again, Brie looks at me with surprise. If this were a real date, I'd be getting so many brownie points. And for dinner, I'd like the eggplant parmesan, and Brie will have the chicken franchise.
What type of pasta?
Penne for both of us, please. Is that good? I meet Brie's intense gaze as she looks at me like she's seeing me for the first time.
Perfect.
She says with narrowed eyes, and hands her menu to Maria with a smile.
Thank you, Maria. I'll be right back with your drinks.
What? I exclaim when Brie continues staring at me with that look. She shakes her head and glances around the restaurant.
Wow. Maria wasn't kidding.
Every table in the place is taken, and it looks like there are people waiting for seats. She looks back at me and winks. My heart skips a beat.
Looks like you draw a crowd.
I reach out, grab her hand, and turn it over, palm facing up. Before stopping to think about what I'm doing, I look directly in her eyes, lean down, and place a kiss right in the middle. I feel her pulse speed up with my thumb on her wrist. I'm pretty sure it's not just about me tonight,
You better be careful, Mr. Owens.
she says as a blush creeps up her cheeks.
I might just like this version of you.
I'm pretty sure you like all versions of me, I tease as I let go of her hand and laugh.
And he's back, ladies and gentlemen.
She rolls her eyes and laughs with me. Maria drops off our drinks. Shall we toast? I raise my water, and she raises her glass of wine. To a fun evening with the perfect partner in crime. I take a sip, my gaze fixed on Brie's the entire time. Her eyes are shiny with a mischievous glint. The perfect partner in crime indeed.
Chapter 18. Brie. My palm is still warm from where Josh's lips touched. If this is Josh faking it, I can't even begin to wonder what Josh actually courting someone looks like. My eyes drop to his lips, and I see a slow smile cross his face. Heat starts to creep up my neck, and I look away. I pick up my water to take a sip, attempting to cool myself.
I hope that was okay.
He asks. Of course, I squeak out and clear my throat. When I opened my door tonight and saw him standing there with my favorite flowers, I swore I was going to melt right on the spot. There is no question Josh is attractive. Sweltering hot, actually. Like, make all the fangirls put pictures of him on their screensaver hot. But the look on his face when I opened my door made my heart flip. I've known Josh forever, and I've seen him in all different forms. But I don't think I've ever seen a nervous Josh Owens standing in front of me looking speechless. It was the most endearing thing I think I've ever seen. Well, minus my students giving Valentine's Day cards to someone they actually like, but pretty dang close. Now sitting across from him, feeling the heat on my palm where his lips touched, everyone in the room starts to fade. It's as if the entire room is out of focus, and for the first time that night, I don't notice anyone staring at us. In fact, the only thing I see is Josh. Here you go, Brie. Josh. Enjoy. Our waitress picks just that moment to interrupt, placing our meals in front of us. I reluctantly drag my eyes away from Josh and focus on Maria. Thank you so much. This looks amazing. Maria's smile seems a bit overly bright as she walks away, but I don't put too much into it. A quick glance around and I see the same look on everyone else's faces. I whisper to Josh, I don't know that I've ever seen people this excited except at a sporting event in town. It's like they're all watching us waiting for the next play.
They are,
Josh replies as he takes his first bite of his dinner and moans.
Rocco makes the best eggplant parmesan.
Now, this Josh? I know. It's the one who loves his meals. I give a small laugh as I pick up my knife and cut into my food. Once the chicken francese hits my tongue, I do exactly the same thing. Dinner is beyond delicious.
How is it that I forget how good Rocco's food is?
He shakes his head as he fills his mouth with another bite. I chuckle. Hungry?
Starving.
He says, digging in.
Between practice and PT, I forgot to grab my midday snack.
The amount of calories you guys need to eat always blows my mind. What are you up to now?
5,000 to 6,000.
My mouth drops open. Wow. I knew it was a lot, but that sounds ridiculous.
Some of the players on the offensive and defensive lines eat up to 10,000.
He throws in.
It just depends on what weight you need to maintain and your level of activity.
Remind me not to make fun of you the next time I see you eating. I tease. How is your shoulder?
Really good.
He replies, rubbing his left shoulder. I wonder if he's even conscious he's doing it.
Sean says that if it all keeps moving like this, I'll probably be able to play in the game against the Colts.
That's great. The Mavs have been missing you on game day. He lifts his gaze to mine, and the smirk on his face is smug.
Miss not seeing me in uniform, Woodbury?
If I had something to throw at him, I would. And yet, the flutters in my stomach, rather than my usual annoyance, catches me off guard. Close games tend to stress me out, I counter. You on the field usually gives us fans a sense of relief.
So you're a fan now?
This time, I throw my napkin at him. He catches it and laughs.
What? Not used to you saying nice things about me.
I always say nice things about you, I say, suddenly serious. I know that I tease Josh a lot, but I would really hate for him to think that I'm constantly criticizing him. His head drops, and when he picks it up, the intensity in his eyes makes my breath hitch.
No, you don't. You're usually ribbing me.
My eyebrows shoot up, and my mouth drops at his tone.
Don't get me wrong, I love every second of our banter. It's just that when you do say something complimentary, I know you mean it.
I stare at the man in front of me, and am blown away by the vulnerability I see in his eyes. I always imagine Josh as this strong, untouchable person who doesn't care what anyone else thinks. Like, there is nothing I could ever say that would bother him. Apparently, I just never paid attention to how what I said affected him. Maybe it's just that he's never let me see it until now. You are one of the most amazing people I know, Josh. I notice a flicker in his gaze at my words. I know I don't say it often, but I admire you. You are kind, considerate, and someone I look up to. If I thought his gaze was intense before, the look he's giving me now makes my heart skip a beat and my stomach swoop.
Thank you, Brie.
He says so quietly and so sincerely that my heart is melting.
That means a lot coming from you.
The sound of glasses shattering brings us both back to the present moment and breaks whatever spell was surrounding us. Anytime, Owens. I offer a shy smile at him, feeling a bit transparent. All of this is feeling way too intimate, and I'm not exactly sure how to handle it. So I change the subject. I guess dinner was good? He looks down at his empty plate and brings his hand to his stomach.
Amazing. Yours?
I look down at my nearly empty plate. Always,
Let's get dessert.
he says, lifting his hand to grab Maria's attention. Before I know it, dinner is cleared and I have a tiramisu and a decaf coffee in front of me. Josh has always had a way of helping people without them feeling like they owe him. And I don't think I've ever been the recipient of this much of Josh Owens' attention. I must admit, I really like it. The silence in the car on the way home is comfortable but charged. I know that we talked about all the guidelines with regards to PDA, and yet we never talked about when a kiss would happen. Everything that happened at dinner was all above board, and enough to get people to believe that this relationship is real. But what's going to happen when he walks me to my door? What do I want to have happen? I wipe my palms on my skirt and break the silence. So, I force the words past a tight throat. I think everyone in the restaurant was fully convinced we're dating.
If the whispers and smiles were any indication, I'd have to agree with you.
I look over and see his grin.
I wonder how long before tea time has something to say.
I'm surprised we haven't gotten an update from Susie already. She seems like our biggest fan. I laugh.
Yeah, she's enjoying this a bit too much, isn't she?
Just a bit. I laugh. She's having the time of her life. As we turn down my street, Susie's comment about kissing pops into my head. I suddenly find it hard to swallow. I look over at Josh's profile and find my eyes dropping to his lips. Do I want to kiss Josh? Well, that's a silly question, Brie. My inner voice chides. Okay, fine. Can I kiss Josh Owens? My inner dialogue is interrupted as I feel the car stop and Josh takes the keys out of the ignition. I let myself out and walk around the truck. When I reach Josh, I stop in front of him. He clears his throat.
So,
He clears his throat again, and I find a smile crawl across my face at his obvious nervousness.
normally, if I've had a good date, I would kiss the person. What is your normal routine?
A laugh escapes before I can catch it.
What?
He stares at me. Sorry, I don't have a normal routine.
Oh, well, in that case, what are your thoughts on a kiss goodnight?
When I don't respond right away, he starts talking quickly.
I guess you don't have any.
I have some, I say a little too quickly, and I mentally smack my forehead.
You do you?
He needles.
Do tell, Miss Woodbury.
I turn and start walking slowly toward the porch. I feel Josh move alongside me. I'm thinking that after a good first date, a kiss might or might not be appropriate. I can see him nod out of the corner of my eye, a small grin on his face. I'm not sure where the fake dating kiss falls, though. Maybe we should only kiss when people are watching,
Good point.
he says. But then again, someone from tea time always seems to be watching, I find myself saying. So maybe we should kiss.
Chapter 19. Josh. What she says has me nearly falling on my face. If her words didn't shock me, nearly tripping would because I never trip. I stare at Brie with my mouth hanging open.
Did you trip? Are you okay?
She asks, concern and surprise in her voice. It was the rock monster. I snap my mouth shut and try to cover my clumsiness with a joke.
Ah, yes. The rock monster. Gotta be careful or he'll get you every time.
She chuckles, talking to me like I'm one of her students. She grabs my arm and tries to get me walking forward again, but my feet are like lead. She turns to look at me, and I see confusion written all over her face, which is quickly replaced by embarrassment.
But if you're not comfortable with that, we can totally skip it.
I'm okay, I repeat as I finally get my feet to move, and a chuckle falls from my lips as they curve into a smile. And I'm okay with that too.
Okay? With what?
Kissing. I'm okay with kissing. It's her turn to suddenly stop and look at me with wide eyes. I gently grab her hand and continue walking up the walkway to her porch. When we reach the front door, I slowly let go of her hand. Brie stops in front of her door and turns to face me, a shy smile on her face, and I stop breathing. Wow, she's beautiful. The porch light is shining behind her and bathing her in soft light. Of their own accord, my eyes drop to her lips, and as if I'm being pulled by an invisible cord, I take a step toward her and place my hand on her waist. I feel a tiny shiver go through her, and I stop. I lift my eyes to hers, and her sparkling gaze meets mine. Are you sure about this? I ask, knowing that once we do this, things will be different. I want to make sure that she's really okay with that. Her eyes drop to my lips, and I notice her almost imperceptible nod. With that slight movement of approval, I cup her face with my other hand and gently pull her toward me. Right before our lips touch, I pause. I try to remind myself that this is all for show, but right now, none of it feels fake. I hesitate for 1 second more before dismissing any lingering thoughts or concerns, and in that hesitation, Brie leans forward and our lips touch. She places her hands on my chest, and with that, something inside of me snaps, and I completely lose myself in the kiss. In Brie, I snake my arm fully around her waist and pull her close. Our bodies are pressed flush against each other. My other hand wraps to the back of her head, pulling her closer, deepening the kiss. I hear her breath catch, and any last rational thought of what I'm doing completely flees. The only thing that matters is right here and now. Brie, and her lips on mine. My heart is pounding so loudly I can hear it in my ears. I faintly hear a car door close, and I am brought back to the sounds happening around me. At the intrusion, I slowly end the kiss, lingering for a second before loosening my grip and taking a small step back. As I move, I feel Brie's body follow mine, and a small smile creeps on my face. I let out a shaky breath. My one hand is still cupping her face, and the other is on her waist. I'm reluctant to fully move away, and I lean my forehead against hers. "Whoa," I whisper. Did she feel that? I swear time just stopped. As my racing heart starts to calm, I take a deep breath and exhale. I feel her shiver. "Are you cold?" I pull back and start rubbing her arms. She smiles at me, and my hands stop moving as I find myself wanting to kiss her again.
I'm not cold,
She says, not meeting my eyes.
but I should probably head in.
Probably a good idea, I say while at the same time not wanting her to go. My hands linger on her arms as I just stare at her. I slide my hands down her arms and squeeze before dropping mine to my side. "Thank you for a fun night." She looks up at me, and her brown eyes are like hot chocolate, warm and inviting. I feel a bit like a marshmallow, melting from the outside in.
It was surprisingly fun, Mr. Owens. Thank you.
She grabs her keys from her purse but doesn't turn around. After I've stared at her for what seems like forever, I make myself turn around and head toward the stairs. Right before I start walking down, I take hold of the railing and stop to look over my shoulder to find her watching me with a small smile on her face. "I'll talk to you tomorrow,"
Tomorrow.
she parrots, giving a small wave of her hand. I jog down the steps and walk to my truck. I open the door and stop to look over my shoulder and see her walking into her house. Before she closes the door, she looks at me and gives me one last smile and wave. I wave back and watch until the doors close and the porch light goes off. I get in, start the engine, but don't pull away immediately. That was probably the best day I've ever had, and it was all fake. Or was it? I shake myself out of it, pull away from the curb, and head home. When I pull into the driveway, I check my phone for the first time all night. There are 20 alerts, and I groan. Not only are my family and agent getting in on this, but so are my teammates. I read Finn's first, thinking it will be the one with the least amount of teasing since he's a professional. Finn: "Wow! These pictures are fantastic!" Link to tea time.
Susie. Oh my gosh, Josh! Susie. You two might want to act a bit more like hashtag brioche isn't so real.
I rub the back of my neck and let out a little laugh. I slowly shake my head at my sister's texts, but at the same time I'm starting to think she just might have been right all along. I let out a long breath, brush off the thought, and read the next group of texts from the guys. Adam: "Dude." Darius: "Hashtag brioche rocks." Tim: "You kicked that one straight through the uprights." That wasn't too bad. In fact, it was pretty tame considering what they could have said. At the thought that they will probably get me tomorrow as we head to the game, I feel my stomach tighten. I rub my hand up and down my face. Now on to my parents.
Mom. Aw, you two look so cute together. Are you sure you're just pretending?
Dad. Hashtag Brioche definitely put on the show for the town tonight. It's all anyone was talking about at the Rotary Club. At my dad's text, I actually laugh out loud. The Rotary Club? Really? I start to close my phone when I see a new alert from Brie. My heart stutters, and a slow smile crosses my face.
Brie. How many texts do you have? Brie. I just put my phone on Do Not Disturb. Brie. Susie is texting me non-stop.
Me. It's crazy over here, too. Me. I have my parents, sister, agent, and teammates all texting. Me. I haven't responded yet.
Brie. Me either. I'm going to wait until tomorrow. Brie. Thanks again, Josh.
I anxiously wait for whatever message she's typing, but it never comes. Me. Good night, Brie.
Brie. Good night, Josh.
I have a smile that is glued to my face and won't leave. When I walk into the house, I put my keys and phone down. I need to process everything about tonight without anyone else's input. That was probably the best day I've ever been on. But it wasn't really a date. Was it? I dismiss the thought as I head into my room, get out of my clothes, and slip into a pair of sweats and a white t-shirt. I grab some water in the kitchen before walking into the living room. I lounge out on the couch and put on the sports news. Hockey season is just getting started, and they're talking about the games. I'm not really paying attention because I'm still reliving that kiss. I absently get up and grab my phone, then come back and sit on the couch. I ignore all of the new messages from my sister and Adam and go directly to Brie's. I smile as I reread her texts. I lean my head back against the couch and let the evening replay in my mind. Every single moment of it. I turn off the TV and head to bed. I have an early start tomorrow, and then another game. I need to get some rest. But once I put my head on the pillow, I know that it's going to be nearly impossible for me to get any sleep tonight, if the play-by-play in my head is any indication.
Chapter 20. Brie. I lean back against the door and take a deep breath. I bury my face in my hands and do a little dance with a squeal. I just kissed Josh Owens. Oh, my Josh. I cover my mouth and laugh as Susie's saying pops into my head. Except this time I don't roll my eyes. Because, seriously. Oh my Josh. When his lips touched mine, my knees turned to jelly. I put my hands on his chest to keep from falling. What I wasn't expecting is how hard his chest is. I mean, yeah, he's an athlete and in amazing shape. But still, who thought muscles could be that defined? Tonight was probably the best date that I've ever been on. It was comfortable and easy. Josh was attentive and perfect. The way he knew everything about what I would like from dinner to drinks, how he asked before just ordering was perfect. It was perfect. He was perfect. The kiss was perfect. It was all perfect. I slapped my palm to my forehead. It was perfect and fake. I push myself off the door and hang up my coat, purse, and put my phone down. The thrill of the entire night is dampened by the reminder of what Josh and I are actually doing. I am helping him improve his reputation. We are not really dating. No matter how real all of that felt tonight. I sigh and head to the kitchen, pull out a cup, grab my lavender tea bag and turn on the kettle. Then I head to my room and pull out my favorite pair of comfy pajamas. I hear the kettle boiling and get my tea ready. While I'm waiting for the tea bag to steep, I check my phone. 15 messages? What the heck? Susie. Oh my gosh, Josh! I laugh out loud and shake my head, smiling. Great minds. Susie. You two might want to act a bit more like #brioche isn't so real. The next ones are just to me. Susie. Are you sure this is fake? Those pictures. Wow. Come on, Brie. You know you can tell me anything. You can't avoid me forever. I can tell her anything. But right now, I'm not sure what to say. The biggest emotion I feel is confusion and uncertainty about all of this. I've known Josh forever. Is it possible that that's what makes this easy and comfortable? My palm starts to tingle as I recall his lips there. My chest tightens. I don't know what any of this means, and I don't have an answer for her. The smell of lavender from my tea surrounds me as I take a sip. The warmth from it fills me and relaxes the tension in my muscles. It spreads from my belly throughout my entire body. I look down and see more texts from her, but close out that text string and move on to the ones from my aunt and uncle. Aunt Marie, you two look absolutely adorable together. A smile crawls over my face at my aunt's words, but I roll by them in my mind and move on to the one from Uncle Rich.
Uncle Rich, I was famous at the club tonight. You and Josh were the topic of conversation.
Uncle Rich is an active member at the Rotary Club in Pleasant Hollow. He's taught me so much about why community is important and that taking care of each other is why we are here. I feel heat creep up my face, knowing that Josh and I are the topic of everyone's conversation. Not just at Rocco's, but for the entire town. I pull up Josh's name and send him some texts about everyone texting me. He responds immediately, and my body tingles from head to toe. My face is stretched from ear to ear with a smile as I read his messages and laugh. This entire situation is crazy. I shake my head and chuckle. I feel an overwhelming urge to ask him if he felt the same way I did tonight. Was this the best date he's ever had? Did it feel perfect to him? What about that kiss? I type the words and erase them multiple times before deciding not to send. I'm not ready to have the answers to the questions. What if he says no? My stomach drops at the thought. Brie, this is just a fake arrangement. You're helping him. That's all this is. Remember that. These thoughts make my body feel leaden and dampen the elation that I felt the entire night. I pick up my cup from the table and take the last sip of tea. The warmth once again fills me but doesn't quite comfort me. I stare at the text string and see 3 dots before getting a text.
Josh, good night, Brie.
A burst of happiness springs out of my heart, and a lightness fills me, almost replacing the heaviness. I smile. Me. Good night, Josh. I stare at the screen a bit longer, the smile still in place, before I put my phone down. I'm not sure what's happening here, but I know that I can't figure it all out tonight. My logical side kicks in and I remind myself to take it all at face value. It's just like math. Yeah, that's right. I'm just going to keep telling myself that this is just an arrangement that Josh and I made. There isn't anything else to look for. If I keep it simple, then nothing can get confusing. Right? Right? I put my empty cup into the sink and head to bed. I climb in, get comfy, and grab my book off the nightstand. When I realize I've read 3 entire pages and have no clue what they actually said, I let out a huff and put the book down before turning off the light. I fluff my pillow and pull the covers over me. When I close my eyes, the kiss between Josh and I replays in my mind. I groan, pick up my pillow, and cover my face. Falling asleep tonight is not going to be easy. I put my pillow back under my head and start counting backwards from 100. I get through 4 or 500 before I finally fall asleep. The last thing I remember is Josh as he waved at me before he got into his truck, and a small smile crawls upon my lips. My phone keeps buzzing, but I haven't checked any messages yet. I'm determined to keep my life normal for as long as I can and just go get a cup of coffee. It's a brisk morning, but not too cold, so I layer up a bit and head on over to Thanks a Latte. The bell announces my arrival, and everyone in the entire place stops what they're doing and turns to look at me. I don't know that I will ever get used to this attention, but I'm not going to act like I'm doing something wrong. I put on the biggest smile and wave at all of them. "How is everyone today?" I ask loudly. The surprise on most people's faces makes me chuckle. I get some smiles, a few nods, and even a few responses before everyone goes back to chatting amongst each other. I can still hear that the topic of conversation is brioche, and I shake my head. At some point, this has to die down, right? "Hey, Brie!" Rachel greets me with a knowing smile on her lips, and I feel my face heat. Thankfully, she makes ordering easy. "Your usual?" "Hi, Rachel." "Yes, please." She yells the order back before asking me how my date went. I laugh at her. "We both know that tea time gave you a complete scoop." She shrugs and has the decency to look slightly abashed. "Can't blame me for wanting to know from you." I shake my head and grab my drink. "Thanks, Rachel. Have a great day." "Have a great day, everyone." I wave as I walk backwards out the door. I hold the door open for someone coming in and then head back home. I laugh to myself as I think of how much fun everyone is having with this. It's one of the strangest things I've ever experienced. And yet, I can't deny that I'm having just as much fun as them. At first, I was embarrassed by the attention, but now it's like a game. I grew up with these people. They know me and I know them. This is just what Pleasant Hollow does when something exciting is happening. I don't know if I would call me and Josh exciting, and I'm not sure brioche is exciting. But then again, I'm just going to enjoy the...
Brie.
I smile at Josh's voice. I look up and see him jogging toward me. I can't help but admire him as my eyes drift over the solid planes of his muscles. When I finally meet the gleam in his gaze, I find my face heating. He stops in front of me and gives me a kiss on the cheek.
Good morning.
The gruffness of his voice sends little shivers down my spine. Good morning. Aren't you supposed to be doing your final run-through?
Done already. Wanted to get some coffee, so I figured I'd go for a quick jog and then head back to get my stuff together.
Game is at 1 tomorrow, right? My racing heart is not getting the message that my brain is trying to relay a reminder about this all being for show.
Yeah, we're playing the Saints.
The crooked smile he flashes me is so adorable that I fear I will never get my heart to slow down. Well, go get your coffee, and I'll talk to you later.
I'll call you.
He kisses my cheek again before continuing his journey to Thanks a Latte.
You'll be watching, right?
I turn around, continuing to walk backwards. Wouldn't miss it. He puts his hand over his heart and winks at me. This is what being a candle must feel like, because I am literally melting from the heat that is engulfing me. It takes everything in me to turn back around, move my feet, and head back home. What I actually want to do is follow Josh like a puppy. I shake my head at my thoughts and keep walking. Then suddenly my feet just stop. Every part of my being wants to spend time with him. There's no reason we can't walk back together. In fact, doesn't it look more weird if we walk separately? Yes, it does. Walking together will definitely look better. Just before I turn around, I hear my name.
Wait up, I'll walk with you.
I turn to watch him and can't keep the smile from breaking free across my face. The butterflies in my stomach take flight, and I fly a little bit with them. I ignore the nagging voice that sounds a bit like Susie teasing me about falling for her brother. There is no falling going on. At least, that's what I'm going to continue telling myself. I smile at him and slip my arm through his when he catches up to me. We have to make sure that the audience gets a good performance. My heart is pounding, but only because there is always someone watching. Not the fact that I'm touching Josh and all I can think about is that kiss. Yeah, definitely not about that at all. Tea time. The talk of the town is #brioche. From Thanks a Latte all the way to the Rotary Club. That's right, the Rotary Club. And they are just the absolute cutest. The staff and diners at Rocco's were all front and center for the official first date of our own Josh and Brie. To say it was sweet would be an understatement. Josh was the perfect gentleman, and according to my inside source, knew exactly what Brie liked. They said the entire dinner was full of swoon-worthy moments. Their words, not mine. Check out this picture of the two of them walking in together. Look at Josh's face as he holds the door for Brie. Can you say amore? Sigh. Sorry. It's not the best, but Rocco was quite firm that he would kick anyone out who invaded their privacy. I don't have a picture of the end of the night, but if you saw them the Saturday morning after, there is no doubt that there was a kiss involved at the end of the evening. At least, that's what I'm going to believe. Till next time, Cammy.
Chapter 21. Josh. Sean, the team physical therapist, pretty much gave me a clean bill of health. And even though I still need to see Doc tomorrow for the final verdict, my shoulder is feeling really good. If everything goes well, I'll be playing next Sunday instead of standing on the sidelines. The crowd roars as Michael throws a dime to Shaw and he runs it in for a touchdown. I high-five the guys around me and look up where Brie and Susie are sitting. I can't see them, but I know they're there cheering, and I smile. Things with Brie have been going great. Finn is thrilled about the good press from #brioche, and to be honest, so am I. It's nice to be talked about with a positive spin. But to be honest, I'm really enjoying the time spent with Brie, and I look forward to every chance I get to see her or talk. Warmth spreads throughout my chest as I think about her wearing my jersey today. She promised. My heart rate accelerates, and I feel my body vibrate. I tell myself it's just because the Mavericks are winning, but I know that's a very small part of what these feelings are about. It's the final 2 minutes of the fourth quarter, and we're up by 10. These are my favorite types of Sundays. The second stringers are in for the last plays. I walk over to the guys and celebrate the win with them. Next week, Josh. Michaels slaps me on the back. You're back. We still have to see what Doc says, but I can't help but smile wide at his enthusiasm. I slap him on the shoulder and head over to Daniels. The offensive line was perfect. Josh, he yells when he sees me. He gives me a chest bump and a hug. Great game today, I say as we fist bump. If you don't get nominated for the Pro Bowl, it's rigged. He slaps my back and laughs. Well, that's obvious. He smirks and winks at me. I'll see you in the locker room. I want to go talk to the offensive coordinator. You got it. I smile and turn to watch the end of the game. The guys on the field work just as hard as the first stringers, and they deserve the accolades too, even if the game is officially over. Josh, Darius yells. He gives me a high five. How are you feeling? I heard that Sean gave you a clean bill of health. Great game. The D was amazing. I acknowledge his play first. And yes, he did. I'll see the doc first thing Monday. So is Brie in the stadium today with your jersey on? My smile falters a bit. Heat creeps up my face and I clear my throat. I playfully punch him in the arm. Yes, she is. I smirk while he laughs at me. You got it bad, my friend. I shake my head slowly at him, unable to deny it. I do have it bad. I look forward to every moment I spend with her, every text, everything. I look to the field and see our backup quarterback kneel right before the play clock hits 0. This is my favorite play of the game, and the crowd is on fire. Game over. What a game. I follow the guys out on the field as we meet up with the other players. Today we play the Jags. It's Adam's old team and his twin brother Steve still plays for them. I see the two of them exchanging jerseys laughing. I can't even imagine what it would be like to lose to your brother being as competitive as I am. I guess when it's your twin and you've been competing your whole life, it gets easier? I'll have to ask Adam about that later. Hey Steve, great game. I gave him a pat on the shoulder and then turned to Adam. But you, my friend, were magnificent. If not for the two different eye colors of these two, I wouldn't be able to tell them apart. Weirdly, Adam has blue eyes and Steve's are hazel brown. Hey Josh, Steve says as he gives me a slight push with his shoulder before pointing to his brother. Everything he learned was from me. Adam chuckles and smacks his brother playfully on the head. He always tries to take credit when I win. Well, when you're playing offense against the best defender in the league, you have a slightly unfair advantage. Steve winks and Adam laughs. Great seeing you, Steve. Adam, I'll catch up with you in the locker room. What's the rush, Owens? Meeting someone? He teases, and Steve chimes in. Oh, yes, wait. Tell me about this hashtag brioche thing. Do you think she would consider me when she dumps you? She's pretty cute. I'm surprised when a sudden urge to punch the joking look off Steve's face pops up. Whoa, he's only joking with you. I take a deep breath and notice Adam's chest starting to rumble at my response. Sorry, man, but I'm not sure Brie is into players on the defensive side of the line. My voice is a bit sterner than I had intended, and they both laugh at me. Steve looks at his brother and chuckles. Someone's got it bad. He points his finger in my direction. You're not kidding. Adam smirks as he looks at me. I'm not sure if I've ever seen this guy in as good of a mood before dating the first half of brioche. Who thought that bread would make a cute nickname? Steve rolls his eyes and Adam laughs. And that's my cue to leave. I throw my thumb over my shoulder toward the locker room. Great game. See you in the locker room, Adam. Great seeing you again, Steve. I hear the two of them laugh at me as I make a hasty retreat off the field and head to the locker room for all the post-game activities. I quickly forget about their ribbing as my mind focuses on one thing. Brie in my jersey. There is nothing like a locker room filled with a bunch of grown men in professional sports after a win. The atmosphere is electric and the pranks are out of this world. I walk through the group of guys congratulating all of them on a game well played. I notice a few of them smirking at me and talking behind their hands as I leave. Something is up, and I know that whatever it is, I'm going to be the butt of the joke. I inwardly groan. What did these guys do? You wouldn't believe the amount of creativity they have when it comes to needling a person. And honestly, I'm a bit nervous to be on their hit list. Again. When I finally get to my locker, I see a folded t-shirt. I pick it up and burst out laughing. Really? I shake my head at them holding up the shirt that has some brioche bread and a wheel of brie cheese with hashtag brioche on the back. This is weak, kids. Weak. I know you can all do better than that. Johnson yells from somewhere. You think that's all we've got? You just wait. Everyone laughs as I groan and shake my head. I love the camaraderie I have with my teammates, but I do hate being the one on the receiving end. I feel my stomach sour as I remember that I might be in a different locker room next year, surrounded by a bunch of different guys. I shake it off and turn back to my locker. That's the game, I remind myself. I'll have to talk to Adam about this and see what he went through when he was traded to the Mavs. Coach comes in and gathers us around for his post-game talk. I get lost in the energy and let myself enjoy the moment of being here now. There's no reason to worry about things I can't control. I look at the t-shirt again and laugh. Brie's face comes to mind, and I feel my entire body vibrate. Before I can head out, I need to wait for the press conferences to be done. It's one of the team rules. I talk with a few more of the guys about the game before heading to the showers. I may not have played, but you still somehow end up smelling sweaty just by being around the guys on the field. As I'm finishing up changing, I feel a slap on my back. Hey man, it's Adam. Even though we've only known each other a short time, he's become a good friend. You okay? You look a bit off. Yeah, I'm good. Just thinking about the fact that I may not be here next season and it's making me contemplative. I shake my head and let out a low laugh. He laughs at my word choice. Been there. I'm not gonna lie. When I found out I was being traded, I hated it. I was so angry. But this league is full of men just like us who get the game and the business. When you get to another team, the owners, GM, and coach want you, and you get the white glove treatment. You quickly find out that the players feel the same. I listen to every word he's saying, letting it fill me up. Not being re-signed would be my worst nightmare, but I can choose how I handle it. How did you feel leaving your brother? I was wrecked. He snickers, rubbing the back of his neck. We've been playing together since we were 8. When I found out, I took off and didn't tell anyone where I was going. Steve was worried sick, and Finn was calling non-stop. But it's okay now. It all worked out. Better than I could have imagined, actually. Thanks, man, I say sheepishly. Anytime, my friend. Now finish getting dressed. I know you have a pretty girl waiting for you wearing your name. I block the towel he's trying to hit me with and laugh. I get dressed and ready to head out. When I start walking down the hallway toward the locker room exit door, my stomach flutters and my heart starts to race. I open the door to find Susie and Brie standing in their usual spots. I briefly notice Adam talking to Susie and have a moment of surprise that he got out here faster than I did. But my focus quickly shifts to the woman whose back is to me, showing off my name and number. She shifts, and I can see the grin on her face from here, and my mouth splits from ear to ear as I walk toward her. The only thing I can think about is letting everyone in this place know that this woman is mine. I'm not thinking that this isn't real or that we're pretending. All I can feel is warmth spreading through my chest and my heart pounding, trying to escape the confines of my ribcage. Without thinking, I walk over to her and whisper in her ear, "You look good wearing my name." She turns to me with her eyes sparkling and a hint of shyness.
You think?
She asks sheepishly as I start to put my hand around her waist and pull her into me. Her eyes widen. Yeah, I say gruffly, and before I can stop myself, I plant my lips on hers. I can feel her hesitation for a brief second before she wraps her arms around my neck and kisses me back. I pick her off the ground and lose myself in the moment. When I look into her eyes, I can see the same surprise that I'm feeling. The kiss the other night wasn't a one-off, and I feel as befuddled now as I did then. I put her down and whisper, "Thank you." She smiles at me shyly, an adorable blush creeping up her cheeks.
Of course. A deal is a deal. You two are getting very convincing.
Susie whisper laughs, and we both roll our eyes at her. I'll talk to you later, Susie. Adam puts his hand on Susie's shoulder, and she gives him a beaming smile. Josh? Brie? He looks back at Susie and then heads off. What's that all about? I ask my sister, who quickly changes the subject.
Want to talk about what I just saw here?
She gestures between Brie and I, but I quickly shift the topic again, not ready to talk about what just happened, 'cause even I know that wasn't staged. I asked you first, I say, playing the game we used to play as kids. Susie's face turns crimson and I laugh. Didn't see that coming.
How could you not?
Brie asks in mock surprise.
The two of them have been flirting since the first time they met each other. For someone who sees so much, sometimes you're completely blind.
Hey, it's hard to keep up with my sister's love life. I shrug.
Hey!
Susie punches me and I pretend like she actually hurt me.
That's not nice.
Big brothers aren't supposed to be nice. I wink. Tell me more about this. Any plans to be going out in the near future? Do I need to ask what his intentions are?
Josh!
Brie and Susie say at the same time, and then Brie starts dragging me to the car. Well, I continue, enjoying both of their responses. I need to know. They both laugh at me and ignore my question. Brie starts talking about some of the game highlights and I chuckle. I'm not completely oblivious to Adam and Susie, but I guess I wasn't really paying attention. Looks like I need to have a slightly different conversation with my teammate.
Chapter 22. Brie. The look on Josh's face when he sees me in his jersey made every nerve ending in my body tingle. Yeah, I know people use that expression often, but it was the first time I've actually ever experienced it. I could feel the trail his eyes left on each part of my body. My back, my face, my lips. Oh, my lips. When he pulled me against him, my knees went weak, and to say I was surprised would be an understatement. But when his lips touched mine, I couldn't think of anything else except my racing heart. Kissing him back was the most natural thing in the world at that moment. It wasn't until after the kiss that I remembered I was still in the stadium in front of the entire world. I wouldn't take it back, but I know without a doubt that it is going to be in tea time tomorrow. Or maybe later today. For all I know, Cammie already posted it. Whoever she is, she works fast. Josh is still trying to get Susie to talk about Adam, but she keeps bringing the focus back to brioche. Watching them bicker back and forth has always been fun. But today it's Josh and I against Susie. Suze, you know what this is, I say seriously. No, I know what you tell me it is, but I also know what I see and what I've seen forever. You two like each other.
Of course we like each other.
Josh throws in. Huh! Susie jumps on that. That's not what he meant, I chirp. Sure. Just like I don't like Adam. Josh and I both pounce on the opportunity to change the subject. I knew it! We say at the same time. You didn't know anything, I poke him. I've been saying this for weeks, and you've been telling me I'm crazy.
So sue me.
Josh smirks.
I've been a little distracted.
I'd say you have been. We both look at Susie, whose eyes twinkle at the two of us. You know, kissing my best friend and all. My entire body flushes, and heat rises to my face. I look at Josh and see his face is pink too. He clears his throat.
I have a fundraiser at the Colorado Children's Hospital on Wednesday. Do you think you'd be able to come with me?
He meets my eyes in the rearview mirror. As Josh's gaze meets mine, There's a vulnerability that I rarely see, and it tugs at my heart. You know I love children. I'd be happy to go. Susie chuckles from her seat, and we both pretend she's not there.
Awesome. I'll call you later with the details.
He says as he pulls up to the curb in front of my house. Sounds good, I say as I get out of the car. I walk over to Josh's window and lean in. I will talk to you later. Bye, Susie. When I turn to walk toward my house, I can hear Susie yell as Josh starts to pull away. What? No goodbye kiss? I shake my head and laugh, but don't look back as I wave. Instead, I turn my focus to the fact that I will see Josh in just 3 days. A smile stretches across my face, and I skip up my steps and find myself humming "This Kiss" by Faith Hill. I'm decked out in Mavs gear from head to toe when I get into Josh's car on Wednesday afternoon. I close the door behind me, look at him and smile, and lean in to give him a kiss on the cheek. Just in case someone is watching and looking to take pictures. Obviously. You can never be too careful. When I pull back, Josh has a smile stretched from ear to ear, and his green eyes have a teasing glint.
You look like you just stepped out of one of the Mavericks team shops.
When I got home from school today, there was a box with everything in it. I wasn't sure what to wear. I gave him a nervous glance. Is it too much? He glances away from me, a smirk on his face, and pulls away from the curb.
Well, the kids are gonna love it.
I rub my hand over my face and groan.
You look adorable.
He rubs my back to help me relax, and tingles shoot down my spine.
Really?
I look at his profile and marvel at the handsomeness of this man. I have snuck glances at him throughout the years we've known each other. But today I take advantage of the fact that we are alone. My eyes run over his long lashes that I would kill for. His chiseled cheekbones, strong jaw, and full lips.
You need to stop looking at me like that.
He chuckles and glances in my direction.
Or I might start to think that you actually want to be dating me.
I quickly look away and feel heat creep up my face. I laugh to try and diffuse the tension. Sorry. I mumble and stare out the window, looking at the houses we pass on our way to the hospital. I hear Josh's low rumble beside me. But that's the rub, you see. I do like Josh. I always have. Even when I would bicker with him, I knew it wasn't because I hated him. I had too much fun doing it for me to hate him. I think I just always put him in the off-limits category. He was my next-door neighbor, then my best friend's brother, and last, a complete jock. Any feelings, whether I had them or not, didn't matter. Even if I had admitted I liked him, there was no way he would have actually been interested. So I pushed any feelings that I had down. Until now. This entire situation has all those thoughts, ideas, and possibilities that I secretly harbored coming back. According to Susie, though, they weren't so secret. And I'm not the only one who had them. Is it true that Josh has always liked me, too? The car engine stops, and I turn to see Josh getting out of the truck. I pulled the sun visor down and take one last look at myself as Josh opens my door. Are you sure I look okay? I ask sheepishly as I get out. He's standing right in front of me, so I can't move forward. I look up and his bright eyes make my breath catch. He pushes some loose hair behind my ear.
You look better than okay.
he murmurs as he puts out his hand to me. I take it and we start walking into the building.
Seriously, Brie. The kids are the only reason we're here, and they are going to love you. Josh!
Finn greets us excitedly and shakes Josh's hand.
This must be the first half of Brioche. It's so nice to finally meet you.
That would be me. I smile at him. He looks me up and down and chuckles. It's too much, isn't it?
You look great.
He waves away my concerns, and out of the corner of my eye, I see Josh give him a side eye. I fidget with my clothes, feeling uncomfortable.
Remember why you're here with me. It's all about the kids. Don't think of anything else.
Josh whispers in my ear. I look up at him and mouth a silent thank you. I take a deep breath, decide to ignore any looks that might come my way, and follow Josh's lead. Luckily, Finn is the last person to give me any strange looks. Adam and a few of Josh's other teammates welcome me with warm smiles. I see the nurses and parents start bringing kids out. Some of the kids are being pushed out in their beds, others in wheelchairs, while some are well enough to walk out. I feel a sadness overcome me, knowing that some of these kids may not make it through the year. Then I see the players start going up to them and introducing themselves. These big, burly men are all acting like teddy bears, and I suddenly have a new respect for what the team does in organizing these types of events. I had heard Josh talk about them, but experiencing it firsthand is completely different. The joy the kids are feeling surrounds them in a glow of happiness. I can't stop the smile that slowly creeps across my face as I can see the wide smiles on everyone's faces. My eyes automatically search the room for Josh, and I find him watching me. His steady eye contact and smirk make my stomach swoop. His smile widens and he gestures for me to come join him, over by the child and parent he's talking to.
Sam?
Josh says as he guides me to his side, and rests his hand on my lower back.
I'd like you to meet Brie.
Sam's face lights up, and the smile she gives me makes me wish I had sunglasses. I've been following you two in tea time. She claps her hands excitedly, and I let out a small laugh. She gestures for me to come toward her, and I lean in. Though, Brioche is the stupidest nickname. I completely agree, I reply solemnly, while I nod my head. I hear Josh chuckle behind me. Especially when your other nickname is a cheese. After that, everyone laughs, and the sound can be heard bouncing off the walls. I look up at Josh, and the smile falls from my face as the air is knocked out of me. The yearning look in his eyes has me stunned. I exhale, and then put a shaky smile back on my face before glancing back at Sam as she grabs my hand and gently tugs me toward her. Can I come to the wedding? I feel heat creep up my face, and my smile falters again. It's a bit soon for wedding talk, don't you think? I take a peek at Josh and see the look of shock on his face at the audaciousness of this little girl. Then, a huge smile breaks through, and he looks at me and shrugs. My heart flips, and an image of him standing at the end of the church, waiting for me, flashes through my mind. I feel a silly grin come over my face, and my thoughts are interrupted by Sam's voice. Nope. Definitely not too soon to talk about wedding invitations. You are something, little girl. I squeeze her hand and laugh. If there is a wedding, I will make sure that you get an invitation. I bend over to give her a kiss on the cheek and hear her whisper, "When?" I smile at her and feel Josh's hand on my elbow.
We need to let some of the other guys get their chance with you. You know how you're everyone's favorite.
Josh whispers to Sam. Another smile brighter than the sun crosses her face, and I smile in return. "You know I am," she says, and we both chuckle. "It was a pleasure meeting you," I say, looking at Sam and her mother. Josh starts to lead me away when I hear Sam's voice. "I'll keep an eye out for that invitation." I look back at Sam and smile and wave. Josh catches my eye and we both chuckle. The light pressure of his hand on my elbow, sending shockwaves through my body. Surprisingly, at this moment, I can't think of anything I would like more than inviting Sam to my wedding. The smile on my face grows larger, and Josh's eyebrows rise. "So, who are we going to visit next?" Josh smirks at me and lets out a laugh.
Paul, you think Sam was precocious. You just wait.
He pulls me to his side, and I let myself lean into him while wrapping my arm around his waist. I'm pretty sure that I could get used to these types of events with one Mr. Josh Owens. In fact, I'm pretty sure I could get used to having Josh in my life like this permanently.
Chapter 23. Josh. How is it that the more time I spend with Brie, the more I like her? She looks like the biggest fangirl in all that gear, and all I can focus on is how freaking adorable she is. The kids, no surprise, adore her. She has a knack where they're concerned, and with every interaction I get a peek into how she must be with her students. She smiles at one of the kids and my heart stutters as her whole face lights up. I wonder how many of the boys have crushes on her. If she were my teacher, I'd have a crush on her. Heck, who am I kidding? I've always had a crush on her. Spending all this time with her is making me realize that I may have put her in a permanent friend zone, but the crush was always there. She's amazing! Finn pats me on the back. Yeah, she is. I respond with admiration, never taking my eyes off Brie. I can feel Finn's stare, but don't turn to meet his gaze. From the way you're looking at her, I'm not so sure this is fake anymore. I take a deep breath and slowly exhale as the truth of what he says out loud hits me. Nope. Well, well, Finn chuckles. Josh Owens is officially off the market, ladies. I shake my head at his antics, grateful to have him on my side even if he does like to tease me. He gives me another pat on the back with a chuckle before he walks off. Just then, Brie's gaze meets mine, and the gleam in her eyes makes my stomach dip and my heart race like I just ran a marathon. She waves me over and looks back at Olive and her dad. Olive has been beating the odds for a while now, but today I see a tiredness I haven't seen in her eyes before. Hey, Olive. Dan? How are you? I look toward Brie with a crooked grin, give her a kiss on the cheek, and put my hand on her lower back. I see you've met my better half. I look at Olive to see laughter in her eyes.
Yes. We were talking about how ridiculous the nickname Tea Time gave you two is.
I roll my eyes at her and she laughs. I know, right? Why couldn't we get something really cool like Joanne? I waggle my eyebrows and they all burst out laughing. Get it? Joe for Josh and Anne for Brienne.
First off,
Brie slaps me on the stomach and I pretend it hurts.
that's a real name and not fun at all. Second, Olive had a much better one.
She looks at Olive expectantly.
Wowens?
She says sheepishly. I put my finger to my chin, cock my head and pretend to think. Then look at Brie with what I hope is a forlorn expression. It's good, but why are you always first? Everyone laughs at me like I just said the silliest thing in the entire world. I pretend to look even more hurt. Then Olive reaches out, touches my arm and says so sincerely that my heart melts.
Because letting a lady go first is the gentlemanly thing to do. And you are a gentleman.
I feel tears sting the back of my eyes as this little girl, whose time is most likely coming to an end, reaches in and touches my soul. I lean in and give her a kiss on the cheek. You are the absolute best, Olive Jacobs, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. I pull back slightly to meet her eyes, trying to push home my sincerity when she once again gets me with her wit.
I know.
She gently taps my cheek multiple times.
It's about time you recognized it.
I throw my head back and laugh. What can I say? I'm a slow learner,
Tell me about it.
she says, and then looks to Brie.
You've got your work cut out for you. Don't I know it?
Brie responds with a roll of her eyes. Hey! I grab my chest like I was mortally wounded. Looking directly at Brie, I smirk. I think I did pretty darn good on our date. Did you tell her about that? A rosy color pops up in Brie's cheeks. Can she be any more adorable? See? I throw at Olive. That look says it all.
He was pretty good.
Brie looks at me from the corner of her eyes, as the rest of her face takes on the same rosy tint. I put my arm around her shoulder, pull her in and kiss her on the top of her head. Then I hear Olive,
I taught him everything he knows.
she says, with a mischievous glint in her eyes.
He's a good student.
I put my hands up and bow to her. Thank you, O wise one. I bow to your wisdom. Everyone chuckles and I lean in to give Olive another kiss on the cheek. One I fear may be my last. We will see you at our next visit. I catch a glimpse of sadness pass her eyes before it's quickly replaced by a smile on her face.
I'll be here.
She gives me a high five, and I pat Dan on the back. As always, it's been a pleasure visiting with the two of you. Please tell Dana that I said hello. Dan smiles at us and Brie waves. I put my hand around Brie's shoulders, and she leans into me like she has the entire time we've been here.
She's not going to be here next time, is she?
As a lump forms in my throat and I work to push the words past it. I'm not sure. I slowly respond, and give Brie a quick squeeze before dropping my arm. But she definitely looks more tired than the last time I saw her. I feel her eyes inspecting my face, and I force a smile.
You're a good man, Josh Owens,
She says as she stands on her toes to give me a peck on the cheek. When I turn to look at her, the warmth in her eyes makes me stop in my tracks. When she entwines her hand with mine, I feel a rush push throughout my entire body. She turns to face me, grabs my other hand, and starts to pull me forward.
So, who's next?
She asks. Anyone we haven't talked to yet? I shrug, trying to calm my racing heart. You pick. She giggles and turns. As she pulls me with her, I feel a lightness break through the darkness that overcomes me when I know that the kids I get to know and care for won't make it home. It's the hardest part of doing these events. The fact that this woman is with me today, helping me, shows me something I never knew was missing. The gift of being able to share my burdens with someone who is willing to carry some of the weight makes everything a bit lighter. For the first time in my life, I understand what my parents have, and I want it. With Brie. Thank you for coming today, I say to Brie as I pull next to the curb in front of her house and put the truck in park.
I had a really fun time. It's heartbreaking and hopeful all at the same time.
I reach over and pick up her hand, moving it back and forth between mine. I feel her gaze on my face, and I look up to meet it. Her eyes are bright, and she has a crooked grin on her lips that I can't help but stare at. She clears her throat and tries to pull her hand back, but I hold on a bit tighter and move my glance back up to her eyes. Her hand relaxes in mine. I'm glad you did. It's one of my favorite charity events to do. I just wish that I could somehow magically fix all of them, you know? This time she gives my hand a squeeze and lays her other hand on mine. I meet her gaze again to see a softness in her expression that warms my entire body. I let go of her hand and push a strand of her hair behind her ear before resting my hand lightly on her neck. I notice her take a slow, deep breath as her lips part. Brie, I say softly, wanting to confess everything I've been feeling about this fake dating to her. I want to tell her that I like her, that I've always liked her. I want to tell her that I want to try dating for real. She's looking at me with wide eyes. My mouth is suddenly dry, my throat tight, and my heart is pounding so hard I'm sure it's going to escape my chest. I look down and finally push the words past my lips. Susie was right. I look up to her surprised look. I never admit my sister is right, at least not out loud. She laughs, which immediately breaks through the tension, and I smile.
Oh, would she be playing that on repeat if she heard you say those words?
I lean in a bit closer and whisper conspiratorially, which is why we are going to tell her.
Are you asking me to keep a secret from my best friend, Owens?
The teasing glint in her eyes matches the tone of her voice, and I laugh. You mean to tell me you've never kept anything from Susie? Ever? I cork an eyebrow at her.
Well,
Exactly what I thought. I needle her. Since that's the case, you can keep quiet about this one too. She would never let me live it down.
definitely not before she's got her dollar's worth out of it.
Brie chuckles.
So, what was she right about?
The grin on her face makes my heart race. I feel the words getting stuck in my throat. Why is this so hard? I've told girls how I felt before. It was never this difficult. Why can't I just tell her that I like her? I let my hand fall from the side of her neck and see a question in her eyes. It's because it's Brie. If I tell her that I like her, then it changes everything. Our families are not just neighbors. They are like family. She's my sister's best friend, and I've known her my entire life. If I tell her I like her and things don't work out, it will forever be awkward. I feel doubt, warring with the certainty of my feelings. The choice between what I want and what could happen. For the first time in my entire life, I'm not sure what to do. It's a feeling I'm not used to.
Susie was right about what, Josh?
Brie's question interrupts my thoughts. I meet her gaze, and is that hope I see? Is it possible she feels the same way? My heart is pounding in my ears so loud that I can barely hear the words fall from my lips. I like you, Brie. I like you a lot. The smile that splits her face causes my face to respond in kind.
Of course you do.
She gently punches my arm.
I'm pretty amazing.
You are more than amazing, I whisper, and the teasing glint leaves her eyes as she suddenly realizes not just what I'm saying, but what I mean.
Are you being serious right now?
I can hear the pitch of her voice change, and I nod my head. Has a heart attack. I like you. Her mouth drops open, and I can't help but laugh out loud.
If you're being serious, why are you laughing?
I laugh harder at her question. I'm nervous. I laugh when I'm nervous. I push a pretend strand of loose hair behind her ear because I just need to touch her. She stares at me with her mouth open. I can see a million emotions passing through those expressive eyes of hers, and I squeeze her hand again before letting go. She surprises me when she doesn't let go. I look down at our hands and then back up at her face. The smile there nearly has me bursting with excitement. I feel a crooked grin come across my face as I suddenly feel shy.
I like you too, Josh.
She whispers, and my heart starts to race again.
But
My stomach falls at that word and all its implications. But before I can process anything, she pulls my hand toward her and quickly continues.
I think we should really consider if this is us actually liking each other, or if this is just because we're in this current situation, you know?
I can feel the logical Brie getting ready to show up, and I smile at her.
Pretending can sometimes cause emotions that aren't there to come up. Look at all the actors and actresses who think they're in love with their co-stars. I'm a firm believer that that's why relationships of famous people don't last. Look at
Brie! I interrupt her analysis of movie stars and their relationships. Her eyes widen and her mouth drops open. That's not it. I swear. Her adorable mouth forms an O, and I continue. Why do you think I've always picked on you?
Because you really enjoy ribbing people. And that it's a sign that there's someone you consider a friend.
She answers confidently. True, I do thoroughly enjoy it. I respond with a smirk. But it's always been slightly different with you. Your reaction was one that I enjoyed more than anyone else's. So much so that I craved it and went out of my way to antagonize you. She stares at me, eyes wide, and for the first time I think I've left Brienne Woodbury speechless. I did it because I liked you. I always have. I search her face for any sign of understanding and acceptance.
Josh.
She says, looking down. I know I have a reputation of being a player, but it's just that. A reputation. Will you give me a chance to prove to you that I mean what I say? Fear is written all over her face, and I realize for the first time that I've seen that look before. It's one that shows up whenever someone Brie was casually dating wanted to take things to the next level. It's Brie getting ready to run. Look, we are already doing this whole relationship thing. Let's just see where it takes us. No expectations, no pressure. Just us seeing where this goes. Unless you don't want to. Then you can just...
That's not it. It's just scary for me to get too close to anyone since my parents died.
She whispers.
There's always this fear that if I let someone in and really love them, they'll leave.
Oh, Brie. I squeeze her hand as understanding fully dawns on me. Now everything about Brie's relationships makes sense. I didn't ever think about that. You don't talk about them often.
I know.
She fidgets in her seat, her face downturned.
It's not something I really connected to my relationships until recently.
I put my thumb under her chin and lift her face up. Her face is so vulnerable, and fear is apparent in her eyes. I take a deep breath and gently exhale. Look, I do like you, and I would really like to see where this thing between us, I gesture with my hand back and forth, can go. But I want you to feel the same.
I do.
She says, strained. She drops her chin again.
But I'm scared.
I'm scared too. I lift her chin up again. But I'm willing to take the risk with you. Her eyes search mine as if trying to read my mind. I don't look away, even though I feel completely transparent and more vulnerable than I can ever remember feeling.
Okay.
A smile cracks her face. Okay? I respond, smiling from ear to ear.
Okay.
She says with a chuckle. Okay. I blow out a breath, my body sagging as the tension I was holding in my shoulder flees. Great.
Great.
We sit grinning at each other like two kids who have completely lost the ability to communicate. All I want is to kiss this girl, but I don't want to push past what she's comfortable with. I lean in and look into her eyes while I let her decide how to proceed. This feeling of giving up control and vulnerability is not something I am used to. I feel like I am left hanging by a branch with no ground underneath me, until she leans in and touches her lips to mine. Shockwaves run through my body, but I don't do anything as I let Brie dictate the pace. She lifts her hand behind my neck and pulls me closer, deepening the kiss, and everything else fades away. When she starts to pull away, I follow her. She laughs at me and I open my eyes to see the most beautiful creature staring back at me. She gives me a quick peck.
I have to go.
I groan at her words, and she laughs again.
I have to finish grading some homework for school.
Fine. Disappointment drips heavily from that simple word.
You have an away game this weekend, right?
I nod.
Your first game back.
I nod again, my eyes drifting back to her lips. All I want to do is keep kissing her, and it's leaving my brain lacking the ability to form any type of conversation. She moves to get out of the truck, but I grab her arm, lean over to kiss her on the cheek before saying, I'll call you.
I look forward to it.
She smiles at me and gets out of the car. I watch her walk to her house and through the door. I wave as she waves at me. When she closes the door, I pick up my phone. Me. You are the most adorable creature, Brie and Ann. Silly grin emoji.
Brie. You really have to come up with a better nickname, Owens. Brie. I think you're pretty great too.
Me. Good night, Brie.
Brie. Good night.
I start the engine and pull away from Brie's house with a permanent grin on my face. I think of Susie's smug smile and I groan. I hate when my sister gets to tease me. That image is quickly replaced by Brie, and I realize I don't care that Susie was right. I think for the first time, I'm actually glad that she is. She can glow all she wants.
Tea time. Hashtag Brioche looking all cute and cuddly at the Colorado Children's Hospital. Does Brie look like a total fangirl wearing all of Josh's team's gear? Or what? Those looks, those smiles. Squeak! They are just too adorable. Thank you to our secret undercover agent for snapping all these shots. Just kidding. We got them off the Maverick social media account. Till next time, Cammy. Chapter 24. Brie. Since Wednesday, Josh and I have been in constant communication, and I can't get rid of the silly grin on my face. We decided to keep the fact that we are considering making this real quiet until we both know if what we feel is real, rather than just getting caught up in the part we are playing. My doubts about it are still at the forefront of my mind. But I have to admit that I haven't felt this happy or excited about someone in a really long time. And it scares me so much. I've known Josh for a long time. He's not just my best friend's brother. He's like family. What if things don't work out and I lose him too? Take a breath, Brie. Nothing is set in stone yet. We are just exploring possibilities. Take your foot off the gas. I think about Josh and how he's always been honest and straightforward with me, even at times when I didn't want to hear it. I know he has a reputation, but I've also never seen him be anything but respectful to anyone he was dating. That first year as a professional football player, he did go a bit crazy with the partying and the fame got to his head. But it was pretty short-lived. This comes down to trusting him, Brie. You either trust the Josh you know, or you don't. It's simple. A laugh escapes me. Simple? Nothing about Josh Owens is simple. An image of him at the Colorado Children's Hospital pops into my mind, and my grin returns full force. He was amazing with the kids, the parents, and me. He made me feel so comfortable and at ease in a situation that could have been extremely awkward. Warmth spreads through my chest throughout my entire body, and every part of me feels light. Brie! Susie's voice brings me back to the present moment. You just walked past Thanks a Latte. You are here to grab a coffee, right? My face heats as I look up and see where I am, and I realize she's right. I plant my palm on my forehead and turn around to face her while walking back toward the coffee shop. The grin she's wearing makes my face get hotter, and I try to play it off. I was, thinking about what I'm doing with the kids for next week's classes. Sure you were. Susie mocks me but doesn't push, which I'm grateful for. Susie knows me better than anyone, which has me almost as nervous about her as I am about things with Josh. But she also knows that pushing a subject too hard with me will make me deny it even more. Knowing that, means that she'll be looking for me to say or do anything that could give away my true feelings. Susie and I are playing a game of chess, and right now, she has the upper hand. I take a deep breath and hold the door open for her. We walk in together and get in line. Today is the first time I'm walking into Thanks a Latte, where no one stopped to stare. I guess #brioche is old news. Everyone in Pleasant Hollow thinks we are official. And now, we are just a boring old couple. Official. A lazy grin stretches my face as that word brings me back to my conversation with Josh. What's that look about? Susie chuckles. What look? I counter. Oh, come on, she quips. Can't you just be honest with me? I know, and you know I know. I know you know a lot of things, Suze. You're really smart. I chuckle. I step up to the counter, say hi to Rachel, and then place my order. I hear Susie behind me letting out an exasperated groan, which has me smirking. Maybe she's not completely on her game. I look at the counter to compose my face, then look back up to find her staring at me with wide eyes. What? I ask with raised eyebrows. Ugh! Susie throws her hands up, and I laugh at her. I can't with you two. You're both driving me crazy. I know for a fact that Josh has been driving you crazy for your entire life. Thanks, Rachel. I grab my coffee and turn from the counter, trying not to react to Susie. Teasing her like this is way too much fun. I think I like it. As I'm waiting for Susie to grab her coffee, I notice everyone looking in my direction. The murmurs of the crowd get louder. I furrow my brow, wondering what could have everyone murmuring like that. Then I hear Susie gasp, and I put my hand to my chest. Are you okay? Susie's looking down at her phone, and when she turns to me, her face is pale white. Susie, what? Is it Josh? Your mom or dad? Please, you're scaring me. She takes a deep breath and looks back at her phone. I can hear everyone around me getting angry as whatever Susie is telling me registers. How could he? I hear from somewhere in the building. This is so wrong, I hear another voice say. Susie? I question in a mere whisper. Brie, I'm so sorry, she responds. I'm positive, though, that what this looks like isn't what it is. I know there is no way that Josh... I rip the phone out of her hand before she can finish. My heart feels like it's caught in a vice, and it's trying to break its way through my ribcage. When I see what everyone is looking at, my stomach drops to the floor, and I can't stop the gasp that escapes my mouth. Brie, really, he would never disrespect you this way. My brother is not this person. There has to be an explanation for what this really is. I can't hear her. I don't hear anything except the pounding of my heart, and maybe the sound of a tiny crack as it slowly breaks. I silently hand the phone back to her and start to head toward the exit. Susie doesn't say anything. She just follows me out of the shop. When we're halfway down the block, I feel her hand on my arm. Brie? Suze, it's okay. I'm okay. But even to my ears, my voice rings hollow. This entire thing is fake. He can kiss whoever he wants. Brie, there has to be some explanation. Susie looks me hard in the eyes. I know that Josh cares about you and would never treat you like this. Ever. It has to be fake. You mean like our relationship? I spit out. Susie, stop. It's okay. Really. I'm okay. Josh doesn't owe me anything. This whole thing. I move my hands in a circle, splashing my coffee on the ground. Was just pretend. It was going to end anyway. Looks like it will just be ending sooner than anticipated. Brie. Susie's voice is soft. Talk to me. There's nothing to talk about. I'm okay. It's all okay. My voice cracks. I gotta go. I'll call you later. Tears burn the back of my eyes as I leave Susie staring at my retreating back. I turn to face her as I continue walking backward and give her a shaky smile. I'm fine. I promise. Her raised eyebrow and cocked head tell me she doesn't believe me one bit. I turn away from her and start walking. I have no idea which direction I'm heading or where I'm going. I just need to get away. Get away from this ache in my chest, from the pressure behind my eyes. My entire body is numb, and my hand is clutching my chest. I lift my hand to my cheek and feel wetness. When did I start crying? I feel a hand on my shoulder and turn to see Susie. She puts her arm around me and starts leading me to her car. She helps me get in and then heads to the driver's side. Immediately, she goes to the glove box and pulls out some napkins. I chuckle at the thought that we all keep them there. Then, rather indelicately, I blow my nose. Thank you, I whisper. I got you. Always. She squeezes my hand and starts to drive me home. The last thing I hear is her mumble something that sounds like, I know this isn't what it looks like, but I'm definitely going to kill my brother. I scoff at that. Yep. It's definitely not what it looks like. So, what are we doing later? I ask after I've completely pulled myself together. Susie's eyes widen as my mask is fully in place. She looks forward and puts on a neutral expression. Scrabble? She asks, eyebrows raised. Perfect. Thankfully, Susie doesn't say anything else.
Chapter 25. Josh. So, were you ever going to tell me that you liked my sister? I nudge at him with my elbow and give him what I hope is an annoyed look, but I'm not really bothered at all. Adam is a good guy, and I like him. If this actually becomes something, I think he might be the first of my sister's boyfriends I would like. You know you better not do anything untoward, right? We're walking to the hotel where the Mavs are staying before our game against the Rams. Untoward? Adam laughs at me and gives me a hard pat on the back as we head into the lobby. Did you really just use a big word? Looks like Brie is rubbing off on you in more ways than one. At the mention of her name, a silly grin immediately claims my face. It's been happening since Wednesday. Yeah, I'm completely smitten, and that girl has me feeling like a schoolboy with his very first crush. Hey, I've always used big words. Adam throws back his head and laughs at me. Not since I've known you, which hasn't been very long, I counter. When we get up to the front desk, I thank the receptionist as she hands me my room key. Silly grin still in place. I take a step back and lean against the wall, checking my phone to see if Bree sent any messages. We've been texting and talking back and forth any chance we could get this entire week. I thought I knew Bree, but I've learned things about her that I never would have thought about in these last few days. She's like an onion, and I love every layer that gets peeled back. My heart stutters for a moment as it processes the word that my mind just uttered, and I mentally give myself a facepalm. It's a bit soon to be thinking about the L word, Josh. Or is it? I scoff and shake my head at the internal dialogue I've got going on. I push off the wall, disappointed there isn't anything from Brie, and head over to where Coach is giving his normal check-in speech. Settle in, rest, and then meet up at 7 for dinner. Most people don't realize the coordination that takes place when traveling with 52 players plus staff. It's a project, and though I'm used to it, it never fails to amaze me with how smoothly every away game goes. Did you catch that, Owens? Adam ribs me. My gaze is back on my phone, as if staring at it will magically make a message from Brie appear. I've got it, but thanks for being so concerned, I respond, sliding my phone into my pocket. If only you were this concerned about how I would feel about you dating my sister, we'd be good. Bro, Darius chimes in. Have you not been paying attention to the sparks flying between the two of them? Adam pretends like he can't hear anyone, and my mouth gapes. No, he's been too busy dealing with the sparks flying between him and Brie. Johnson elbows me a few times. So, is Brie wearing my jersey this weekend? It is an away game. All the guys around me laugh, and then they laugh harder at my clenched jaw and hard stare. No. That is all I can get out as the guys let out a collective ooh. Oh, Joshy boy. Michael smacks me on the back and then starts walking backward facing me. You've got it bad for little Miss Cheese. Heat creeps up my face, and the guys hoot and holler at my discomfort. But even I can't help but laugh at them. Sometimes being around big children is really annoying, especially for the butt of their jokes. My silence makes them laugh even harder, getting the attention of the entire team, whose focus is all now completely on me. I love you, Brioche. Someone yells while someone else makes kissing noises. Finally, Coach tells everyone to knock it off and focus, but not before he looks at me and winks. My face gets even hotter. When did I start blushing? This is horrible. I take a few deep breaths, hoping a distraction will turn my face back to its normal shade. But the side glances and smirks people keep giving me is working against me. I love my teammates, but this is going to be 2 very long days. Good thing we have a game to focus on in the near future, and not my love life. Otherwise, I'd never hear the end of it. I glance over at Adam and whisper, We're not done talking about you and Susie. I still need to know what your intentions are. I'm only partially serious. My sister is a big girl who can take care of herself. But that doesn't mean that I won't make sure that anyone she's potentially dating doesn't know I have her back. What kind of big brother would I be if I didn't? I like her, he responds with a silly grin, one I recognize from wearing myself. She's pretty great. I nudge him. Of course she is. She's related to me. I can feel him all but roll his eyes at me, and I laugh. Good, because I'd hate not to be able to like you anymore. That time he does roll his eyes at me. I reach my room and put the key card into the lock. I'll see you at dinner. I throw over my shoulder, just as I open the door and walk in. I put my bag on the bed, check my phone one last time before putting it on the nightstand, and hop in the shower. I'm towel drying my hair when my text alert goes off. My heart leaps, hoping it's Brie. When I get to my phone, I see that Finn has tried calling multiple times and sent a text. Susie has called too, and there are several texts from her as well. I check Finn's first. Finn, kissing anyone I should know about? Thinking emoji. That's a strange question. He knows about Brie and I. Me. You already know. Shrug emoji. My phone immediately starts ringing. It's Finn. Hey, Finn. What's up with that text? I ask, rubbing my wet hair with the towel again. I was hoping you could answer that for me. I have a picture over here that looks like you were kissing someone who isn't Brie. The towel freezes in my hand, and my chest tightens. What? I stutter. That's not possible. What are you talking about? My phone vibrates, and I see a link to Tea Time. I click on it to see a picture of what looks like me kissing someone with dark hair. I panic, wondering if Brie has already seen this. Then I remember all of Susie's calls and texts. Chills run down my spine and my stomach rolls. I don't know who or what this is. Well, it doesn't look good, he says. It's not just on Tea Time. It's everywhere. I gotta go. Josh, we need to… I hang up before he finishes. I need to call Brie. Now. I rub the back of my neck while the phone rings and rings and rings. Finally, I get her voicemail. My heart feels stuck in a vice, and my throat is thick. Brie, it's Josh. Please give me a call when you get this. My voice pleads. I don't know who this woman is or where this was taken, but I do know it isn't what it looks like. Please call me back. I hang up and consider calling until she picks up, but instead, I call my sister.
What's going on?
Her voice is a harsh whisper. Are you with Brie? My heart races. Can you put her on the phone?
No, she's home. But even if I was with her, I wouldn't put her on the phone.
She chastises me.
What the heck is going on?
I put her on speaker and throw on some joggers and a Mavs t-shirt. I don't know, Suze. I collapse on the bed, rub my face with my hand, and blow out a big breath. I don't know where this could have happened or who this person is. I was with Adam the entire time, talking about you. She groans.
Really? Do you have to be such a big brother terror with the guys I date?
I almost smile at that. Can we focus, please? I'm worried sick that Brie thinks this picture is actually what it looks like.
She does. And so does everyone in town. I know you've done dumb things, Joshua.
Oh, my sister is very mad at me.
But I'm hoping I'm right by sticking up for you, because I know how you feel about Brie.
She told you? I ask, my head jerking back.
Ha! I knew it!
I groan at the smugness in her voice.
I didn't need her to tell me because I was right.
Suze, can we gloat later? Right now, I'm sick.
Sorry. We were at Thanks a Latte when we saw the picture.
I cringe and start to rub my hand against my chest. I can't even imagine the humiliation Brie must have felt seeing this picture in front of the whole town. I drop my head and whisper, She must hate me, Suze. Her voice softens.
She's hurt and confused, Josh. Just like all of us. Lucky for you, I'm pretty sure this isn't what it looks like. It's not, right?
No, it's not, I say firmly.
Well, then figure out how to fix it.
I think of Adam. I was with him the entire time. Right. I gotta go talk to your boyfriend and see if he can figure out where we were when this happened.
He's not my...
I hang up before she finishes. If I wasn't so worried about Brie, I would have gotten a nice chuckle out of her response. But I am worried, and I am hoping that Adam can help me figure out what this is. I ignore all the incoming texts and grab my keycard. Running down the hall, I pound on Adam's door. Coming, Adam yells. I pound again. I said I'm coming. Jeez. Josh? He opens the door, and I push my way in. Sure, you can come in, Josh. He's standing with the door open, looking over his shoulder at me. When he sees my expression, his brows furrow. What's wrong? I shove the phone in his face. Do you remember this? Does any of it look familiar as to where this could have possibly happened? Adam takes my phone from me and looks closer. Who is that? Wait, is that at the airport? I take the phone back and look closer at the picture. Normally, the team takes our own flight, and we rarely walk into the airport. But today was one of those days that we needed to so we could get to the team bus. I immediately call Finn. That was at the airport, I say immediately. Then look at Adam, who nods. I was with Adam the entire time. I'm on it, Finn responds. Focus on the game, Josh. And try not to do anything stupid, please. I'll get this cleared up. The call disconnects, and I stand staring at my phone. My heart is heavy when a text alert showing Brie's name pops up. My mouth goes dry, and my heart races as I open it. Her words make my blood run cold.
Chapter 26. Brie. I tossed and turned all night and woke up with a foggy head and a heavy heart. I don't want to believe what I saw in tea time, but they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, right? That picture is definitely telling a story. But is it telling the story that it appears to be? My hand rubs my chest, as I head to the kitchen to make some coffee. There is no way I'm going out today. Oh, dang. I'm having lunch with Aunt Marie and Uncle Rich. Maybe I'll call them and tell them I'm sick. I mean, I am sick, but not sick. I blow out a breath I didn't know I was holding. I'm sure they know what happened, and they are not going to let me hide away, just like they didn't when my parents died. When I pass the kitchen table, I pick up my phone and see a few missed calls and some texts from Josh. My heart pounds, and my stomach drops. Nausea overtakes me. I want to believe Josh wouldn't do something like this, but I can't get through the fear that is overwhelming me. Everything inside of me is telling me to flee. Flee before it hurts more than it does. I know what grief feels like. For most of my life, I've worked to avoid ever feeling the intense emptiness that consumed me with my parents' death by shutting down my emotions before they became too big to handle. It's something I've done with anyone that I could have ever possibly had strong feelings for, unconsciously protecting myself. But I was never guarded with Josh. When I moved to Pleasant Hollow for good, my aunt, uncle, Susie, Josh, and their parents were the ones who helped me grieve after my parents died. They were my safe place, where I could be me with all my feelings. They didn't understand, but they just let me process my feelings. I felt safe with them to feel whatever emotions came up. It was exactly what I needed. Josh and Susie were the perfect duo when it came to making me feel protected. Because of that, my usual self-protection never even batted an eyelash throughout this entire situation with Josh. He was already on my safe-to-trust list. It was easy to get lost in the feelings and relax, something I've never let myself do with anyone else. And now, I remember why. I take a deep breath, hoping to ease the ache in my chest, and slowly walk to the fridge and grab my coffee creamer. The smell of my favorite coffee is not having its usual effect on me, and I feel numb as I go through the motions. I hear my phone ring, and my heart stops. I thought I turned off the ringer. My heart is stuck in my throat and vibrating throughout my entire body as I walk over to look at who's calling. I feel the pressure release as I see Susie's name. Hey, Suze. I put the phone on speaker as I walk back over to get my coffee ready. What's up? What is that noise? Just me adding cream and sugar to my coffee. I see, she says in that I know what you're doing voice that I completely ignore. How are you feeling? I'm not sure how to answer that without caffeine. Rough night? Just then, I hear a knock at my door. Hold on, Suze. Someone's at my door. Remember to look out the window first. It could be a serial killer. I shake my head and laugh at her. Can you please stop reading those real-life crime books? But I do as she says and look out the window first, only to see Susie standing on my porch. I open the door and find her holding out a bag from the bakery on Main Street. I thought you could use some comfort food, she says as she walks into the kitchen and puts the bag on the table. Did you make enough coffee for two? I'm still holding the door open, watching her make herself at home, and I feel the pressure in my chest start to loosen. This is exactly how she got around the wall I put up after my parents died. Susie doesn't ask permission to come into your life. She just assumes she can. she's an ask for forgiveness later type of person. In fact, all of the Owens are. They just have a way about them that makes what could be considered pushy by other people feel like love. It's hard to describe if you've never experienced it, but they will never let someone they care about suffer alone. I experienced it myself when they helped my aunt and uncle. They just always knew when to show up and what to do. Just like Susie is doing now. I am grateful for a best friend who ignores what I want when it's not good for me. Even if it annoys me. Like the fact that when she called me, she had already stopped at the bakery and was on her way to my house. She knew that after yesterday, I wouldn't want to face anyone in town today. "Have you talked to Josh?" she asks, taking a sip of coffee she made for herself. "He called yesterday and sent a few texts." "A few?" She arches a brow. "He sent me what felt like a few thousand." The vice around my heart loosens a bit at the fact that he's reaching out to his sister about me. But I give it a few twists to tighten it back up, just in case it wants to send any messages to my mind about how what this looks like isn't what it is. As much as I believe that Josh would never embarrass me like this, there must be some story behind the picture. The truth is that this situation is reminding me of why I've never let anyone in before. Grief is a pain that takes over your entire life and surrounds you in darkness. It's like a weighted blanket that tries to suffocate you. This situation is giving me a very small taste of what that feeling is like again. There is no way I'm even giving it the possibility of taking root again. Ever. I sent him a text telling him not to worry, that it was all good. I hear Susie gasp, but I don't look up as I continue. We knew this was fake. And it's okay. I'm okay. Brie. Susie reaches out to touch my hand, and I look up at her. In her eyes, I see a gentleness that surrounds me with warmth. Everything will be okay. I promise. I know, I say as I grab a piece of crumb cake, but I'm pretty sure we're talking about two different things. She sees the moment my emotional wall comes up and changes the subject. Her eyes gleam with excitement, and I can't help but chuckle. I'm always impressed with the way Susie can run through emotions so easily. She stands up, turns around, and lifts her hair. I didn't even notice she had on a Maverick jersey. But now I see the name on the back. She turns back to me and claps her hands. Adam sent it to me. So, we are officially wearing his jersey now? I grin at her. That was fast. Was it, though? I mean, come on. She waves a hand in the air dismissively. I've been crushing on him since spring training. I just never thought I'd be able to get through the wall that is my big brother. We both laugh at that. He can be a bit overprotective. A bit? She narrows her eyes at me, and I laugh. Okay, more than a bit. I take a sip of my coffee, but the warmth doesn't provide its usual comfort. Guess it was a good thing he wasn't really paying much attention to the two of you. It was. Indeed. I hear the change in Susie's voice as she realizes where our conversation is leading. It's hard not to talk about Josh. It's been the three of us for a long time. He's always been a part of my life, and mine and Susie's conversations. Susie reaches out and grabs my hand again. I'm sorry, Brie. Stop, I chastise. I'm really excited about you and Adam. He's perfect for you. Josh and I will be fine. She narrows her eyes at me again, but this time her look is quizzical. It's the look that sees through all my defenses. Josh has it too, and it's completely unnerving. I take the last sip of my coffee and bring my mug to the sink, just to get out from under her scrutiny. I need to take a shower. I'm heading over to Aunt Marie's and Uncle Rich's for our usual Sunday lunch. Thanks for stopping over. I appreciate it. I start to walk out of the room when I hear her yell. Do you mind if I come with you? I chuckle to myself. The mama bear is out, and there is no way I'm getting rid of her. Of course. I'm sure they will love to see you. As soon as I walk into my aunt and uncle's house, I hear sports news. Uncle Rich is a huge fan of the Mavs, which was another reason I didn't want to come today. I was hoping to crawl under a rock and not hear or see anything about Josh's first game back. What Josh Owens will we get on the field today? The announcer says. Will we see the #1 receiver in the league, or a frustrated player making amateur mistakes? It's going to be one heck of a game for sure. The Mavericks have been playing great, but with a focused Owens. Hey, I'm here. And Susie's with me, I yell, and immediately the sports conversation stops. Hey, honey. Susie, Aunt Marie yells. Come on into the kitchen. It smells so good, Marie. You know your lunch is my favorite, I say as my aunt turns away from the stove and gives us both a kiss on the cheek. Then she gives me a thorough look over. I look away, not wanting to be seen. It will be okay, honey. She touches my arm, and I give her a forced smile. I know. Grab the plates and set up the table. Aunt Marie immediately gives us a job, knowing that a busy me is best. She then yells to my uncle, Rich, come on in and help the girls.
Already up.
I jump at Uncle Rich's voice being so close. God, I'm on edge today. I feel like my last nerve is fried. He gives me a kiss on the cheek.
Hey, beautiful girls. How was my favorite duo?
Good, we say together. As Susie grabs dishes, Uncle Rich notices the number on her jersey.
Is there something you'd like to tell us, Susie?
A small smile creeps on my face. I can feel my heart swell at her happiness. She is so amazing and really deserves to be with a great guy. And Adam is a great guy. Well, maybe, but it's still... Her voice trails off as I take the plates into the dining room and start setting the table. I can still hear them talking in the kitchen, but I'm not really listening. I take a deep breath. Okay, Brie, enough. This will pass. Enjoy this time with your family and just be here. I slowly let out my breath and take another. I can feel the tightness in my chest loosening as I focus on this moment and this moment alone. She's not telling you the truth, I interject, my voice almost normal. They are totally smitten with each other, and it's ridiculously adorable. Brie, you don't... She stops as she sees my teasing look. Okay, well, maybe you're right. No, she's right. He's so adorable, I can't stand it. As if taking my cue, Aunt Marie and Uncle Rich start talking about Susie and Adam. I participate in the conversation just enough to keep their focus off of me. But even I'm not naive enough to believe that they aren't fully aware of what I'm doing. They're just letting me. And I'm grateful for the distraction.
Chapter 27. Josh. The Mavs won the game, but not because of anything I did. I was reckless on the field today. I played hard and stupid. Luckily, I didn't re-injure myself, but I did get 2 unsportsmanlike penalties. A loss of 30 yards for the team is not good. Luckily, the team was able to overcome my sloppy playing, and hopefully I didn't ruin my chances of getting re-signed. When I finally get into the team locker room, I toss my gear in the locker and head to take a shower. Unfortunately, I can't sneak away before a coach calls me into his office. "Want to talk to me about what happened on the field today?" he asks, lips pressed tightly together. "I'm sorry, coach. My head wasn't in the game." I run my hand through my hair. "Really? I didn't notice." Sarcasm drips from his voice. I rub my face with my hand and shake my head. "Listen, Josh. I heard about you being caught kissing." "I didn't. Let me finish." "I heard about it. I also heard that no one else saw it happen. We were all with you the whole time. Someone would have called you out on it. You know the truth, we know the truth, and at some point Brie will know the truth. But," he looks at me square in the eyes, "you won't be given many chances to prove yourself on the field if you keep playing like that. You need to get your emotions under control. Copy?" "Copy." I nod. "Thanks, coach." I see him shake his head as I walk toward the shower. I know he's right, but all I can think about is Brie's last text. She hasn't taken any of my calls, or even responded to my most recent texts. My stomach won't stop churning. I turn the water on and don't wait for it to heat up before getting in. When I'm done, I dry off and change into joggers and a team hoodie for my press interviews. I rub the back of my neck as the other receiver calls my name. I get up and meet him at the table. He puts his hand on my back and whispers, "Just let me do most of the talking. And if you do take a question, keep it only about the game." I silently nod and follow him, finding my seat. Immediately questions about brioche come up, and I feel my jaw clench. "Breathe, Josh. Don't lose your temper." Thankfully, my teammate answers, "We don't know what that picture was about, but trust me when I say we were all with Josh, and there was nothing but game prep going on. We don't know who took that photo, but we're looking into it." I hear a collective exhale from the reporters as they realize this is a topic they won't be allowed to address. "Do you want to ask some questions about how I kicked old Josh's butt on the field today?" He slaps me on the back, and I feel my body relax into the seat. My teammates have got me, and I can trust them. I can also trust that Finn is looking into this whole situation. Finn loves nothing more than a good mystery and protecting his players from scandal. For the first time since Finn called, I feel a tightness in my chest loosen. I also say a silent prayer that Brie watches this press conference. When I return to my locker, I look at my phone only to see no alerts. Normally, I'd be relieved after playing like that, but right now, I don't feel relief because it also means I have no news about that picture circulating, no news about how Brie feels. My sister is usually pretty helpful with that, but she's also been incommunicado. The tightness in my chest returns, and I take a deep breath. I feel like I've taken more deep breaths today than I have in my entire life, yet it's still hard to breathe. The team is celebrating a hard-earned win, and, thankfully, giving me a pass for my play on the field. I'm not, though. It's just one more thing to beat myself up with today. "Hey," Adam's voice breaks through my thoughts. "I talked to your sister. She told me to tell you to keep your head in the game. That would have been a good speech before the game, don't you think?" I shake my head and curl my lip. "She didn't mean that game." He shakes his head and slaps me on the back. My eyes widen as understanding dawns on me. "What did she say to you?" My blood starts pumping through my veins, and my head starts to spin. "Did she mention anything about Brie?" "No, but she did send a picture of her in my jersey. Want to see?" I want to slap the grin off his face, but I know what he's doing, and as annoyed as I am, I'm also grateful. Instead, I roll my eyes at him. Nah, I'll pass. But thanks. I turn toward my locker and stuff my things into my duffel bag. How long before you think we're heading out? We still have another hour at least, I think. Coach still has to talk to the press. I inwardly groan. All I want to do is get home and talk to Brie. But will she even speak to me? The only time she's silent is when she's overwhelmed by emotions. Usually, I'm one of the people able to bypass them, but only because I'm not usually the cause. Adam slaps me on the shoulder before heading to his locker to gather his things. I grab my phone and reread Brie's message. Then I do the only thing I can and text Finn. Me. Any news yet? Finn. About your play today or the kiss? I rub my face. He's not wrong. I played like a man with no self-control. I took out all my frustrations on the field and was completely irresponsible with my body and the team. I sigh before I respond. Me. Coach talked to me. I get it. I will make sure to be better. I'm running out of chances. Me. The kiss. I stare at the phone, watching the 3 dots over and over as Finn types. Finn. Nothing yet, but I'll get to the bottom of it. Finn. Trust me. Me. Okay. Finn. And Josh? Finn. If Brie watched the press conference, she would be questioning the photo just like everyone else. Finn. Don't be surprised if tea time is even digging for the truth. Me. I pray you're right. I go to slip my phone into my pocket when it vibrates in my hand. My heart skips a beat at the possibility of it being Brie.
Susie, are you trying to get traded?
I have to groan and laugh at my sister's text. Of course she would give me a hard time. Not that she's wrong. Me. That's exactly what I'm trying to do.
Susie, well, you're moving in the right direction.
Me. How's Brie?
Susie, she's doing her usual. Everything is fine, nothing is wrong, routine. Susie, but is completely shut down.
My jaw clenches. I rub my chin and let out a slow exhale. That's exactly what I figured would happen. But there's nothing I can do about it right now. Honestly, I'm not sure I can do anything about it. But that doesn't mean I won't try.
Susie, I saw the press conference, but I'm not sure she did. Susie, they asked everyone about the kiss, and everyone denied seeing anything. Susie, the truth will come out, Josh.
Me. But is it already too late? I don't wait for Susie's response as I slip my phone into my pocket. When I feel it vibrate again, I take it out and put it on Do Not Disturb. There's nothing I can do right now, and talking with everyone else isn't talking to Brie. Brie's the only one who can tell me it's okay, that she believes me, but her silence speaks so loud I can't hear anything else. I pull out my tablet and play the audiobook I've been listening to. The heaviness in my chest is making it hard to breathe, and I'm hoping this new thriller by J.S. Ethan can help distract me. But it doesn't. It's just noise. All I can think about is how Brie's silence is loudly telling me that she's already locked me out. And this time, I'm not sure I have the key I need to get back in.
Chapter 28. Brie. Susie stayed with my aunt and uncle to watch the game. I couldn't bring myself to do it. When I said I was leaving, they protested half-heartedly, but no one really tried to stop me. Aunt Marie did, however, send me home with some of the casserole from lunch, for fear that I wouldn't feed myself. Hours later, and as my stomach growls loudly, it turns out she was right. I'm sure I've never intentionally skipped watching one of the Mavericks games or a press conference, but I just couldn't bring myself to watch today. I tried, but then quickly changed the channel. My heart can't take seeing Josh. So, I did everything I could to keep myself busy. My house is sparkling, I indulged in a guilty pleasure, a Nicolas Cage movie, and watched the unbearable weight of massive talent. Sadly, Nick was no help. And I can't call staring at the TV while constantly rounding up my runaway thoughts actually watching. The credits are running, and I can barely remember anything that happened. I turn off the TV and push myself off the couch, heading into the kitchen to reheat my aunt's casserole. While I'm waiting for the oven to warm, I pick up my phone. My heart is pounding so hard, I swear it will burst out of my chest. But when I look, thankfully there are no new texts from Josh. The vice around my chest tightens while my stomach drops. I exhale a shaky breath I didn't know I was holding. There's relief and disappointment. Because I want and don't want to hear from Josh. I dial Susie's number and put the call on speaker. I carry the phone with me and put it on the counter as I turn to the fridge to pull out the casserole. I put it in the oven and start the timer, just as Susie answers. "Hey," Susie says, and I can hear the smile in her voice. "Did I interrupt you and Adam talking?" I tease, feeling my lips pull up. I'm excited for my best friend. She deserves a fantastic guy. And Adam is. "You did," she says with a giggle. "But he had to get on the plane, so it was perfect timing." "I'm happy for you, Suze." "I know you are," she responds. And when I don't say anything, she asks, "How are you?" "How am I?" I shake my head as I try to figure out how to respond to that simple question that is anything but simple. I lean against the counter and rub my neck. How am I? I'm numb, confused, hurt, but mostly I'm terrified. I'm terrified of the change this will bring to everything I've ever known since coming to Pleasant Hollow. I'm terrified of losing my support system. I'm terrified of losing Josh. And if I'm being completely honest with myself, which I'm not, the thought of losing Josh scares me the most. When did I get so attached to him? Brie? Susie's voice interrupts my thoughts, and I rest my hand on my opposite shoulder and rub, trying to get the kinks out. "That's the problem," I whisper, my heart feeling like lead and my stomach twirling. I have so many conflicting emotions that I can't think straight. "Did you, by chance, watch the press conference?" "I didn't," I respond. I couldn't. "It was really... Susie, please." Okay. I'll stop. But I think you should." I can imagine her lifting a hand in the air. "So, what did you want to talk about?" "First, can you pretend that Josh isn't your brother for a little bit?" I bite my lip, feeling foolish for asking the question. "Easy," she chuckles. "Do you know how often I do that normally?" "Susie," a laugh escapes me, because what she said is true. She does do that. I'm being serious. I am too. "Susie, come on," I snort. Her happiness is infectious, and I can feel some of the heaviness weighing me down lift a little bit. "Ask away, and I promise I'll be as unbiased as possible." she says in her "I'm serious" tone, and I feel my lips lift a bit more. Okay. I take a deep breath and exhale, feeling extremely foolish. Agreeing to pretend date Josh was probably the silliest thing I've ever done. And I'm embarrassed. I'm the most rational person I know. I'm the most rational person that most of Pleasant Hollow knows. Rational people don't fake date their best friend's brothers. My mouth feels like it's stuffed with cotton. What would you do in my situation? If you were me? I'm not sure what you mean. Can you clarify the "if I were you" part? I can hear her holding back a laugh, and I want to kill her. Are you really going to make me say this all out loud? I groan. I'm waiting. She sing-songs in response. What would you do if you were fake dating someone and they were caught kissing someone else? If you were me, I spell out. There. Happy now? Very. Thank you. She's tapping her index finger on her chin. I'm positive. It's what she always does whenever she pretends to be serious. I can practically feel her amusement coming through the call. First, I don't know if I would ever fake date someone. And second, I'm pretty sure it was never fake for either you or Josh. At her response, I feel heat moving up my neck. Her response has me squirming in my skin. This was a hypothetical "if I was you" question, I stammer. Just listen to me, okay? She says softly. You and Josh have always had this seemingly contentious relationship where the both of you were constantly looking for something to pick on. But what you didn't see was what everyone else saw. My heart is racing at her words. Everyone else saw? We all saw just how much fun you both had. You should see how the two of you light up when you're bantering back and forth. Your eyes light up, and your smile becomes brighter. Everything about you glows, Brie. She pauses. He's the same. When we were in high school, there was a moment when I thought you both had feelings for each other. When I asked, you both denied it. But I didn't believe either of you. As time went on, I wondered if it was going to ever happen. And then tea time opened a realm of possibilities. It was glorious. I'm frozen as I listen to her words, and I am immediately brought back to the moment in school she asked me that. It was right after Josh caught me in the mask Susie had us trying. He laughed so hard I was utterly mortified and wanted to hide. Why do you care what my stupid brother thinks, Brie? It's just Josh. She looked at me with wide eyes and eyebrows raised. Wait, you like him, don't you? My entire body was on fire, and I felt like I had been put under a microscope where my private thoughts were quickly inspected. What? I sputtered. Are you serious? I don't like Josh. He's a complete idiot. Of course, I was lying through my teeth. I mean, what was not to like about Josh? He has a smile that most women would die to have directed at them. But somehow, knowing that Susie knew, even then, makes me wonder how many other secrets my best friend kept from me. After all these years, I had pushed those feelings down, but getting the opportunity to spend time with Josh alone made me see how much I enjoy his company and how much fun we have together. when it was just the three of us, it was easy to pretend that I had fun because Susie was there. Have I been pretending not to have feelings for him? Susie's next comment brings me back to what she's saying. But watching the two of you pretend made me realize that you've always been in love with each other. It's obvious to everyone. But he kissed someone else. As for the kiss, Susie says as if eerily reading my mind, I don't think for 1 second that what it looks like is what it is. But, however, she interrupts, and I imagine her finger in the air, as if to say, hold on. What I believe isn't important. It's what you believe. She's right. It all comes down to if I trust Josh. A sharp pain spears my heart. I put my hand on my chest and start to rub it, trying to relieve the burning sensation slowly spreading, fear causing my breath to come faster. Suddenly, her voice gets soft. Brie, I know you're afraid. Relationships are scary. Losing people is scary. But are you willing to push away something that could be the best thing you've ever had? I let out a shaky breath. My brain is processing the words she's saying, and I can feel that they feel right. But nothing penetrates the armor my heart has put up. The memories of losing my parents flash through my mind. My head moves from right to left, as if I have an unconscious tic. I don't know if I can go through that again. Suze, I push past the pressure in my throat. I don't know. Look, I know it totally sounds like I'm on Team Josh. A strangled chuckle falls from my lips. And that's not what you asked for. But I know my brother. This behavior would be completely out of character for him. She's right, my mind screams. If this were me, she says, I would give it a little time. Talk to Josh and see what he says. Maybe talk to Adam or one of the other guys on the team. Watch the press conference. Just don't write him off. Yet. I'll try, I say. But I feel the lock around my heart closing. The darkness that surrounded me after my parents' death feels like it's closing in again. The pain was unbearable, and I didn't think I would ever laugh, smile, or just feel normal again. This situation has a similar feeling, making me want to get as far ahead of it as possible before it catches me. But doing that means I still lose Josh. And that's my biggest fear if I take a chance and lose him. Pain. If I pull away to protect myself, pain. I let out a huge sigh and wrap my arms around my stomach just as the timer chimes. Safe by the bell, I whisper. Thanks, Suze. I'll talk to you later. Brie, I hang up before she can finish. I turn the oven off and pull the casserole out. But now I've lost my appetite. Tea time. This is the first time we've gotten a look at the second half of the couple FKA #brioche. And the poor boy doesn't look good. When he stopped in to Thanks a Latte to buy a coffee, he was missing his usual shine. FKA, formerly known as, for all of you not hip with the acronyms. The picture of the kiss looks damning. But after the press conference, we've been doing some digging. So far, my team of investigators has come up empty. but that doesn't mean we intend to stop. We need to clean up this tea for Brie. Till next time, Cammy. P.S. If you have any information, send us an anonymous tip to tips@teatime.com. We need every person we can on this story. Hashtag Brioche needs us.
Chapter 29. Josh. I'm waiting in front of Brie's house so that I can talk to her as soon as she gets home. I need to explain, or try to. She's still not home from school yet, but I couldn't wait another minute. I need to get my head together. I can't focus on anything, and I have been mindlessly walking through every task today. How am I going to explain something that I don't even know what it is? I don't know, but I know I need to try. I'm not going to let her go without a fight, not when I just got her. I turn my head at the sound of a car door closing and look up to see Brie. She meets my gaze, and I can see some bags under her eyes. My heart clenches at the knowledge that those are because of me.
Hi.
She says with a shaky smile, then quickly looks away as she starts to walk toward her house.
What are you doing here?
I push off my car, move to follow her, and meet her before she passes in front of my truck. I hold out a cup of coffee that I brought for her. My heart races, and I feel as if I just ran a quarter-mile sprint. I'm even starting to sweat. I want to talk to you. No, I need to talk to you. She pauses, takes the coffee, and looks at me. In her gaze, I see a glimpse of something before she shuts it down.
Thanks.
She says, raising the cup in gratitude, and starts heading back toward her house. Over her shoulder, she throws at me.
I don't think we need to say anything, do we? I mean, this was all just for show, and to help you get back into the good graces with the team. It worked, right?
When I snort, she looks at me again, this time with confusion on her face. I guess it's safe to say you didn't watch the game. She shakes her head. I look down and mumble, or the press conference. I rub my hand over my face as the hope I had of Brie hearing the guys drains from my body. When I lift my head, she's already moving up the stairs. I trot after her, taking the steps 2 at a time, and put myself between her and the front door, blocking her. She looks at me with an open mouth. Brie is about to see the Josh Owens determination that all the scouts and coaches talk about, focused entirely on her. This version of her in front of me needs to be confronted, otherwise she will lock me out. She's already doing it. It's in every movement of her body. It's palpable, and I'm willing to put it all on the line for this woman. If I don't, I will lose her. I'm so sorry, I say, bending my knees to reach her eye level. You have to know that I would never do anything to hurt you. At least I hope you do. She nods, and I take a deep breath, trying to control the pounding in my chest. And yes, this thing between us, I motion between us with my hand, was supposed to be fake. But I think we both know now that it never really was.
Josh.
I cut her off and keep going. Brie, I'm pretty sure I'm in love with you. I'm pretty sure I've been in love with you most of my life, but I never realized it. Maybe I did subconsciously. I don't know. But I do know that getting the chance to spend time with you without Susie has made it easy for me to see how much I look forward to talking to you, laughing with you, and teasing you. Everything and anything with you because it feels like you're finally mine. Her mouth is hanging open, and I keep going because now that I'm being honest with myself and her, I can't stop the flood of words falling from my mouth. I think the only reason I let Finn talk me into the fake dating thing was because it gave me the opportunity to do something I always wanted to do, but never let myself actually want. I stop when she puts her palm on my chest, and my heart pounds against my ribcage at her touch. It's so strong that I'm positive there's no way she doesn't feel it. She pulls her hand back with a jolt. I watch the emotions run over her face and impatiently wait for her response.
I don't know what to say.
I open my mouth to speak, but she jumps in before I can get anything out.
It's too much for me to process right now, Josh. It's too big. I'm sorry.
She shakes her head back and forth, and I watch as tiny bricks stack one by one around her body. She's shutting me out. My heart sinks, and my stomach swirls when her eyes meet mine. Her eyes are shuttered and hard. I understand. I push the words out. I'm sure my feelings and yours bring up a lot of emotions for you. Her eyes soften for a moment, and then I see the wall go back up. My shoulders droop a bit as I realize that this battle is lost. I step aside and let her go to her door. Brie? The words squeak past my lips. When she glances over her shoulder at me, I see clearly how it is taking every ounce of her to hold her emotions in check, and I want nothing more than to comfort her. I don't want to lose your friendship. Relief floods her face as she whispers.
Neither do I.
She doesn't take her gaze off mine, and time freezes as we stand there looking at each other. A zing shoots through my body, and I have to pin my arms to my side to keep them from pulling her to me and whispering that there isn't anything we can't work through. Instead, I force myself to blink and break the spell between us. Good. I whisper back. Thank you for listening to me. I appreciate it.
Thanks for the coffee.
She raises the cup, nods, and lifts the corner of her mouth. I try to get myself to turn around and head down the steps, but my feet are caught in quicksand. Again, neither of us moves, afraid of what happens next, and I search her eyes for any sign. For what exactly, I don't know. Finally, I turn to go. I hear her stick the key into the door just as I remember the track and field event at her school, and my heart leaps at the opportunity to see her again. I will see you in a few days. When her eyebrows scrunch together, I smile at how adorable she is when she's confused. At the track and field event for the kids.
Oh, yeah.
She offers me a small smile.
I had forgotten about that. The kids are going to love hanging out with all the players.
Not as much as I will. I smirk. An idea has formed, and I know exactly what to do. I head down the steps whistling, leaving a very confused Brie behind me. I don't know why, but knowing I have a time set in stone to see her again, where she can't cancel on me, gives me hope. My teammates, who know what didn't happen, will not let Brie shut them out. Unlike me, they will push Brie to hear the truth. That is, if Finn or Tea Time don't get to the bottom of it first. When I reach my truck, I turn back to look at Brie's house. She's standing in front of an open door with her mouth in an O. I wink at her as I open the truck door and get inside. I see her snap her mouth shut, walk into the house, and shut the door without looking back at me. I can't stop myself from chuckling. Nothing has changed since I pulled up to Brie's house earlier. I can't explain this feeling that everything will work out. Heck, I could be completely delusional, but for the first time I know, deep down, that this isn't the end of anything, except for the fake dating part. I pick up my phone and see a text from Finn. Finn, I think I have some good news. Call me. I hit the call button. Josh, Finn says excitedly, you'll never believe what I have in my hands. A full grin crosses my face, and my heart takes flight.
Chapter 30. Brie. I'm pretty sure that I'm in love with you. I have no clue how I didn't throw myself in Josh's arms after he said those words. My heart nearly leaped out of my chest. My entire body went limp, and my heart screamed yes. Then a big stop sign appeared, followed by a big old danger sign. Memories of my parents' funeral and my life without them flooded me. Loving someone that much means the eventuality of losing them. That fear alone is enough to paralyze me and stop me from doing anything. But how long am I going to live like this? I want to have what my parents had, what Uncle Rich and Aunt Marie have, what Dennis and Lynette have. Still, I will never have it if I can't let go of this irrational fear that makes me shut people out when I'm presented with an opportunity to have it. These conflicting emotions are driving me insane. I need to talk to someone. I need to figure out how to let myself take a chance when it comes to love. If I don't, I will end up alone for the rest of my life. Yes, I will be safe from the pain of loss. But not sharing my life with someone I love is a more significant hurt than actually losing and loving. I grab my keys and head out the door. When I pull up in front of my aunt and uncles, I smile. These two have been the best surrogate parents I could have ever hoped for. Unable to have children, they were contemplating adoption when I came into their lives. I am sorry for the other children who missed having them as parents, but I am also grateful I didn't. Hello? I call out as I walk through the front door. Brie? Is that you? I hear Aunt Marie respond from the living room. I walk in just as she puts down a book she was reading and pushes up from her chair. When she looks at my face, she frowns. Is everything okay? The tears I've been holding back finally fall down my face, and I rush over to her. She wraps her arms around me and starts rocking me back and forth, murmuring soothing words in my ear. I remember the last time this happened. It was the first moment that it finally hit me that I was never going to see my parents again. My grieving process was not pretty, and I was so very angry that my parents left me. Everything felt unfair. Uncle Rich and Aunt Marie were firm but gentle. They never stopped keeping rules in place. They just let me rant and rage. Finally, one day the dam just broke, and I couldn't stop the flood that poured from my eyes. Aunt Marie just held me, like she is now. As the tears flow, I feel safe and loved in this woman's arms. I may not have grown up with my parents, but my parents made sure I had the next best thing to having them in my life. What do I do? I mumble through the tears. I'm so afraid. Aunt Marie steps back and leads me to sit down on the couch. She then gently pushes my hair back and looks at me. What are you afraid of? I wipe the wetness from my face. Being left alone? I whisper. Brie, honey. She kisses me on the cheek. I know if your parents could have done anything, they would have chosen to stay with you. But they didn't have that choice. They would have never left you intentionally. They loved you way too much. I take a deep breath and feel the tears welling in my eyes again, letting her words fill me. The truth is, people don't get to make those decisions. As people, we are also going to make plenty of mistakes. No one is perfect. You have to ask yourself whether you want to live a full life or a safe one. I draw my eyebrows together as I try to understand what she's saying. She pushes my hair and tucks it behind my ear, keeping her hand on my cheek. Life is a risk. Everything about it. You are born so that you can die. Nothing else. That's not helpful. I chuckle at her and wipe my nose. I know, but it's true. She laughs at me. The part you get to choose is the in-between. Do you want to live life to the fullest, which involves some pain, or do you want to play it safe, which will involve a different sort of pain? You can't have the fullness that life offers if you aren't willing to accept the pain that will come with it. You must know you can experience more than one emotion at a time. Now you've lost me. I shake my head at her, having no idea what she's talking about. Do you remember that first Christmas without your parents? You were just beginning to be happy again? Yes, I whisper, as I recall the moment she's talking about. It was Christmas morning. Aunt Marie and Uncle Rich went all out. When I saw the tree and all the presents, I felt elated. Christmas had always been my favorite. It was my mom's, too. All of a sudden, I started crying. I was immediately wrapped up and hugged tightly. You told me that my mom would want me to be happy. She would want me to love this time of year, and that being happy and sad at the same time is okay. But not to stop feeling joy, because I thought I should be sad. Exactly. Her eyes are shiny as she smiles at me. This is another moment for you, Brie. I've watched you push people away your entire life so you wouldn't get hurt when they left you. Josh is different. You already let Josh in long ago because you weren't trying to protect yourself from him. The truth of what she's saying cocoons me in a blanket of warmth. As the realization that I let Josh in a long time ago sinks in, I now understand why I'm so conflicted. You can feel fear and joy at the same time, Brie. You will feel fear and joy at the same time. But you're finally coming to understand now that just because you shut your feelings off to protect yourself doesn't mean that the pain won't get you. Everything she's saying is everything I've been coming to see as truth. But that wall of fear is so big and overwhelming that I don't know how to knock it down. I don't know how to move forward, I say, looking at my folded hands. She puts her hand under my chin and lifts my face up to meet her gaze. Sure you do. That's the easy part. The hard part is overcoming the fear that keeps you stuck. You can trust yourself, Brie, and you can trust those around you. With her finger still on my chin, I'm reminded of Josh doing the same thing. Warmth spreads through my body at the realization that he's always taken care of me, but I just never understood it as that. I put my hand on her wrist and gently squeeze. Thank you, Aunt Marie. I love you. I love you too, my girl. She wraps her arms around me, pulls me in close, and rocks me back and forth. So when she stops and pulls away, I laugh at the expression on her face. So, what are you going to do? Are you going to continue just to be a lonely cheese? Or are you going to choose to be #brioche? She wiggles her eyebrows and I groan. Ugh, I will never get used to that nickname. My phone vibrates. And then Aunt Marie's chimes. Susie, you have to read this. I click it and start reading. A smile spreads across my face, and for the first time in almost a week, I feel the heaviness I've been carrying lift. Well, well, Aunt Marie muses. Looks like #brioche is back on. She wiggles her eyebrows at me again, and I throw my head back and laugh. I haven't decided anything yet, but I can't stop the smile splitting my face from getting bigger. Sure, you haven't. She winks and then hugs me. Thank you, I whisper as I squeeze her tight. Any time, my darling girl. She pulls back and looks me in the eyes. Now, go get that man of yours. Tea time. Well, this has been an exciting week. First, we have a picture of what appears to be Josh kissing someone other than the first half of #brioche. Then, we have the entire team denying that a kiss ever happened on national TV. Yes, every one of the Mavericks said it didn't happen during the press conference after the game. The old saying is that a picture says 1,000 words, and the kiss did indeed paint a picture. We don't have a picture showing us exactly what happened, but we do have a video, thanks to one of our many anonymous sources and a huge #brioche fan. So apparently, the person in the kissing photo has been trying to get a picture like this for a long time. And poor Josh was her first successful attempt. This video shows her a few weeks ago before the incident, waiting patiently, and you can see her accomplice a few feet away. Notice how she's leaning in, and the photographer is shooting away? Now watch the video of the two of them in the same position on the day the Mavericks were at the airport. Here comes Josh. He looks over his left shoulder, and there, ladies and gentlemen, is the making of a perfect fake kiss. Poor Josh was in the wrong place at the wrong time, since technically, these people did nothing illegal. There's really nothing that can be done. However, we have put their faces up on the Tea Time website in the hopes of embarrassing them and keeping them from ever doing this to anyone again. Thank you to everyone who helped us here at Tea Time to find out the truth. Yes, we love to spill the tea, but we try to make sure that tea is truthful. I don't often single any one person out with a message, but in this case, I think I need to. To Tea Time's favorite cheese, please give that handsome hunk of a man you've had by your side for the last few months another chance. Everyone who watches you together can see how much that man adores you. We've been watching and waiting for years. Till next time, Cammy.
Chapter 31. Josh. The piece from Tea Time has been circulating everywhere. I am so grateful to all the people who helped find and expose the truth. Since then, my phone hasn't stopped. I have hundreds of text messages and calls. It was so bad I couldn't take it anymore and kept my phone on silent. The only person I want to hear from is the one who hasn't sent a text or called. I run my hand through my hair and blow out a deep breath as I pull into the Mavs training center. Telling Brie I love her wasn't something I planned, the words just came out. But now I'm second-guessing myself and worried I scared her off. I don't regret it. I meant every word. It's just the fear of not knowing what will happen next and that I scared her away. I rub the tightness in my chest and take a deep breath. After talking to Susie, I'm giving her space. Susie told me I need to let Brie be the one to decide how to move forward. All I want to do is reach out and talk to her, make her feel safe. But Susie is right. If Brie feels trapped, she will run. I need to distance ourselves a little so she can come to her own conclusion. It's the right thing to do. I just don't like it. If I wasn't seeing her in a few days for her school's track and field event, I'm not sure I could actually do it. When I walk into the locker room, the guys start asking me questions about Brie. I raise my hands in the air. I haven't talked to her yet. I shrug. I'm giving her space. Dude, no! Johnson yells. Are you crazy? Darius comes up and shakes my shoulders, and I can't help but laugh. I love these guys. There is nothing like being part of a team, but sometimes they get a little too involved in your life. Hey! I yell, putting my hands up again. Did you forget that we have the track and field day at Pleasant Hollow Elementary School? Speaking of that, Susie and I talked about what you could do. Adam has a mile-wide grin, and I pretend to glare at him for dating my sister. Oh, you were talking about me, were you? He slaps me on the back as I put my duffel bag in the locker. Get used to it, dude. I think I'm going to be around for a while. I groan, but can't keep the smile from my face. I couldn't have picked a better man for my sister if I had tried. And I did. It turns out Brie called that one. My heart clenches at the thought of her, and my smile dims a little bit. I'm not giving up hope, but not knowing is killing me a little. I shake it off and catch the last part of what Adam says. Drawings. Drawings? I look at him with my brows drawn. Were you not listening to me? I offer a slight grin and shrug. Dude, I feel so unloved. I'm listening now, I throw back at him. Susie said Brie used to draw you pictures. I feel my eyes squint as I try to figure out exactly what he's talking about. Drawings? Huh. I don't remember anything she used to draw for me. Oh, wait. Yes, I do. She used to draw these stick figures of me holding a football with her and Susie watching on the side of the field while holding up Go Josh signs. Warmth spreads throughout my body, and the corner of my mouth turns upward as I think about those. I can't help but chuckle at my responses when she gave them to me. I was awful. I was your typical boy. When Brie would hand them to me, I would act like I was all grossed out, crumble them up, then throw them on the ground. I was 8, and 8-year-olds are supposed to act grossed out when a girl likes them. Plus, she was my little sister's friend. Double gross. The smile on my face gets wider as I remember the younger version of me, who secretly thought Brie was cute but had to pretend to hate her. Suddenly, an image of Brie pops into my head as she retrieved the picture I threw on the ground, turned it over, flattened out the wrinkles on her knee, and then calmly walked to my parents' front porch to put the picture in the mailbox. Later, when no one was looking, I went and took it out. I hid it in my desk drawer in my bedroom. Years later, I was cleaning out my desk and found it. I didn't tell her how adorable I thought it was, but I did tease her mercilessly about it. Watching her face turn multiple shades of red was one of the cutest things I ever saw. Of course, I had to keep pushing until her nostrils were flaring, and she tried to rip the picture out of my hand. Her jumping up and trying to get it still makes me laugh. She was so persistent. I wasn't about to let it die, so I did the only thing I could. Frame it and hang it in the living room for everyone to see. She tried to remove it more than once, but anytime she did, someone would yell at her to leave it alone. She still covers her face and groans whenever it catches her eye. Wait, that's it. And with the help of the kids, he'll be perfect. That's brilliant. I slap Adam on the shoulder and he beams at me. I pull out my phone to text Finn. Me. I need your help. Me. Can you contact the principal at Brie's school and ask if they could help me with something? Finn. Sure. What is it? Me. I'll let you know after practice. I laugh as I throw my phone in my duffel bag. If I can get the principal to work with me, I will have the perfect idea. Brie is going to love it. Who got that cardboard stand-up printed out? I yell to the entire locker room as everyone heads to the practice field. That was all Johnson, Michaels yells and points in Johnson's direction over the sound of cleats as the team walks down the hallway. What do you need and when do you need it? Johnson asks. I have a connection that can get it done in less than 24 hours. Awesome. I'm still ironing out the details, but I will let you know when I do. I pat him on the back, put my helmet over my head, and buckle up the chin strap. The next thing I know, everyone is ribbing me and making kissing noises. I shake my head and laugh out loud. I know that Susie said to give Brie space, but there is no way I will let her have so much that she talks herself out of us. It makes perfect sense why she's afraid. Dang it, I'm afraid too. Being in love with someone is at the same time the most exciting and terrifying experience. And I've never been so scared of anything in my life. But I'm more afraid of losing her, and I would do whatever I need to make sure that doesn't happen. So be it if that means putting it all on the line and losing. Brie is worth the risk.
Chapter 32. Brie. Since my conversations with my aunt, Josh, and then the tea time post clearing up the kiss, I've thought long and hard about what I want. The conclusion was easier to come to than I thought it would be. I am hopelessly in love with Josh Owens. Yes, that scares me. But I'm realizing that not having him in my life scares me even more. Just the thought of him not in my life chills me to the bone. The last time I talked to him, he told me he loved me. But I haven't heard from him since. Talk about giving a girl mixed messages. Granted, I was the one who told him that I couldn't think about it. And as much as I hate it, I know that if he had pushed, I would have just run. It's not what I'm used to hearing from him or Susie, but it was what I needed. Warmth fills my body as I realize how well he knows me. In one of our few conversations since tea time, Susie filled me in a bit on what was happening so I wasn't completely in the dark. She also let me know that he wanted to reach out, but was leaving the ball in my court. Knowing this leaves me feeling empowered and terrified, because he's giving me all the control to make a decision. My heart races, knowing that I've decided where I want things to go, and my stomach flutters as the butterflies start to move around, knowing I'm going to see Josh in a little bit. We haven't talked much since he told me he loved me. But he did text to ask if he could pick me up and drive me to school. Today is the day all the kids, both small and large varieties, also known as teachers, have been waiting for. Josh and some Mavericks players are coming for track and field day. The excitement has been so palpable that the building and the people in it have been vibrating all week. I understand the feeling, but for entirely different reasons. I grab my jacket and bag. The first thing I see when I open my front door is Josh, leaning with his back on his truck and his arms crossed over his chest. The crooked grin on his face, with his dancing eyes, has my knees turning to jelly. If I were any warmer, I'd melt into a pool of water right in the middle of my porch. A silly grin makes its way across my face, and my heart starts to pound so loud that it's the only thing I hear. The butterflies in my stomach are now a frenzied storm as they try to fly straight to Josh. As I head down the steps, Josh pushes himself off the truck.
Hey, you.
His husky voice runs through my body, making the butterflies in my stomach swoop as he meets me on the sidewalk. Hey. I push the words through a mouth that is suddenly dry. He lightly touches my lower back, sending tingles through my body, and opens the passenger side door for me. When I climb in, his smile gets a notch brighter, and I can't stop myself from smiling back. He closes the door and walks around to the front of the truck. My eyes follow him the entire way, and when he gets in, our eyes meet, and a zing runs through my whole body. He's the first to look away and start the car.
Excited?
He asks and glances in my direction. Excited? I echo back, narrowing my eyes at him and trying to figure out what he's talking about.
For track and field.
Track and field. I repeat after him again. Oh, yeah. The kids have been bouncing off the walls all week.
But what about you, Brie?
He gives me a quick side glance before looking back toward the road. The smirk on his face has every nerve ending in my body humming. How could I not be affected by the kids' enthusiasm? A pregnant silence fills the car as we continue to the elementary school. I have so much I want to say, but I'm unsure where to start. I feel the tension build in my shoulders as I try to find the words to tell Josh what conclusion I've come to. To tell him that I want to be with him. Josh, I look at him, ready to tell him how I feel, when I notice all the kids outside. Wait, what's going on?
What? What's the matter?
Concern lines his face as he glances at me. First off, the kids aren't usually here this early, and second, they are definitely never outside. Actually, no one is ever outside. My eyes widen as I try to figure out what is happening. What is going on? I'm still staring, completely lost in my thoughts, that I jump when Josh opens the door for me. I didn't realize he had parked. I unconsciously place my hand in his and get out of the truck. I'm so focused on this unusual turn of events that I don't notice he hasn't let go of my hand. As I get closer, I see that the kids are holding up letters. My feet suddenly feel like lead as the letters the kids hold up start forming words. My heart races and warmth spreads through my body as the words form sentences. The back of my eyes burn with tears as I read the message the kids are holding up. I love you, Miss Woodbury. Take a chance on me? I freeze and turn back to look up at Josh, who is looking down at me with a hopeful expression. His eyes beam at me and his smile is slightly crooked.
What do you say, Miss Woodbury?
My eyes roam over his face, wanting to take in every inch of his handsome expression as I intend to remember this moment. Yes, I whisper, and then more firmly, yes! Josh's laugh runs through my body as he picks me up and spins me around. I hear the teachers, kids, and players clapping and cheering. I love you, I whisper in his ear. He freezes and puts me down, then cups the sides of my face with both hands and catches my eyes.
Can you repeat that, please?
The vulnerable expression on his face makes my breath catch and my heart skip a beat. I place my hands on his wrists. My face is going to split from the smile stretching it. I said, I love you, Josh Owens. The smile that breaks out across his face makes my heart stutter. He leans in and his lips just brush mine before I hear him whisper.
Just remember who said it first.
I'm about to tease him back when he presses his lips to mine, and any thought that I may have had immediately floats away. His hands slide from my face to my hair as he deepens the kiss. I swear, I'm melting.
Ahem.
A loud voice startles us and we jump away from each other, only to see Adam's smiling face.
There are children present?
We both look sheepishly around us, and everyone starts to laugh while some of the kids dramatically yell, "Gross!" As I look back at Josh and see the love shining in his eyes, I can't help but wish we didn't have a bunch of people watching our every move right now. I grab his hand, pull him toward the kids, and work to distract myself by focusing on the upcoming track and field games. You're going down, Owens, I tease. He chuckles at me and whispers in my ear.
Too late for that, Brie. I've already fallen.
At his words, I trip and he catches me.
Don't worry, I've got you. Always.
I stop again, and the sincerity in his words warms every limb of my body. My eyes pass over his face again. My gratitude for this man's love for me is beyond expression. Just as I'm leaning in to kiss him again, a voice over a megaphone interrupts my forward movement.
Come on, you two.
Principal Monroe yells.
We have to get the game started.
I beam at Josh and entwine his hand with mine as I follow the line of people headed into the gymnasium. I can't keep the grin off my face as I realize that I will have all the time in the world to kiss this man by my side. Tea time. It's official, folks. The kids at Pleasant Hollow Elementary are the most adorable matchmakers. Look at the smiles on their faces as they hold up their letters. How could Brienne not take a chance on Josh? Eek! They're so cute. I can't. And did you see that kiss? Wow. I think it's safe to say #brioche is back on. For real this time. Who did they think they were kidding? Of course we knew. We don't spill the tea about everything. Till next time, Cammy.
Epilogue Josh. 2 years later. The stadium roars as the defense keeps the Jags out of the end zone and forces them to kick a field goal. The Jags are up by 3 with 1:50 left on the clock. As the Jags special teams kicks it to the Mavs receiver, the catch is clean, and Brown runs it back to the Jags' 40-yard line. With 1:20 left in the fourth quarter, we need to score to win the game. We take the field, knowing that the 2-minute drills we've practiced all season need to be executed perfectly. The offense gets into position, and Michaels counts down the play. He throws to me for a check down, but the Jags D is expecting it, and we lose a yard. Michaels immediately starts yelling the next play as the refs are putting the ball down, and everyone lines up. The clock is ticking, and there is now 1:03 left. Jags fans are working hard to drown out the quarterback's voice. I hear him start the play, and I run my route. I'm working to shake the safety off me when he suddenly looks at one of the other players, leaving me wide open. Michaels throws the ball toward me, and everything moves in slow motion. I reach out my hand, grab the ball, and pull it in for the catch. I turn my body forward and see an open field in front of me. The crowd's roar penetrates, and everything suddenly returns to real time as I cross into the end zone for the lead we need. The guys rush down and celebrate with me. As we run to the sideline, I look up to where my family is sitting watching, and I point at them. The extra point is good, but the clock still has 20 seconds left. Special teams take the field, and I watch from the sidelines, holding my breath. The whistle blows to start the play. Johnson kicks the ball, and the line runs down the field toward the receiver. When they finally reach him, the first 2 defenders miss. Then, all of a sudden, the receiver gets hit, and we see the ball fly out of his hands. "Ball! Ball!" everyone on the sideline and in the stadium yells. Then a loud cheer explodes as the Mavericks recover the ball. "The Mavericks are going to the Super Bowl!" the announcer yells as the fans and players jump up and down and scream. "What a game!" This is one of the most incredible moments of my life. I have my wife, yes, my wife, sitting in the stands cheering with my entire family and 60,000 fans. The last 4 hours have been like a dream. But even in my wildest dreams, I never could have imagined how perfect it would be with the woman I love sharing it with me. The Mavericks are headed to the Super Bowl. This is the stuff that every professional football player works for and dreams of. The play clock winds down as we head across the field to congratulate the players on a hard-fought game. I see Adam talking to his brother before he heads over to me. "Josh!" He chest bumps me and then hugs me. "Dude, this is freaking amazing. One more game." My body hums at his words. "One more game." I growl and hug him back. I see the Mavs owner come onto the field for the post-game celebration, and then after what feels like forever, the team starts to head back to the locker room. As we head in, the roar of the excited fans continues to bounce off the stadium walls. As much as I want to celebrate with them, there is one person I want to celebrate with even more. But before I can do that, I have to talk to the press first. When I get into the locker room, I hit the shower and change into joggers and a Mavericks hoodie. I meet up with Michaels and head to the press table. Just as I sit down, my eye catches on someone in the back of the room. I'd recognize my sister anywhere, but it's strange that she'd be here now. The first question is directed at Michaels, but I'm still looking at Susie in an attempt to figure out what's going on. When I hear my name being called, I look toward the reporter. "Josh, how are you feeling?" he asks. "That catch! Wow!" "It's beyond exciting, but I didn't do it alone. This man over here," I slap Michaels on the back, "threw the perfect pass. Right now I'm going to celebrate with my team and enjoy the moment. But I know and the team knows we still have one game left." The next question completely catches me off guard. "Josh, can I ask you a question about #brioche? My eyes narrow as I tilt my head. Sure, but I thought when I married Brie that pretty much answered any questions. Laughter fills the room, but the reporter continues. Is it true that there is a new addition to the family on the way? My mouth drops open as I notice someone in the back stand up. It's Brie. Her back is to me. She's wearing a Mavs t-shirt with my last name, but instead of my number, it has a number 3. My brows furrow in confusion. She turns to face me, and on the front it has the words, Baby #brioche, with an arrow pointing toward her belly. My heart races. Warmth fills my body, and tears prick the back of my eyes. Brie's eyes are shining as she nods her head. I run a shaky hand over my face, my surprise evident at the news. I stand up. Well, I guess I'm done answering questions, ladies and gentlemen. Laughter fills the room as I get up and approach my wife. Everyone in the room fades as I make my way over to where Brie is standing. When I reach her, I cup her face with my hands and whisper, Truly? Her smile brightens the room as she nods her head up and down, affirming that she is indeed pregnant. I give her a kiss, then pick her up and spin with her. Her squeak of surprise has me laughing.
Congratulations, Daddy.
She whispers in my ear, sending goosebumps throughout my body. Daddy, I'm going to be a dad. Flashes are going off, and everyone is cheering. I feel like I'm going to burst at any moment. I didn't think I could be happier than I am right now after winning the championship game and heading to the Super Bowl, but I was mistaken. When I start walking with her in my arms out of the press area, I hear, just one more picture of Brioche and baby Brioche? Later, everyone. I need to celebrate a bit with my wife in private. I waggle my eyes at Brie and hear laughing before they turn their questions back to Michael's. I'm not sure there's anything I can say to follow up that little show. Michael's jokes. When I put Brie in a small alcove out of the way of prying eyes, she playfully hits me on the shoulder.
You're awful.
How long have you known? I ask her, my arms wrapped around her waist.
Officially? Yesterday?
She reaches up and pushes some of my hair back, and my heart melts at the gentleness of her touch. She's going to be the best mother. I lean in and rub my nose against hers. Yesterday? And you were able to pull this off? I gesture to the t-shirt. In that short amount of time.
Well, apparently I know somebody who has connections.
She chuckles. It must have been Johnson. As long as you're not wearing his jersey anymore, I guess I'm okay with him knowing you're pregnant before me to help you pull this off. I tease.
You know I only wear his jersey for away games.
My eyes widen, and I set my mouth in a thin line, determined not to laugh as she teases me. I can't control the laughter that forces its way from my mouth. That was never part of any agreement, Mrs. Owens. I growl at her before giving her a kiss to remind her who her husband is.
Mm-hmm.
I give my Brie one more quick kiss before looking over my shoulder to see Susie, Adam, my parents, and Brie's aunt and uncle, all with huge smiles waiting to get in on the celebrations. Is it okay for us to join in now? I grudgingly step away from Brie and let everyone else come in to congratulate my beautiful wife. Congratulations! Adam, now my brother-in-law, slaps me on the back. Did you know? I narrow my eyes at him. Oh no, Susie was like a vault. Plus, you know how the two of them get when planning something. Those squeals could have been about anything. His eyes shine as he talks about my sister. This is true. I chuckle as I look at my wife. She turns and looks directly at me as if feeling my gaze on her. My heart swells. I'm married to the most amazing woman, going to the Super Bowl, and I'm going to be a father. I love you, Brain Ann. I mouth. The smile she beams my way makes my stomach flutter. The words she mouths back at me make me feel like I can fly.
I love you too.
Our moment is interrupted as the rest of my team rushes over to add our news to the upcoming celebration. The Mavericks are going to the Super Bowl, and #Brioche is expecting.
Tea time. I'm sad to report that although the Mavericks played their heart out, they did not come home with the Lombardi Trophy. However, 7 months later, the Owens did come home with the most beautiful twin baby girls. Yeah, 2 heartbeats was a bit of a surprise to everyone. Josh's face whenever anyone would ask him if he was ready for twins was way too funny not to have everyone in town asking him. Over and over again. When he finally figured out what was happening, he just started to ignore anyone who asked, which was even funnier. Congratulations to #Brioche on the newest 2 members of their family. Elizabeth, for Brie's mom, and Roberta, for her dad, Owens. Till next time, Cammy. Tea time. Hey, tea lovers. I'm not sure if you were paying attention to the sparks flying between Adam Daniels, Maverick's new star offensive lineman, and Josh's younger sister, Susie Owens. But I have. And let me tell you, there was a lot going on behind the scenes that I didn't even have time to cover. Can you say expired visa, meddling agent, and a secret wedding? Not to mention Susie Owens has a secret of her own, and it's oh so good. It's some of the best tea never spilled. The amount of messages and videos received of them together was overwhelming. Thank you to the eyes and ears on the streets. Luckily for the 2 of them, there were bigger fish to fry. Remember, even when you think we don't see you, there's always someone watching. You may just be our next story. Till next time, Cammy. This has been Accidentally in Love with My Best Friend's Brother by Abby Greyson. Narrated by R.L. Hem and J. Parker. Thank you for listening.
Copyright 2024 by Abby Greyson / Jenna Lee Galicchio. Production copyright by Abby Greyson / Jenna Lee Galicchio.